shoot back to kick the ball back to them and not be able to fight for a moment. So it was very smart. But now it's a 3v1. Joy finally gets out, and the pressure is on.
And Tyrant has regained all his health. Tyrant now calls to the ball. This is the part where teamwork comes into play. They've got a beautiful choke point here. Troy tries to grab the ball. It's not enough. Tyrant in the goal. There's the score.
Way.
They made that rebuttal look so easy. 1-1 with 25 seconds left. This is a $6,000 game of Brawl Stars, folks. Ken and Shane and crew clutch it up.
Ez is trying to chip away, and it goes for the long shot, intercepted by Nick. Very nice pickup.
Ooh, okay. Tyrant was only able to get one there. Judo didn't get knocked off his mech. Now he will. So now it's an even 2 versus 2. 1 second remaining.
What happens
Overtime
here?
has now started. All the boxes are gone, which definitely favors team in Shane.
As Livy, because again, as Livy is a ranged brawler who's gets max damage at maximum range, so having nothing for the other team to hide behind, Ez can play from distance as long as they don't get scored on here. And Tyrant goes in deep. Tyrant's gonna clear. Oh! The BM! No way!
That was a little bit at the end. That was insane. Insane, sorry.
It's
insane.
Unbelievable!
Woo!
The Tyrant picking Fang and just going, I'm going to make my teammate's life horrific is so much fun to watch.
Tyrant
PM at the goal, too.
Unbelievable. What was that, Coach?
I mean, my mouth dropped to the floor, and I love the call out from both of you, right? Courage, you noticed, right? Only one team has wall breakers, and that was key to Livy's team's success, but they were only really able to set up that one push that got them that one goal to allow the score because of the wall breakers. Seemingly, Tyrant didn't care about wall breakers because they were able to just body block and have more HP to walk the ball in, but when it came to overtime, they needed a massive push immediately. They couldn't let Livy just farm from distance, so they went highly aggressive, hyper aggro, and Tyrant went massive in the final moment for a triple kill to close it out. Let's take a look at some of these replays. I am stunned by the gameplay across the board, I might add, as Livy had some amazing shots, but Tyrant in particular really put on a show for us, Rich.
I mean, the Fang play here, the sneak ahead, flying through, that can chain 3 consecutive kicks, right? So you saw that big bounce, but it's also so good against squishy troops. And as just, you see also here the push in by Nick with the Carl to get some separation. I understand why Ez wanted to play Piper. It seems like Piper being a pick, Piper being your first pick to open up Piper counters and not leave that as a question. A little bit of a risky call that did not pay off.
I mean, this was insane to end that overtime. That was so wild. That was the coolest Brawl Star. That was the coolest. I think that was the coolest mobile gaming play I've ever seen. Right there. That was so epic. Boom, boom.
Dude, look at that. Oh.
And the fact that he stopped the ball to spin it around against his own tribe teammate. Oh, that might cause bigger issues.
Let's take a look at the stats here. I mean, it's a tale as old as time. Tyrant still able to drop 111,000 damage while also scoring several times. And then on the other side, as Livy did his job, right? Did a ton of damage, hitting a lot of those skill shots with Piper, because that's what Livy does best. It just wasn't enough to ward off Tyrant. They played their game near flawlessly and are able to execute in overtime against a team that was also very good. But that is a 2 up, 2 down. Ladies and gentlemen, unreal over Team Judo Sloth. Absolute domination. Sure, we saw them lose 1 round, but even still, it's a 2-0 overall, and they're walking away with a ton of cash guaranteed, if not that first place grand prize, if they can win in their next one, Jack. Unreal, and congrats to you as well for making another great prediction.
I mean, look, now I know we're gonna get to watch the other side of the bracket, but this right now, I think most people would probably agree. When we would watch Lexnos and Team Juicy J, I'm simply looking to see if they have what it takes to win Clash Royale and Clash of Clans, and I don't see how anyone wins in Brawl Stars against that team. I just don't see how it's possible.
We haven't seen Team Lexnos play, though, you know? I mean,
I just don't see how it's possible.
Maybe they're crazy.
I mean, if you talk about some of the best players in the world when it comes to Brawl Stars, Tribe Gaming is at the top of the list. I mean, they are one of the best teams, period, and Tyrant is on that squad. Of course, as Livy, teammate there as well, but Tyrant really has been putting on a show every single time he's on main stage, so huge shout out to them. Now, Rich, it's time here in just a second. I want you to outline our next matchup, but before I get there, yes, we've got thousands of dollars on the line. We've also had some amazing giveaways all day today, and we have some more to show you here on main stage. Let's see who else has won some amazing giveaways. Oh, guess what? It's a Samsung Galaxy Bundle giveaway to Dex Wythe. Congratulations. You're going to win a Galaxy Z Fold 5, a Tab S9 Plus, and a Buds 2 Pro. Huge congratulations to you, Dex. I'm sure you're going to love those amazing devices. I know our competitors certainly. The Galaxy Z Fold 5. You can use the command in the chat, but Dex, you don't have to do that because you're going to have one in your hand shortly, so congratulations. Now, I think we've got a couple more things we want to break down here, but man, I'm in the chat now for your chance to win. We've got moderators across all of our live streaming platforms to take a look at your player tags, and hopefully you're one of those lucky 50 winners for that gold pass for Clash of Clans. Now, we didn't get a chance to see Clash of Clans in the last matchup, but I think we might maybe in this next one. Rich, it's time. We've got Lexnos and we've got Juicy J, a good friend of yours that maybe you've been believing in since the beginning of the broadcast. Talk to me about this matchup. What do you think we're going to see?
Well, first of all, I want to say that, of course, I've never doubted Juicy for a second, but I am going to have to go against him in this one, if only because it seems like he does best when his back's up against the wall. So you put him against Team Lexnos, who 2-0'd. You have Lexnos, who is a 5-time North American champion in Clash of Clans. You have Zulan for Brawl, who's a 4-time world finalist. And then you have Cheesecake, who plays Clash Royale and has a nice little bit of Carl in him. He's been to world finals as well as a spectator, but he's been there, right? This is a good team that can come out and do some work against Juicy J.
I love that breakdown because oftentimes when we talk about our creators, right, you say, oh, they're content creators. They're people like Courage that really have no pro level experience, really don't have the skill to be put on stage, but they're incredible content creators, right? And they make some amazing content which can help out their teams in some way. When you talk about Lexnos, I mean, we're talking about world champion. This guy's next level and makes great content. So you've got a huge boon there. Now, some of our content creators that are not even pro level players have been putting on a show today, have put up some great stats as well. So let's take a look at those rosters and talk about them more. I'm not even going to give Jack a chance to rebut what I said. We're going to keep rocking and rolling through these. I had a chance to see Cheesecake as well during the qualifiers. Cheesecake was actually really, really strong in the qualifiers. A player that, according to Juicy J, kind of falls under the radar sometimes. A really solid player, but doesn't have some of the accolades that others do. So you could see Cheesecake kind of pop off in the Clash Royale here, Rich. And you already shouted out Lexnos and Zulan, of course. On Juicy J's side, we saw them on main broadcast already, but Ninja and Steel also look like they're really, really strong throughout all day today.
This is a really interesting matchup. Again, we saw Team Juicy J kind of be shockingly good in the last one, and most importantly, show resiliency, right? When they got in trouble, they were able to get back in it and get the job done. And I think that's more impressive than anything when you talk about these matchups, is they seem like one of the few teams that faced adversity and got through it. They have to be feeling really good about that as they go up against Team Lexnos.
Yeah, great shout. Now, Leslie, I got a chance for you to potentially make some predictions, maybe some words of wisdom. Do we have any of your mother's sayings to share with some of these teams going forward? Because again, like Jack said, a lot of money on the line just for this semifinals match. And we're talking about thousands of dollars if you can win this assured in your pocket. assured in your pocket.
Yeah, this one's tricky. But I have to give it to Lexnos. We share 2 letters with the same name. Leslie, Lexnos.
Stop, Lex.
Go for
I actually prefer a standard New York cheesecake over a very much fruit content cheesecake. I think the sugar content gets to be a bit too high. And honestly, a good pie crust goes a long way on a cheesecake.
I'll buy you a
I'm very
cheesecake.
passionate about cheesecake. You're in a Basque cheesecake. A Basque cheesecake is very good.
Oh, okay, well, I guess that might be a first here on broadcast. A nice cheesecake breakdown here from Jack. Let's take a look at our players, though. Yeah, this is cool to see, right? Because again, we haven't seen Lexnos here on main stage, and I had the chance, of course, to cast with Lexnos. Brought through all the qualifiers here, so excited to see what they're able to do. And Rich, I know you've had a chance to potentially even talk with them before behind the scenes. Wisdom, you got the predictions. Can I just be the only one that's just going to believe in Juicy J? I just think that practice makes perfect. Like, they have put in the work. They were here. I was here last night, super late. They had some like rehearsal or something. Juicy J's team stayed as long as possible to practice together in Discord. I saw their names at, I don't even know what time it was, 1 a.m. or something like that. They've put in the work. It's time for game. Juicy J, prove me right. Let's get into it, Rich.
Oh man, it is Ninja. He was the one that was so sad, and then he was.
They're all so low right now. Down goes Juicy J. Steel does regain just a little bit, but he's gonna have to back on off now as well, as this should be a very good hold by Team Lexnos, and now they're on the offensive.
Yeah, this is going to get in pretty deep. Ninja's going to be able to hold for just a moment, and they should be able to hold the damage. This might take a while here for someone to emerge with an actual goal.
Who are the wall breakers on each team? Do they have any?
I don't believe that anyone has a natural wall busting ability here, so this might be just about trying to get in and actually get it into the goal.
Oh, this has all the signs of Lexnos pushing down the front door here. Down goes one. Steel now very weak as well. He'll fall two. It's Ninja all by himself. Cheesecake ball on in. The pass to Lexnos! What a pass to Lexnos! A brilliant score there to go up 1-0.
Wow.
And a great distraction play.
Steel just went for it.
Oh my
and
gosh,
Rosa might be able to walk right in. Steel's trying to go around. Rosa's going to go and clear the path out.
I'm telling you,
that was so
that
fast.
bang ability seems like the best ability in the game.
That was insane.
It's a carry ability, and when you have troops that are a little bit squishier that you can take off the board with it, especially, you see how Cheesecake and Zulan are clumped right now. Steel really wants that double kill over there. You saw him actually activating. That's why he turned yellow. Yeah. He was aiming to try to get that chain and get them both off the board. Didn't quite have it, but he is definitely thirsty for those opportunities.
Oh my.
Another 1v1 there by Steel. And now just playing this flank for the moment, making Cheesecake have to continue to worry about him, which will give Juicy J a chance to push up the map just a little bit. There's a second kill as well. Zulan now left in the 1 versus 3. Lexnos will spawn back in the shot! The shot from downtown!
Oh my god!
Brilliant play by Steel, recognizing overtime's about to start. Immediately all the walls will fall. Times the shot perfectly. A veteran play right there.
Literally shot from pre-overtime into overtime. Just knew it was coming. That was crazy.
So clean.
The timing there was absolutely Jay.
Juicy J, one more Brawl Stars round away from winning $6,000 more and making it to the grand finals, where they'll have a chance to compete.
How will they perform under the
championship.
pressure, though? How will they perform?
Steel finds one. Zulan down to just 21 HP. Will heal back up. Nice recovery there by Team Lexnos, and now they're going to look to push up this left side of the map.
And just trying to gain control of the middle right now after sacrificing early. And Steel would love to get a little DPS in there so that he can then go and chain. If Juicy J can spray again, and now you see Cheesecake Zoo and Lexnos all get a little further away, and that was an inopportune dive from Steel.
Yeah,
and Ninja goes.
I can definitely tell Steel's had a couple of those so far in this round. As Cheesecake passes the ball over to Zulan. Zulan tries to force it on through.
Nice.
And again, Zulan is just trying to do that right there.
That's beautiful.
Take away your ability to actually fight and then kill you.
Oh, Ninja's crazy.
Zulan now just using that range.
Rosa's obnoxiously hard to kill.
Yeah, I can see. That's insane.
They really should do a Terminator skin for Rosa. She's so indestructible.
Here comes the pressure. Zulan now playing left side. Nice stop by Ninja.
And again, just no way to open these up. So This really might go to overtime as long as there are no brutal mistakes made by either team.
Oh, I mean, Juicy is really low right now. That's the only thing.
Oh, but he gets it. But then Juicy J, like, he has like another life.
Yeah, he gets knocked off his mech. Nice counter!
Woo!
Steal with 1! Steal with 2! Steal!
Oh,
And the third.
that was crazy.
Nearly got the full team wipe, and now that Lexnos has to be a little bit careful here. He's really
he's out.
himself. Yep.
Oh, and now Ninja's going for it. Was that Ninja's ultimate right there? Oh my goodness.
Oh, but everyone's up again.
This really has devolved into it. I mean, it's called Brawl Stars, but at the highest level, you know, these players really play their lanes. This has devolved into an all-out brawl. Oh my word!
Oh my, he's alive!
That's gonna be all.
That's it.
Steal.
That's
Right
it.
now. The shot comes through. 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen,
Wow.
Team Juicy J has made it to the grand finals.
Wow.
What a play at the end.
And what a beautiful, beautiful sequence at the end. You know, Steel kept on taking risks, kept on diving, and sometimes it didn't work, but he had enough confidence in the rest of his team. Very minimum, keep that other team afraid of that possibility.
Oh man, I mean,
Rich.
all I'm looking for now in Brawl Stars is who's gonna get Fang on their team. Who's gonna get Fang on their team?
Rich
I am blown away by those celebrations too. Can we give some credit to that? If you want to hear what they're saying, make sure you go check out their own individual streams, because that was there was some passion behind those voices. And look, I'm not saying I called it, but I called it. Team Juicy J goes big, 2 up, 2 down, Juicy J on top. And look, I got to give some credit to Steel as well. Some masterful 2v1s, almost 3v1s from Steel. Not only kept them in that game in that final round, Lexnos was about to score and still comes out of the gates, bust out on 2, finds 2, prevents the push, and then scores himself. By the way, Jack, Steel plays on Tribe with Tyrant.
Oh my goodness. Then like, they both have to be thinking they can't let the other one get Fang. That just seems like the whole thing, because it looks like the character that can punish the most of any character we've seen so far. So like, if one person's slightly out of position or gets a little bit too aggressive while being weak, it's Fang who can just go and make sure that mistake is paid for. As we watch back what got Team Juicy J to the grand finals, and again, the difference now in the finals, this is going to be a $16,000 match, with also each member winning a Samsung Galaxy bundle, which includes a Galaxy Z Fold 5, a Galaxy Tab S9 Plus, a Buds 2 Pro, and a trip to the Clash World Finals. A lot on the line for our grand finals, which will be starting here soon.
The stakes quite literally couldn't be higher, Rich.
I mean, look, that is so much money. Do you have any idea how many 45 RPM records you can buy that amount of money? It's insane.
I don't even know what
Rich,
that means.
did you live through the Great Depression? That's what I'm starting to think.
What is RPM?
It's all scarcity here.
Rich, what was it like being alive in the 1970s? I want to know, because I have no idea.
Question.
Free love, baby. Free love.
Oh my gosh.
Look at the passion. Look at the passion from these players. I love seeing the reactions. I'm so glad we have the player caves here. All 3 yelling, not just Juicy J, always super animated, but all 3 Steel, Ninja, pro players alike, just so happy that they're here. Let's take a quick look at the stats, of course. Steel went big, 120K. I mean, look at Sulin, though. That goes to show, like, Brawl Ball is about skill, sure. It is about throwing down damage, but it's not everything. It comes down to strategy and striking when opportunity knocks. Courage, it's exactly what you said about Fang. Steel was able to find those small moments of opportunity to grab those 2 pieces at the right moment.
It also comes down to the team comp that they chose, being very tanky. They can take that damage day in and day out and still make plays on the map. So impressively done. Zulin did all that they could. Lexnos put up a fight, but in the end, it wasn't enough. And there is a look. One final time at the match scoreboard that got Team Juicy J to our grand finals. We started with 12 teams across the world, and now we are down to just 2 teams of 3. Woo! Team Insane versus Team Juicy J. Everything on the line.
so much we can talk about both of these teams. They've both dominated either sides of not only their groups, but also their brackets. 2 up, 2 down, both sides. Neither team is dropping maps. It's unreal domination and dumpster fires from their opponents. Juicy J versus Insane could be a matchup that we'll remember for years to come, depending on how it goes. Now, lady and gentlemen, I've got a question for you. Before we talk about some more things and get into this matchup, usually I'm one that tries to keep the desk unbiased, but we've been doing predictions all day today because, to be honest, it's just that much more fun, right?
True.
So it's time to make some predictions. It's time to talk about who you think's going to win this. Jack, I'll start with you because I think I know your answer, but talk to me about your pick.
Listen, both teams have done a fantastic job today. I think Rich has been with Team Juicy J all day. Here in the grand finals, Team Insane. They look unbelievable across the board, and I cannot wait to see what they can do. What I'm most excited about is that we not only have the storyline of it is the grand finals, but we have the storyline of both of these teams have yet to lose a match. So the winner of this grand finals will be not only a champion, but an undefeated champion taking home the grand prize. It's a great storyline to have. I'm Team Insane all the way.
All right, Leslie, I'll throw it to you. What are you thinking? Are you going Juicy J or are you going Insane?
I was originally the first person to root for Team Insane, I just want to say, and then Courage hopped on the bandwagon, and then I was like the cooler, better person. I was like, fine, you can have the rooting for Team Insane down, but like I'm just saying I would have, I would have stuck it all the way through. But now, I'm going to go Team Juicy J. And because it's for the storyline. Remember when we saw that footage of Ninja and he was like sad and then he went, you know what I mean?
That's right.
And that's and then we saw him win and he was like, yeah! Right? I just want to see him win all the way through. This is for Team Juicy J. This is for the dinner in Helsinki for Rich. The further Team Juicy J goes, the better that dinner is. And one last thing is that before we were saying things, or you guys were saying that Juicy J seemed like they were the weaker team. There's a lot of doubt, especially from Rich this whole time, and now it's kind of like they're proving it. They put in all the work on the comms. They stayed up late. They've been practicing, so it's kind of like a good storyline. I really do hope Juicy J wins this, but
Leslie,
I have been wrong all day. So carry on.
You're a true natural here in the booth. Rich, real quick, what are you thinking? Are you going to keep doubting Juicy J?
First of all, I have been with Juicy J the entire time, and you talk about Helsinki. I know that there's some Michelin star restaurants in there, so I really want Juicy to win this one. But I have to jump off the Juicy train here in the final. I think these two teams are going to split the teams here, put the sets in the early one, and then they're going to go ahead and Team Insane is going to get another 9 stars, another perfect round to finish things out.
Hanging out here in the broadcast with us. So Google Play gift cards go to JJ and Ray, TK, Daniel Royale, and Scarlet Letter. Congratulations, $25 gift card to Google Play Store. Congratulations. Hopefully you can load those in on your Galaxy Z Fold 5s as well. Huge congratulations to everyone that entered. Of course, thank you for doing so. But 4 winners on your screen right now. And by the way, I believe we have the winners of the Clash of Clans passes. Those gold passes, guess what? Who's going to win them? Here's the 50 names. Like I said before, I'm not going to read them out, but Dirty Payback, one of them. Congratulations, Fallen Angel, Fatal, and so many more. Huge congratulations. I know everybody's been spamming their player tags, and I love to see it. Maybe go add some friends, create some community, and, well, some of these players are going to be having some gold passes in their account. These will come down the line. Stay patient for those. We'll get those into your account as soon as we can. And we have one more pass of 50 amazing things to give out, all courtesy of Supercell. And what I mean, you can win this. All you've got to do is type in your player tag in chat now for Brawl Stars. We're done with Clash of Clans. We're done with Clash Royale. It's Brawl Stars time. Lunar Janet skin looks sick. Type in that player tag. Again, remember, you've got to type in that hashtag or # at the very beginning of that to type in your number. Sound good? Great. I see everybody in chat nodding their head. Everybody in the booth nodding their head. Huge congratulations to everybody that's won thus far. We've got 50 more of these Lunar Janet skins to give away. It's time. We've done the predictions. I think pretty much everybody besides Leslie and I are going Juicy J, and that's right. I'm not doubting on my boy Juicy J. He's been doing it all day today. I'm cheering on Juicy J as well. Let's take a look at those rosters one more time before we get into the grand finals. Now, Rich, I'll let you talk a little bit about this team that you're backing, Team Insane, because again, a dynamic trio that has a large amount of experience, not even a modicum, a large amount of experience at a high level. So take me through it.
Everyone in this team is so shockingly good at the game that isn't their game.
That's right.
That's the story of Team Insane, and that's what we talked about at the beginning. You have to have a team that has depth. Honestly, any one of these players can pop off in any one of these games. They've proven that already. Team Juicy J, they got the dog in them, though. And I think that's going to come out real hot. This is going 3. This is going 3, and it's going to be a barn burner the whole way.
It's going 3, and I gotta say, every time it's gone 3, I've been plans as a reminder, starting with Clash Royale, then going Brawl Stars, then Clash of Clans. Do I give Juicy J the advantage in Clash of Clans? I don't know. Not against the perfect war team. I need Juicy J to close it out in 2, Leslie.
They have to. I really hope to see a 2-0 here because we saw the dominating performance from Insane. So if we're predicting right, we got to see a 2-0 from Juicy J, and I believe.
Okay. Leslie and I believe in the 2-0. I think it's necessary. It looks like Courage and Rich kind of in the same lane. Do you think that if it goes to game 3, it's got to be Insane?
Yeah, no, completely. I think that if they somehow can beat them in Brawl Stars, I'll already be impressed enough. I know that they might have a teammate there, and yet forget about it. Tyrant impressed me the most of anybody. I'm very, very excited to see where this one goes. Either way, the matches throughout the day have been fantastic. And, you know, as we start this grand finals, I just want to make sure I drop beef. Leslie, we don't have beef. No beef here. Got a lot of respect for you. You're a great Clash Royale player. Goji Berry, you're great as well. And Rich, yes, I'm so happy to see you still here, 112 years old, Rich. It's great to see.
Sunscreen, that's my advice. Wear sunscreen.
It's been a pleasure casting alongside all of you, I gotta say. From our first time, this is terrifying, but, you know, I had a fun time. Learning a lot. It's been great.
I just want to say this has all really been love, and I really enjoyed your show match. And Fusely, you've had a really great deck there paired with my boy CWA.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just curious, that Golem deck, where'd you get that from?
You DM'd.
That's right. And my boy CWA go out there without some help? With a little backup?
I did.
Ash, you're my boy. I got you.
What's you up? Kidding me?
Yep. What's up?
Wow. I just clicked and imported it, and then last night I looked up some Clash tutorials, Clash with Ash tutorials, and Bing Bang Bop dominated. I ain't gonna lie, I did not sweat. I never for a moment thought we were gonna lose that. It was crazy. From start, Baby Dragons, Lumberjack. Yeah, I mean, we had it in the bag, and thank you, Rich, for that. You're a real one.
Message besides completely butchering my name, just incredible mode of kind of trying to maintain some peace, and Rich just shatters it all going into the grand finals. What are we talking about? Jack, do you have a rebuttal?
At this point, I just want to watch the finale. Like I can't trust anyone on this desk. Rich is wearing sunglasses. It's like 9 p.m. Like
it's always daytime in here, baby. Let's go.
Oh my God.
I'm sick to my stomach.
Cast, you couldn't have asked for anything better. Thanks again to Samsung Galaxy and Supercell for making this all possible. Hopefully you've enjoyed the show, by the way, and all of our players competing on that Galaxy Z Fold 5. Courage has been talking about 7.6-inch interior screen unfolded. Check out the command ! Galaxy Z Fold 5 to get that link. It's also down in the description below. Let's take one last look at the players here. Juicy J rallying his chat together to fall in line and rally him to a victory, but here's a look at High because they're playing for $31,000 if they can take away first, as well as that Galaxy Z Fold 5 and that Samsung Galaxy bundle, Galaxy Tab S9 Plus, Buds 2 Pro, and an all expenses paid trip to the Clash World Finals. What are we talking about? A massive grand prize going to the first place team. Nerves at an all-time high, but a lot of these players, they've been here before, and likely they'll be here again. Just a matter of performing on the day that you're given. Opportunities knocking. Who's going to open the door? I'm through a cracked window. Doesn't even need a door. I'm cheering on my boy Juicy J all day today. All right, Leslie, I've done this several times, and game's getting started. So as we get into it, you have one more time. Give us some words of wisdom, some room for aspiration for our teams.
It's time to get good. Let's go, Juicy J. World domination.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Here it is. Everything we've been waiting for. Our grand finals winners. and each member will receive a Samsung Galaxy bundle. Who will come out on top? And to start it on off, it's Clash Royale.
Big push from the left. I don't even know what this guy does. He looks tanky. Oh, but they got a good
That's
spawn.
the bowler.
Yeah.
And I found out that my dad once bowled a 260, which if you know bowling, that's right. Isn't that crazy?
Really good.
Wow.
It's crazy.
I didn't know that until like a year ago. It was when I sent him my score and I bowled like a 150.
Oh, and the Dark Goblin. Oh, yes. My favorite. That's my favorite unit.
Which one's
in the
Dark
game.
Goblin? Where is he?
Well, he's gone now, but he was there for a second.
Oh, why is he your favorite?
He is gone.
Because he can shoot everything.
Ah.
Yeah.
Keep an eye here on this actually really nice construction to fight against this quad bait deck. You have the log and fireball on the side of Ninja. Steel, I don't know his spell situation yet, but there's probably a small spell and a big spell together. But the double bomb towers here are designed to be able to flex on both taking down, be able to control with the defense against the goblin barrels. So smart construction here.
Oh.
Yeah, so far, it looks like it is in favor of Ninja and Steel at the moment. A little bit of damage on this right side, another all-out assault coming on in. A lot of elixir available on the side of Ninja and Steel, so they will answer. And a little bit of a reaction there, Rich. What was that about?
Well, the King Tower activation is going to make this double bait deck a lot harder. You now have two King Cannons. They're going to work against that, not to mention the E-Wiz went high, the Electro Wizard, to go ahead and stop everything up there. So just a nice sequence overall that's going to make things...
Oh, look at the elixir. They have so much. Oh, we're going to see it. Goblins get rolled. What is that
Literally.
log with the spikes that comes down? The thing is insane.
It's not a log, it's the log. And it has a life of its own. And it is only 2 elixir. It's the most popular small spell in the game and has been for years.
I've never seen it.
Now the double elixir coming back into play. You see everyone spamming out these fires little by little.
Oh, it's going to go down.
Still the advantage of the pressure going in favor of Steel and Ninja. They're going to drop 4 units right onto that right Princess Tower, but it's not enough. 1,500 HP to 1,000 HP. One push is all it takes, and this is a mega push right now.
Oh.
This is a much higher level matchup in this. The minor poison control. The decks these two teams are playing, and you see that there's not a single Clash Royale pro or content creator in this group. This is actually shockingly impressive.
Woo! Juicy J! They take the first one. Wow.
The pop off from Ninja and Steel right there. We talked about it time and time again. Team Insane, this is probably their least played and overall weakest mode of the 3. So Juicy J, in my opinion, need to strike first, and they've done just that with winning game number 1. We'll watch a replay here very briefly before we get into game number 2.
And this was, again, a great deck pick by Team Juicy J, not wanting to get beaten by the quad bait that they saw be so dominant from Team Insane earlier on. And they have so much control here. That's what this deck is. This is minor poison control. Pretty much everything other than the poison, the minors, and the fireball is designed to purely play defense until you have the moment where you can start to actually put damage down. And once they pulled ahead, they were not going to give up this lead.
That was the final moment when you called that was about to be over. And here's the pop off as they realized who was frowns to start the day. Now all smiles as they've made it into what will be the toughest matchup of this entire tournament so far. How will Insane, Tyrant, and Nick respond? Will they be able to bring us to a game 3 on Clash Royale, or will we go right to Brawl Stars with them down with their backs against the wall?
My guess here is that Team Juicy J, if they don't win this here, they will win the best of 3. I would be kind of surprised with the decision-making that they're having right now. I think that they're going to get some nice decksmanship out of my co-caster for Clash Royale League and Juicy and what they pick. Brawls, it's going to come down to Brawl. Brawl is going to be the one where either I think that Team Juicy J needs to win this in 2 sets. If this goes to that 3rd set, the Clash of Clans skills of Team Insane is very frightening.
And there's Tyrant for Brawl, which is crazy, you know.
Mm-hmm. And right back to the well, going back to that minor poison control one more time for Juicy and Steel.
It ain't broke, don't fix it, huh? That's kind of the mindset they have.
Yeah, and it's versatile. It gives them a lot of great defensive options. they can just hold, and as long as they don't make mistakes, they can get good wins. They'll have a second bomb tower here. They might not even need it, and they decide, yeah, I don't think they even needed the bomb tower there. They could have just used the Ice Spirit. This is nice and covers lots of bases.
Wow, this seems so strong.
Oh.
No matter what they've thrown at them, they've just been melting it. Okay, so they got that. That was a smart tornado. Or what's that ability where it sucks them in because they activated the King Towers?
Yeah, that was a good tornado, and it's a little easier to activate again the King Tower here in 2v2. It is not quite the distance you would have in 1v1. You can't really make that pull in solos, and that's an early King Tower activation that they don't love.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that thing? Is it a lumberjack? He's got a big axe.
Oh, that was the miner.
Oh, miner.
Yep.
This little shovel one more time. Late bomb tower to hold here. It should do double duty against some of these recruits as well.
Nice. That's actually really good use right there. Big drop down on the backside.
Keep an eye on this bowler play because they have the 2 buildings, but the bowler will also be useful for knocking back these Ram Riders. Right. They also can get a tornado bowler lineup potentially if they are playing NATO in this deck as well, which I assume they are.
Double
the bomb tower seems so good, Rich. The bomb tower in this setup just seems it shuts down everything.
It's about to get nerfed.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, it's been the dominant building in the game for a while. It's so important for that control. The big 6 spawners that have the little shields on them.
Yep.
30 seconds left, and
more pressure on this white princess tower. Another 150 damage going on in. Bowler spawns. There's the Royal Recruits. Will get dropped on in, and now this is where all the spam comes into play.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is bad. This is the double drop of bomb tower. They're not in a ton of trouble, but the double drop of bomb tower, when they already had the barbarians defending on the right-hand side against the Ram Rider.
See just 4 elixir right now from the side of Juicy J. A lot being dropped by Steel, trying to do what he can to hold this off. It's a bowler on each side at the moment.
And Juicy is once again playing the slightly faster cycle deck, although Steel's deck gets around fairly quickly. But notice that Juicy J has the 1 elixir Ice Spirit in that deck. Newer players, it's a tiny little guy who runs and jumps and just for a moment stuns you with a little bit of icy love.
A little bit of icy love.
Oh, but look at this.
Poison seems so good.
It does.
Yeah, it's probably the best of the, when I say big spells, I mean spells that cost 4 elixir or more. You have a couple that are 3 elixir that are kind of, depending on how you think about it, big or small, but Poison, Fireball, the 4 elixir spells, Lightning for 6, Rocket for 6. Small spells are like the Log, things like that.
This is close. We're in overtime.
This is one of our longest games. Now we're wait, 3 times elixir right now? Is that what we just hit?
Never. Gonna max out.
Now at this point, you just gotta click whatever's there, huh?
Throw it down.
Triple's interesting because now it gives Shane and Tyrant a lot more opportunity to stack troops behind.
Yeah.
That Fireball probably needed to go to clear the bomb tower, but they go second Ram Rider behind. Can they stun? The bowler in, and man, this control deck is just too good at stopping everything.
1,300, 1,100, 1,000 now on the right Princess Tower.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Wow. That's nice. Call it here, folks.
No, wait, it's not over yet.
It is about as it's about as over as my youth, according to Courage here.
Wow, so you're telling me that's been over for a long time. As
I look great for 85, dude.
You do look fantastic.
Wait,
Matt is going.
Poison? Wait.
They just have they just had a mass spam.
So what happens here?
It was a tiebreaker based off how much health is on the base, right?
Yep. When we reach 0. When you reach 0, all the towers begin counting down their health, and the lowest single tower is the one that's going to explode, and you get the win that way.
So Team Juicy J just won that.
Wow.
Oh, yes, they did.
Juicy J now 1 game away from being our Grand Finals champions, our Galaxy Battle Superverse champions. Doge, they won Clash Royale, but all eyes have been on the performance of Brawl Stars.
I mean, that is absolutely huge coming in from Navi there today. I mean, that is absolutely huge coming in from Navi there. Beautiful plays also as well. With these guys, I mean, look how much again, and look at this, the perfect. It shouldn't have been a situation where he had to do it, but he just did it time and time again. And look at this, the perfect shot gets like 5k damage onto his opponent. And I mean, look how much it means to them coming in that first seed. That is the emotion that goes through these guys. It just means so much to win this group and get a step closer to Worlds.
That's gonna be a meme. I'm telling you already. That is confirmed a meme. But you see the passion, as you said. You see the passion, you see the love there is. And that is one of the most beautiful things with Brawl. Just
a little bit of it. Killed it on that. I'm back south, and boy oh boy, do I want to hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Trav. Yes, I am backstage with the man himself. What a phenomenal performance that was from Navi. Angel Boy, I mean, you absolutely killed it on that stage.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, still a lot of improvement to do. I played not that good in some moments, but yeah, finally we played a very strong knockout, very tough game. GG's to both teams, SK Kalalas and Reject.
Yeah, and speaking of Reject in particular, they were a massive favourite in this competition. You know, Chappie's a two-time world champion, and Navi faced them, you know, that very player back in 2021. So in that respect, did you guys feel any additional pressure going into that matchup?
Actually, we were very pressured and very nervous. I'm talking about myself. My arm were cold when I was playing against SK Kalalas, but against Reject we were like warm up already. My arms weren't cold. I was more focused and stuff. So yeah, no pressure, I think. But in knockout, some moments, yeah.
You were an absolute demon on the Nanny pick, which brings me around to ask the question regarding kind of like what you guys tend to often play, which is those big tanky comps, big healing ideas. Was that strategic to step outside of your comfort zone here today? Are you holding something back, or are you keeping people guessing? Because either way, it's working phenomenally well.
I want to shout out my coach Sylvie. He's doing an amazing work. He has a lot of ideas in his mind that maybe sometimes doesn't work, but in general I think he's the smartest coach in the world of Brawl Stars. And yeah, today I think all combos were better, and I hopefully tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I wish you the best of luck. Before we sign off, any shout outs that you want to give to your crew, your team, the Navi Nation?
Actually, there are a lot of people who I wanted to mention, but if I mention someone, the other one will be said, so I will not.
A shout out to everyone then in that regard. Congratulations once again, Angel Boy, and go and celebrate with your teammates and get focused up for tomorrow. We cannot wait to see you back once more. We're going to head it over to the casting desk to finalize things off.
Stars from the top side of Team and Shane.
Leslie and I are just dancing around because Juicy J's team's taking care of business, right? They did what they exactly what they needed to do. They played near flawlessly. And Rich, I think you had some great comms on that minor poison deck that worked both times, right? With the control. Like, minor poison just does so much chip damage that if you allow the game to get into overtime, like you just saw right there, where even though you're not taking down a tower, you're able to chip away so much damage throughout the course of time. If they defend well, they use the control deck effectively to defend, you're always going to come out on top because you can just get so much chip damage from distance. Bomb tower, they really weren't able to push through these defenses with any sort of efficiency, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is, even if you do the double drop on the bomb tower plus the barbs, you have the bowler in there as well, which has the knockback. And, you know, minor poison control is about not making mistakes and keeping it close enough that when you get to triple elixir, you can cycle minors, cycle poisons, and just make up any ground. And as long as you don't fall too behind too early, minor poison control can be absolutely devastating. It's a classic archetype that was used here to perfection.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And as we were taking a look back in the qualifiers as well, here's our match scoreboard. So 2-0, of course, in Clash Royale. Brawl Stars is up next. Tyrant hasn't lost Brawl Stars yet. He's going to have to go against his teammate yet again with Steel. So we'll see what they're able to do. But yeah, Rich, it's a great shot because back in the qualifiers, too, we actually saw quite a bit of Minor Poison. That's because we were running that 1v1 duel style where you can only use, you can't repeat cards in each round. But here in friendlies, you can continue to repeat cards. So we saw, of course, that quad bait deck several times. Excited about Brawl Stars, though. It's time to move on. Backs against the wall. Skill on display, Jack. It's time for Tyrant to go big. I assume we know what you're about to say here, but what do you expect to see from Team Inshane?
I mean, this is going to come down to who can pop off the most of their hard carries. Which of the two players between Steel and Tyrant can really just show up and pop off in the grand finals. All eyes are on him. They've got to be thinking, what are we going to ban out simply to stop Tyrant? Heck, they're teammates, so they know what he's best at.
Right.
I feel like we're just going to see target bans here to kick this one off. And then at that point, this is probably the most valuable game of Brawl Stars they've ever played. If you're on the side of Team Juicy J, $16,000 match right here if they can clutch this one on up. Doesn't get much bigger than that.
Yeah, I mean, Rich, as we kind of take a look back at what Juicy J's team was able to do in Brawl Stars in particular, right? I mean, we think back at the match we just watched, right? You're going to probably see a Rosa. Was Team Inshane paying attention, right? Are they going to ban out Rosa? Are they going to ban out some of the tanks that Juicy J's team loves to play?
Honestly, if I'm Team Inshane, I'm not super concerned about what the opposing team is picking. If I'm Team Juicy J, I'm really worried about Team Inshane. You see Team Inshane banning Mr. P, which is an easy way for Team Juicy J to be annoying, banning Fang, and banning Nita, which is a really, really great counter on that side. So Crow out, and I know that Crow being out calls for something very, very important.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Yes.
This is all, and Team Juicy J is playing Crow. I'm doubly cheering. I was already rooting for Team Juicy J, but here we go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome.
Oh my goodness. We're back to another ball game as well. So Rosa brought back into play too. Seems like it is quite popular to have in this mode.
Fang banned.
But what are we thinking Tyrant's gonna run since Fang is banned?
I mean, he could run a carry brawler. He might be the one to run B here as well. Curious about to see what their last pick is. Primo is purely here for Team Juicy J to break open the walls in front of the goal. So Primo, that's his primary job. He has this big, long luchador slam where he can break the walls open and make opportunities. This is going to be really interesting here. Rosa and Primo, the two kind of tanky units, B long range. I really don't know what Inshane's going to pick here. He might go Stu, which would be interesting. That would be a good way to pop off and show his skills. Stu is really mobile. I'm really curious. Sandy, an interesting pick here for Team Juicy J. Again, Sandy is going to be an aggressive laner, has the gadget, so can shoot and stun. So this is the cool, look for this from Sandy, to shoot the ball and then use the gadget to stun to let the ball go on past into the goal. That's going to be an interesting strategy. I would not be surprised if on Team Juicy J, if Steel is the one playing Sandy here, although he could obviously go Crow.
Stars and what could be our final game of the day.
Come on, it'd be so sick. A 2-0 in Clash Royale, back-to-back 2-0 in Brawl Stars, but this is where Tyrant's end. His end is here. And it's time? Oh,
it's time.
It's happening.
Here we go, and Tyrant already out in the middle of the map, trying to control that pacing over mid. Inshane and Steel in a big fight on the right side. Nick and Ninja on the left. It's Juicy J and Tyrant battling back and forth, and all three.
It's too good.
And Shane is just up here healing up, and goes ahead and passes the Tyrant. Tyrant is waiting for that to get out because get ready for that slow.
Boom,
Steel just broke his own walls. I am absolutely shocked that Steel's playing Primo in the first place, and that Steel just broke the walls in front of his own goal.
Tyrant knows to go for the reset. You see, kicks the ball away, will defend it. Ball is two teammates.
Oh
Tyrant!
My God.
It's so insane.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's from us. Bye-bye. Goal number one. Shane's going to go ahead and put that in.
Oh, who is this guy, man?
Who cried?
Tyrant might be my dad. I didn't know that. Because that's how good he is.
What? I don't understand. It feels unfair when he's playing. Oh, he went down. He went down.
Yes, but Nick's up there, and I believe that whole thing is clear. GG.
Yeah.
No way. No
get
way.
in. Oh, no. But Shane, Shane picked it.
Oh, hey, look at this. Look at this.
An opportunity for a counterattack.
Hey, they're going in. They're going in.
And the little pets, the little shadow pets there from Terra. Nice little counter. You know, Terra's a solid tank counter. And now Tyrant just going to go ahead and let Shane move up with Rosa, do the tank fight while he goes ahead and gets his health back.
Yep. That poison that was hitting Tyrant is not only good because it, you know, keeps that taking damage down, it doesn't let him heal back up. Steel now with one C.
Ninja run.
Ninja down to just 284 health. He goes down as well. And now Tyrant continuing to put the pressure down from range.
This is
Another
smart.
shot on the Juicy J. They're just defending the ball. That's all they're doing.
Yeah.
Just spawn trapping, just absolute spawn trapping.
Wow.
And this is really smart play. We're going to talk about this map when we get into our second game, but they played that map exactly how you're supposed to play it.
Tyrant is actually insane at this game. It's crazy to watch.
Acts like he's playing a different game. I swear, he's just in the middle, like poke, 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 poke. Everyone just dies.
That was so wild.
So, but this is field goal is interesting because you have these outside bushes that you see on the lanes, and controlling those outside bushes is a major key. But what Tyrant's doing here is the other half of really doing well on field goal. He's going to pinch the outside lanes to win. Yeah, look at that. Boom.
He's getting up the right side. The shot goes on through, and Tyrant strikes in 20 seconds.
Wait, this is game 2?
This is game 2.
Already?
Already.
Yeah, it felt like replays. That was so fast, huh?
GG. I mean, no, I believe. GGJ, come on. Come on.
Tyrant with 1. Tyrant with 2. He's got the ball again. Pass it up to Shane. Shane with the shot.
Oh, Shane, don't shoot. Just walk it in, Shane.
Come on, come on, come on.
That's the second time Shane's done this, right, in this tournament? I believe so.
Yeah, and also the second time that Steel has killed his own walls.
Yeah, that is interesting.
That's another score.
And Nick goes in. Boom.
Oh, my God.
2.
Yes.
That's it. GG. Well played. Domination. And Tyrant picking B and controlling the middle and pinching the outsides. That's why he is the best player in North America.
Oh, my gosh.
Tyrant? I don't think you realize, Tyrant, you are my dad, bro.
I'm a B main. I'm gonna play B only after this.
B very good, Tyrant just diffy. All right, it wasn't close. I don't even have a lot of comments. Tyrant just hit all of his skill shots. The lanes were wide open. They did that flawlessly. Tyrant on top. Unreal gameplay. It is 1-1 in our overall series, which means we're going to Clash of Clans. I want to take a look at some of those replays, though, just because, well, they were jaw-dropping. Let's take a look back at it. And look, Tyrant has proved yet again that he's the best tribe player here, apparently, taking down another one of his teammates in Brawl Stars with Steel. They qualified together, but not holding back here in the grand finals because there's a lot on the line. Look at some of these plays. And, I mean, Rich, you can talk me through some of these.
I mean, this is just 2018, beginning of 2019. And in that summer, I ran a 14-week solo showdown tournament called the Slayton Showdown that Tyrant was just a brand new player who was winning that competition back in the day. He's been just getting better and better ever since then. We're talking about a multiple-time world finalist, multiple-time North American champion, and a guy who shows, look, Steel qualified here. It was a hard thing to do, but there's levels to this, and Tyrant is that level.
Yeah, fantastic gameplay, and, you know, there was a Juicy J, but I almost couldn't utter anything out of my mouth just because of the way Tyrant was playing. Absolute decimation. Was it close across the board? Flawless gameplay. It looked like a team win for certain. There was a lot of backup to the side of Tyrant, but a casual fist bump just to say, yeah, I know I'm the best. Let's get into Clash of Clans and see if we can drop another perfect war, because that's where we're going. Let's take a quick look at the stats, though, and really showcase the domination. I mean, Jack, we talk about how damage isn't everything in Brawl Ball, but it certainly helps.
And right there, he has 16 by himself. The entire enemy team combined has a 9. I mean, he's a one-man army in that mode. And honestly, this grand finals has kind of been exactly what I expected so far. They're weaker in Clash Royale. They dominate in Brawl Stars. And now at this point, yes, They won. They had a perfect match earlier in Clash of Clans, but genuinely, the Galaxy Battles Superverse showrunners and because you couldn't ask for a better finals. This could go either way as we head into the best of one war to end it all. Who will be champions? We're about to find out.
Hold on, and let me just interrupt here. Courage, you mentioned the kill counts, and I don't know if we can go back to that screen or not, because I think my math is right. Tyrant didn't just outkill the other team. I believe he outkilled both teams combined.
Yes.
Yes, he
16,
did.
yeah. So he outkilled everybody.
He's a one-man army. He's literally a one-man army.
That is absolutely bananas, dude.
Oh, man. So fun to talk about. And Jack, you're right. If this was scripted, the script writers killed it, because 2-0 in Clash Royale to show one team's dominant performance, 2-0 in Brawl Stars to show the other team, and then we're headed to Clash of Clans. Now, we're going to take a little while to get these Clash of Clans games set up. It is a one-time war, right? It's just one war. Every person attacks once, and that's it. And that's for $31,000. So this is where it's going to get beginning of the broadcast, and certainly beforehand, about really what it takes to be a good Clash of Clans player, because you can put your performance and your skill on display in a tournament like this, where noobs, if you can call them that, or maybe skillful players in other titles to be more friendly, they get a choice of really solid base designs. They don't pick them themselves. So as a noob defending, you actually have a sizable advantage. So if you're a pro player coming into this, you really have a chance to showcase your skill.
It's why we saw a couple of big pro fails here earlier on. And it's one of the interesting things about Clash of Clans, why it felt like this is the one game where you couldn't really have a pro carry compared to the other games. And I'm curious to see if this Shane team can repeat, if that was just lightning striking once, or if that actually was the level they bring into this one. This is going to be a really, really tight final, and I'm curious to see not just how well they read the bases, but how versatile are they? Are we going to see a wide variety of attacks that are specific for the base that they're seeing, or are they one-trick ponies?
Yeah, right. And we saw the perfect war. Of course, that means every single player got 3 stars. Every single player 100%ed the bases that they were attacking, which is ridiculous to say when you're a Brawl Stars player or you're a Clash Royale player to be able to do that. So unbelievable performance from them earlier, but they've got to do it again. And you're right. Is Lightning going to strike twice in the same spot? Certainly possible, and maybe history will repeat itself with Lightning. Tends to do that. We'll see. I'm still cheering on Juicy J, though. Now, I've got some more giveaway things to talk about before we get into some more commentary here. It's time to talk about that Brawl Stars giveaway, because we have 50 new winners. Get excited. If you see your name on the screen, maybe do a dance around your room. We can't see you, but maybe throw some W's or hearts in the chat. Congratulations to all 50 winners of the Lunar Janet skin for Brawl Stars. You earned this by putting your player tag in the chat, so congratulations. You did the work. You've earned it. Very well done. Radioactive, Portobello mushrooms, or anything in between. Congratulations. If your name is on the screen, that Lunar Janet skin will get into your account. Just stay patient with you. It'll come later down the road, but don't worry, Supercell's got your back. Now, I was just told, by the way, I know people at home are celebrating. It's time to look at some celebrations. I want to look back on some of the best reactions from the day today. I love this style of replay. Let's roll the clip and maybe talk over it. Let's look at it. I mean, Rich, the exclamation of excitement, not only because you prove that you could do something that maybe people didn't think you could, but also you're just winning cash when you win.
Well, you know, the cash does not matter to Judo. Judo is such a perfectionist in everything he does. I have seen him put so much effort into videos that he knows it's likely no one will even see, just as proof of concept stuff. So he's a perfectionist. You see that result. But here you see Juicy J. I told you guys that he is one of the top streamers on TikTok for gaming overall, the pop-off. And here we go, my boy CWA. And, you know, I don't know exactly what Courage is celebrating there.
When is he hearing? Because he would have had to win,
my food just arrived. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Sorry.
Shane is hilarious. Was so like quiet and reserved on broadcast. Was kind of nervous for the competition, but has been dominating. I think Juicy J's celebration and his team's celebration has certainly been the best thus far, and you kind of see this, you know, a comparison of frustration for one of his teammates into the celebration. Very well done from Juicy J to get here, but I think I'm awarding them the best celebrations thus far. What do we think? I don't know. Leslie, you were pretty close. You're pretty excited about that.
Cheering during our matches, but I still love like the story of Ninja, you know, how sad he was. That's when I was like, wow, there's like a lot on the line, you know, and they really care. And so I really still hope for a Juicy J win, but seeing and also then my second favorite was Juicy J just going up, and like it's replayed a couple times, but I love seeing his reaction there. So let's go Juicy J all the way, you know. But in Shane, like we saw that perfect war from him, so you know that's also, you know, it could go either way.
The way you just talked is exactly how my brain is operating right now. I'm like cheering on Juicy J. I think they can win, but then you're like, but Shane had the perfect war and we're going into Clash of Clans. Like, I don't know if the writing is on the wall and if this is going to be utter decimation or if maybe I can manifest something here for Juicy J like I did for some Crow picks today. But Rich, I know we've got a little bit of time here, so we've talked, you know, ad nauseum about both of these teams, their experience, what they've been able to do. Going into Clash of Clans, I mean, just give it to me straight. Do you think Shane can drop another perfect war, or is this going to be maybe a little bit better defense from a team like Team Juicy J?
I have to give the edge to Team Shane here because it's just cold. It's calculated. This is not the same. You know, Brawl Stars is a big momentum, a big feeling game. Clash of Clans has that big feeling thing. Clash Royale is a big feeling thing. Clash of Clans is a game for stone cold analytical people, and that's Shane. That's his squad, and I got to give him the advantage here. But I know, but I want Juicy to win.
Yeah, sure. I love that. Well, I think you're right. I'm not going to say that out loud again. I don't think you're right. I think Juicy J's got this, but I think it was a great breakdown because I think Shane certainly has a good chance to do very, very well. And I think actually we're going to have a chance to talk to Shane here shortly before this war gets underway because, again, with Clash of Clans, things take a little bit of time to get set up. So thanks for staying patient with us. We're excited to get into it, though, because, again, a ton of cash on the line. And, oh, I'm getting word. Shane's already ready. This man is quick with it. Let's bring in Shane here into the broadcast. Shane, can you hear me, my friend? Are you ready?
I can hear you loud and clear, my friend. We are poised and we are ready to dominate the matchup. So we are here, we are in our prime, and we are ready to show what our team is made of.
I love that from you, and I love the confidence too, because you guys already have shown what you're made of, right? You had the opportunity to showcase that on main stage against Crying Man, and you drop a perfect war. Talk me through that moment. Did everything just fall into place correctly, or was this kind of a pre-planned, practiced, you know, game plan that you were able to execute on?
First performance with a 98% 2-star in the first Clash of Clans war. I was a little bit and you know, we came out strong. We got a 3-star for our first attack. And everyone just kind of pulled their weight, everyone pitching in, doing what they need to do, and we just made it happen. And honestly, we've been practicing a fair bit in Clash of Clans, and I think it's kind of showing in the results right now.
Shane, I knew that you were versatile overall in the Superverse, but tell me about Nick, because you guys have this, first of all three of you, right, the perfect war, and then obviously you have Tyrant, who's a monster, but Nick came out with the Crow game. Where did this guy come from?
To both of my teammates, they are phenomenal players. Nick coming in, obviously Clash of Clans pro, but he has done so well in Brawl Stars and in Clash Royale, and same with Tyrant. And that's probably what just a testament to the strength of our team is the ability to pull their weight in all three games. So I just gotta say I'm impressed with both of my teammates just being able to perform.
Yeah, Shane, you all have done fantastic thus far, but it's time to let you go. Good luck, my friend. Everything on the line. Thanks for popping in, Shane. All right. I mean, Courage, what do you think about that interview? It felt pretty confident to me.
You know, you talked about how it's important to have a good leader. You could just tell he's a cool, calm, collected guy leading this team. It makes a lot of sense why they've made it this far. And to hear that they were most excited about the Clash of Clans matchup, the fact that this is what's going to send off the whole tournament makes it that much sweeter. I am rooting for Team Shane, yes, because of how sick Tyrant has been. But I actually genuinely feel like it's a coin flip for who could win this Clash of Clans finale. And that makes it the best broadcast we could have.
Yeah, I totally agree. It couldn't have gone better. We're here in the final moments. Excited to see what's going to happen in Clash of Clans. 3 attacks on either side, moments away from glory. $31,000 on the line in the Samsung Galaxy bundle with all of our amazing devices we've been talking about all day today. Leslie, I mean, I think we are quite literally seconds away. So I know we've learned a lot today when it comes to Clash of Clans. And I mean, I think I know what you're going to say. Are you expecting the Queen Walk to be the main strategy here, or are we going to see a ton of drags?
I was a believer in the aerial attacks only. My old strategy was forget the walls, you know. But after watching today and the dominating performance of Enchained, I'm a big fan of the Queen Walk with the skellies, you know, all the crazy little skellies, and then they surround everything and boom, 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 boom. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that. And yeah, but the problem is that I was rooting for Juicy J and Team Enchained was the one that used the skelly. So, you know, we'll see. Maybe Team Juicy J adapts to it.
Charge the QCC. It's time, Queen. Charge, commit to it, Rich. Take it away. Here we go.
Let's go ahead, jump on in for our first attack. Steal on Team Juicy J. Using those lightnings, trying to clear out a bit. The EQs will come in, the earthquakes, to get the Infernos out of the story. And here we go. Absolutely, it's going to be Golem Witch.
Golem Witch, okay.
We have seen the strategy a few times today.
Wait, there's
see the Eagle Artillery on the map.
You know, it does a great job, this Golem Witch, of not giving the Eagle Artillery a really clear attack pattern.
Yeah.
Right? So much of Clash of Clans is trying to set a funnel and drive your group through a certain part of the base. But this instead lets you spread things out, try not to give too many easy targets to the Eagle Artillery, and get a lot of value from it.
I mean,
this is about to be a 2-star here momentarily. In about a couple moments. There it is, 2-star now.
With 2
Rich,
minutes left.
Yeah, with still a ton of time. Rich, looking at this right now, what confidence level do you have in this being a 3-star?
Well, you got to get to that Eagle Artillery. You got to get there quickly. These witches, they're going to get a little bit closer, but where's the target? Warden did already pop the ability, so that could be a bit of a problem here, and you have a deep expo that's still up.
Oh, wait, what's coming from the sky? What was that?
That was the Eagle Artillery. Those were the shots. Yep. The expo's still up as well.
Didn't get the freeze involved here in any sort of reasonable amount of time. The Queen is still going, and you see the Baby Dragon raged way up high, so this is going to be a 2-star. It's going to be a decent amount of damage. The percentage will be okay, but really he wants to get to about 80 if he's going to really feel good about this, and I'm not sure about that yet.
80 with, what is it, just with a 1 unit left at the top? There's no way. 75, maybe 76?
I think the Baby Dragon will be just in range of the tower and won't be able to kill that in time.
77.
But look at this. You have the minion and the 2 archers.
I didn't even notice that.
And they're just out of range, and that should be enough to make this respectable, but leave the door open for Team Enchained to do what they do.
I did not even notice them on the other side of the map. That's funny.
Come on, an 80%.
Oh, it's just out of
range.
It's but 34 seconds will not be enough.
Get a B-. Round it up. Round it up.
You can do it.
Please.
You can do it.
Go, little one. Go. It doesn't get more intense than this.
I can't tell. I don't think it's going to do it.
12 seconds left. Hold on. It might. It might get it done.
No,
it might get that 80.
It's going to do it. 2 more.
Come on.
2 more hits. 2 more hits. 5. Come on. 1, 2. Woo!
Oh!
There it is.
Could that 1% be the game changer? Who knows?
It could be. It could very well be.
And Steel, no celebration, probably recognizing, hey, you know, what we've seen throughout the day, 2 stars, 80%, probably right around the average to maybe slightly above average from what we've seen so far. So I think the biggest thing here from my end, Rich, is that you know, you look at this and it leaves them opportunity to still win this, right? So, and still go either way.
And we do have a really special guest joining us. One of my favorites from the universe of Clash of Clans. Really phenomenal content creator, hardest worker in the game, Judo. Welcome to the stream, buddy. I'm really happy to have you here helping us cast this final match.
Hey, thank you so much. It's been a blast. I've really enjoyed taking part. And it's exciting that it's gone down to the Clash of Clans. I was waiting to see another Clash of Clans match, obviously being from the Clash creator perspective. So yeah, this is exciting. And after Team In Chain with the perfect wall, looking forward to seeing what happens here.
Judo, do you think, and first off, nice to meet you. Second,
likewise.
Do you think that was enough from the side of Team Juicy J in their first attack here to get this grand final started?
Oh, I don't think so, because I think they've been, I mean, both of these teams have been prepping for the event, which is clearly evident, and they've both done amazing. But Nick, who you can see attacking right now, he is one of the best Clash of Clans players in the world. So he's just phenomenal. And he's clearly been drilling them on this witch strategy. So they, to pull off a perfect wall when they don't play Clash of Clans thoroughly is not easy to do. So
one of the witches on the far right got cut down very fast. You can see about to hit our first star. There it is, 2 stars now. So if for those watching at home who don't watch much Clash of Clans, the big thing right now, the score to beat is 2 stars and 80% to give Team In Chain the slight advantage. Right now, looking at this Judo, do you think that this has the ability to be a 3-star?
I think it definitely does. The issue is getting through the walls at the back end, but he still has the queen ability. You can look at the icons at the very bottom and see the bottom and has that tanked. The witches on the outside can continue to spawn skeletons and should be able to just ruin the rest of the base, because there'll be too many of them without splash defenses to take them down.
Look at that percent here, 79%, 80%. So right now, no matter what else happens, slight advantage goes over to Team In Chain. The question now, though, as you see Nick beginning to celebrate quite a little bit, does he have what it takes to get the full 3-star? Nick potentially thinks so. Judo potentially.
And 93% done. A couple archer towers, a cannon. That's a brilliant 3-star from a brilliant player. And Judo, I came into this thinking Town Hall 11, no siege. This is going to be a lot of 2 stars and even maybe some 1-star fails. Are you surprised by the number of 3 stars, including your own? It seemed like you were a bit surprised that you were able to pull it off in this one.
Oh, wow. I was not surprised on my own 3-star. Let's start out with that. I am surprised as to how many 3-stars we've seen, because without the siege machines, like you said, it is tricky. So I personally went with the approach with my team of a solid, consistent 2-star strategy. And I thought that's what a lot of people would do. But the witches are still very strong. I'm surprised at how many 3-stars we've seen from non-predominant Clash players. Because the queen charge, like what I did, is very strong in the right hands, but it's not a user-friendly attack.
And we're seeing the replay here of this Golem Witch attack. Now, Judo, I don't have anywhere near the Clash of Clans background that you have. It was sort of my thought that part of why this is so strong here in Town Hall 11 is the Eagle Artillery is such a huge part of the defense, as it always is, but even maybe more accentuated at Town Hall 11, and that it makes it so that Eagle Artillery doesn't get as much value as defense would maybe hope. Is that accurate, or is there another reason why this Golem Witch attack is so effective here at Town Hall 11?
Yeah, so what a lot of them would be very bad for a witch attack when you have a lot of troops spawning. Obviously, a splash damage defense, or one that can fire at multiple of them at the same time, can easily take them down because they have very low hit points. So they're using the lightning spells to just mitigate those defenses straight away. And then, as long as they can tank splash defenses, the witches can just move through the base, and there's nothing to take them down. In this case, he doesn't need to use lightning spells because the Inferno Towers are set to single mode. Nothing through the base set up. Should be good to go from there.
Leslie, are you like me right now, trying to soak up all this information as much as possible and feeling like
I'm hearing Inferno Towers, pathing. I'm just looking. What is it? I'm looking at the whole thing. There's walls, and then are those walls coming down? Are the things inside going down? That's how I gauge it.
Here's the biggest thing to take note of. For everyone watching at home who might not watch a ton of Clash of Clans or is new to this right now, if you're Team Juicy J, you need to answer with a 3-star of your own. So far, every single Clash of Clans attack we've seen from the side of Team In Chain has been a 100% 3-star. So if you are Juicy J right now, you need to be the captain of this team and get them a 3-star in this run.
Yeah, that's some wishful thinking at this stage. Judo, what went wrong here? Because the giant boulders was kind of a lot of different things happening all at once. Was this a bad?
I think he just didn't get good split in the base. So you might have noticed how they just kind of spread the troops at the top. And essentially, he didn't get enough of them to move into the middle of the base. So he had a lot of them go to the outside. And it left his Archer Queen in the middle quite vulnerable because he didn't then have skeletons kind of spawning. He still has a chance here because he has the freeze and the other baby dragon, but the storages, the one that on the outside they're trying to get through now, have so high hit points that I just don't think he has enough to get through the back end. So very close, but it's more in fact that the troops went to the outside.
And that splash damage, the wizard tower, going to be a problem as well. And now you see us getting zapped off those final wizards. So this is just about adding some more percentage. Yep. And then putting everything on your last player, hoping that Ninja can come out and do something amazing and that Team Inshane gives them an opportunity.
I mean, they need a complete collapse, right? They basically just need a complete collapse if you're on the side of Juicy J right now. Inshane is going to be down by just 1 star. 95% 2-star. It's a very solid and respectable approach. Maybe a 96% here. Another one, Leslie. What do you think? Prediction?
This is it. Prediction is it. They're gonna get 96% right here. Come on, little guy. It's always down to this little guy for Team Juicy J. And let's go! 96.
Speed it up.
The little guy.
All right. Juicy J, who's normally all big smiles, not showing that as of right now, knowing that their backs are against the wall. It's really going to all come down to their final player. And Team Inshane, who we've seen 4 offensive attacks and 4 perfect runs. So you might be able to mention it right here, Judo Sloth, where they went wrong. You're mentioning the units on the top side didn't get towards the middle enough.
Yeah, so you can see, especially on the right, look at all of the blue troops throwing those boulders. They're all on the outside. He wanted a big group of them moving into the middle. But since they didn't do that, his Archer Queen, you can see she's just under so much fire right now. And you really need to hold that ability for those last couple of defenses. If he still had the Archer Queen ability on that left side where he had the final defenses, it was a 3-star. It really is just that didn't get enough troops moving into the middle. So, yeah, just unfortunate.
Oh my.
So here we go. Tyrant with the second attack for Team Inshane. And one note, we didn't see their first match, which was an 8-star performance. So they are 1 star off of perfect so far on the day, and this is going to be a very interesting sequence coming from Tyrant for the second attack for Team Inshane.
The coaching pulling through. I mean, I feel like they're doing the same strat, like all 3 of them. It's always these little skeletons coming in with the witch. I feel like it's been working.
Yeah, it is. It seems to be so strong. As long as the witches don't take aggro and the skeletons keep being the ones to be targeted, it seems so good. As again, Tyrant has been the far and away best player in Brawl Stars. Can he bring at least a fraction of that performance over to Clash of Clans? Because that's really all his team needs.
And wow, kind of a gutsy moment there. Almost let the Archer Queen go down and barely got past the single target Inferno. And does she stay up? No, she did go down.
Yeah, she did go down. Yeah.
Is that a huge problem right now for Tyrant Judo?
That is massive, because with the single target Inferno, the reason he wasn't interested is the Archer Queen ability goes off automatically. Popped at that time.
Goodness.
It actually took her out through the ability. He was trying to save the freeze for the skeletons, but they are going down, and he really needs
a 1-star.
He's got skeletons on the town hall. As long as the witches continue to have the expo tanked, he gets it. I would rage the skeletons on the town hall right now. I would totally do that.
No. He has the freeze. He might need to freeze the expo to make sure that they do get the town hall, and they were just out of range.
Oh
boy.
Wow.
It's not over. Oh.
It does not get much closer than that, though. But, you know, at this point, they're going to stay in the lead.
Yeah.
But the door was not closed there by Tyrant, to say that. So you can see kind of nodding his head. 2 stars, 75%. Really middle of the road right there. But listen, we all know Tyrant's role in this team. It's to get them the 2-0 in Brawl Stars. Yes, he's done all right in Clash of Clans, but here he's going, okay, guys, I did my job. Bring it home.
So is this just a miscalculation on that queen there, Judo?
I wouldn't have realized myself, truth being honest. I would have maybe just pressed the ability in the first instance, because if your queen is in a little bit of danger, it is best to kind of press the ability. But he was trying to save the spells for the witches, because that's what was going to help him go through the back of the base. But honestly, when the Lava Hound pops, it's such a rare occurrence that he just would not have planned for it. Because, I mean, Nick, the Clash of Clans player, would have been able to tell him, freeze the Inferno, use the ability, but even Nick didn't tell him to do that, right? Because he didn't think that was going to happen. It's just such a rare occurrence and really unfortunate.
And we did see that there were 2 golems with the Archer Queen as they took the jump spell, but the golems both went to that upper box as opposed to going with her, and when the single target Inferno changed its target, that put the queen in danger and led to the beginning of the end. So now we're in a situation going into the final attacks where the stars are in favor of Team Insane, but the percentage might actually be favoring Team Juicy J. I want to go ahead and see what the numbers are here in a minute.
Wait, can you explain
that's
that?
interesting.
The percentage favoring Team Juicy J, but
Well, if these 2 teams end up with the same number of stars at the end of 3 attacks, then it comes down to who's done more percentage damage. And you
right
see
now,
that Team Juicy J is ahead in percentage.
got it.
Right? So at this point, if you're Ninja, realistically, you need a 3-star here, right? That's at least a 3-star. It's 2 stars very...
Insane using, because the last match that we were resting in the group stage, we managed to watch this match, and this is the base they used, and the queen went down next to the town hall. I don't know if you remember that back in the group stage matches.
Okay.
So yeah, he's charging into the same area, so it'll be interesting to see if he can control the queen in this area effectively, or whether, like the other player, it's going to be too much damage.
So raged up, the queen with the healers. Loon's coming in to try to get ahead and do a little bit to clear the hidden Tesla. But the sweeper pushes them back, and they are not involved at all.
What?
This damage is insane right now coming in.
Yeah, and that other grounded Expo is going to lock on pretty soon as well. So he'll get the Town Hall, but his Archer Queen will not get much further unless he can continue to freeze the grounded Expos. Look at that damage.
What?
So much damage coming in. That's...
And he
Hey.
uses the ability plus
Yeah, I do.
raise these Expos. And keep in mind, the other queen is there, so he gets the freeze. Healer's trying to keep up against the one Expo.
this
Gets
knockback
one
might be
Expo
enough.
down.
Big
Look
area
at
pull.
this.
Coming in hot.
afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Yesterday, 8 teams proved themselves worthy of making it to this stage in the competition, but today they'll have to prove themselves worthy of being potential champions. And only a singular best of 5, best of 3 is all that stands between them to a golden ticket to the Brawl Stars World Finals. 8 teams will enter the arena, but only 4 can be left standing tall, and this is what their entire year's work has been leading up to. It'll be one last brawl to decide it all. Who is it going to be? We're about to find out.
Welcome to the show. Finals away.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Yesterday we chopped the teams in half, and today we're doing the exact same thing again to see what 4 teams will take the golden ticket and head to the World Finals. I am Trav and I'm joined here with Teddy, and I could not be more excited to get underway today.
Day 1 was simply incredible. I saw everyone on social media having the exact same opinion we did over here in Poland, that it went completely unexpected. Some of the groups looked quite predictable. The result was nothing but predictable. I'm sure that day 2 is going to have some same stuff in a store, so I really cannot wait to see how it goes down.
Yeah, I mean, unpredictable matches, and every turn there was something going wrong for at least one of these teams, so it was a little bit weird to see, to be honest with you, because we came into yesterday having heavy favourites, and some of those heavy favourites were massively upset, and that is what we absolutely love to see at the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's take a little bit of a look at the format, see what we've got going on yesterday, and see what we've got going on today. Day 1 was 4 GSL groups with 16 teams and 20 matches played. We cut the teams from 16 into 8, and now we're in day 2, where 8 teams will fight for the 4 golden tickets through 4 matches. Each match will give 1 golden ticket to the winning team. So a big, big day for all these teams, Teddy.
Yeah, exactly that. And the teams that got first seed in their groups are going to be facing teams from seed 2 of their own groups. So it is a bit of an advantage if you manage to do really well yesterday. I mean, qualifying already for day 2 is a huge feat, but if you got the seeding going your way, it can be absolutely massive. Unless, of course, you know, you have a seed to reject that you're going to be facing today.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a browse at the brackets as well, see what we've got in store for our teams, who they're going to be playing, where the seeds allowed them to line up. First game of the day will be SK Gaming versus Humble, a European face-off once more, like we've been seeing throughout the year. After that, STMN versus Reject, which in my eyes, best game of the day, going to be an absolute banger, whether or not Reject can come to their former form and be able to put up a fight against STMN. It really is looking incredible. Rest of the matches, Revenant Esports versus Raconic up after that, and then Navi versus VN Esporting, and then right at the end, we've got that Hypercharge show match, Teddy.
Yeah, that Hypercharge show match is going to be a bit of a chance here to see how Hypercharge is going to be affecting competitive, as if you guys didn't know, here for the Last Chance Qualifier, all the Hypercharge brawlers are banned, so they're completely unplayable. However, they aren't banned, and they even can't be banned for the show match, so we'll definitely see some Hypercharge action over there.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting, to be honest, and it's funny how it's shaped the meta as well, because it's definitely only a temporary meta in reality, because, you know, as soon as these Hypercharge brawlers get allowed back in for World Finals, that's when the meta's going to change. You know, we've seen brawlers, Rosa, tanks coming in so heavily now that Shelly can't be played, Spike can't be played, because there's some of those Hypercharge brawlers, so it really has shaken things up for a few of our teams here as well, and even teams who we felt kind of heavily relied on tanks, such as Navi, really showed their worth yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a surprise, definitely for sure. But at the same time, you know, I think the fact that teams can adapt to the sort of bubble metas that we're having right now is a challenge of its own. But let's give a look at our predictions, Trav, for today. What do we have here? Pretty much all the same except for Revenant versus Reconic. And Trav, you're the one that's going in a different direction.
Yeah, I must say, you know, I think we're pretty similar across the board, but I've just had faith in Reconic all year long. You know, I had that absolute breakthrough prediction when I randomly just went, you know what, Reconic, they're going to win a monthly final this month, and they did exactly that. So possibly we're going to see some of the same again, but I do think that is one of the closer games of the day as well. I think Revenant and Reconic are very, very evenly matched. And honestly, I hate to say it, but I think it depends on whether Sergeant shows up or not.
I was about to say, I think it's going to be the Surgeon show again, and I'm hoping it is. I want to see some crazy plays from him. And across the board, I mean, we are pretty much on the same page, but that really doesn't mean all that much, because yesterday we agreed for tons of matches too, and we got so many of them wrong.
Well, looking at this first matchup, SK Gaming versus Humble, and as I said, European showdown. Yoshi, OP, and iChaos on the side of SK Gaming. Really, really strong roster. Everybody in this competition came into it thinking they were probably the favourites alongside Reject. They proved a point, and Reject have still got their point to prove. But SK Gaming have been playing absolutely amazing throughout the later portions of this year, and I think it hasn't stopped there.
iChaos, Yoshi, and Ope, two Spanish players. Ope, the only French player remaining in the Brawl Stars Championship. Together, they do have a top 8 in the World Finals 2022, a top 8 in 2021 as well. Their opposition, though, is definitely fierce as well. Coming in as the ever underdog, it's going to be Team Humble, Luki, Cyclone, Tomzy, and Kanan. A 4-player team with some big achievements this year. They managed to make 2 top 4s in the monthly finals, 3 top 8s. Consistency was their path to success. Let's see if it can still be here against SK Gaming in their final match of LCQ.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, Humble, they're always there, they're always present, they're always consistent, but they haven't had the higher peaks like SK Gaming have. You know, SK have had 2 seconds in those monthly finals in comparison to Humble's top position, which was, as you said, 3/4 getting to those semi-finals. So I do feel a little bit worried for them. But at the same time, if they can bring some better gameplay, because I still think they left a lot to be desired yesterday, Humble. Whereas SK, they came out and they left it all on the floor.
Yeah, I think experience here, as much as like we'd love to just compare their achievements and all that, I think experience is what makes a big difference between those two teams. As I mentioned, we have some multiple-time world finalists on the side of SK Gaming. For Humble, this was their first BSC LAN. They have some LAN experience, but within the Brawl Stars Championship, it is their first year at LCQ, and that is definitely a big challenge for them. And I think that was probably the root of some of their problems yesterday. Just struggling to find their feet a little bit. And I mean, there's so much going on, you know, in a LAN event, so many factors that you're not necessarily prepared for if you just don't have that experience behind your back. So they've had day one to iron those things out a little bit. And I talked to their manager just minutes ago, and he said they were confident. He thought it was going to be a great day, and that's a one-on-one quote. So I believe in Humble. I think they can definitely deliver a show here, but I mean, it goes without saying that SK Gaming are going to be favorites in this one.
Undoubtable favorites of that as well, and I think Humble are the heavy underdogs. There's a chance of them winning, don't get me wrong. They've got to get everything right. The gameplay, the draft, the mechanics, everything has to be perfect for Humble. And even at that, I feel like SK have still got to be on a bad day for Humble to win here. But we'll be starting things off in Pinhole Punt, followed by Last Stop, Kaboom Canyon, Ring of Fire, and then Bell's Rock to end things off if it goes that far.
Yeah, Last Stop, not necessarily a fan favorite amongst pros just yet, but it is going to be a very fresh map here. I think it's the first time I see it in competitive. I may be mistaken, but regarding the predictions from you guys at home, you are just as one-sided as we were on the talent desk. 89% of you guys are going the side of SK Gaming, and I really can't blame you. It's definitely closer than that, but at the same time, SK are favorites, and that's just the way it is. Humble, they better have come incredibly prepared for this matchup, because it might just be their last in the Brawl Stars Championship 2023.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, prediction-wise, you know, obviously people are going to predict SK Gaming right, 89% to 11. I don't think it's that far apart, but obviously people are going to pick their favorite, and majority of the time SK are going to be that favorite. In my eyes, I'm giving it like a 70-30 in favor of SK Gaming. I think that's a pretty accurate description of how each team's chances are, because SK Gaming just coming into this one a massive favorite. Genuinely, the start to the year for both these teams was pretty comparable. Neither of them had a very good start, but then they definitely picked things up, but SK just picked things up a bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that for SK, it was a worse start and a bigger, like, pickup, as you said. A bit more consistent on the side of Humble, but still, like, yeah, it wasn't the incredible year, but it can still be.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing, right? Humble always, you know, they were just always getting that quarterfinal and losing. They obviously made it out a couple of times to that 3/4 spot, but at the end of the day, you know, if you're not getting further on than that, then I don't know what your chances are like to play against SK Gaming. That's the thing, because they are a top-tier team. Well, you know, they're going to be one of the best teams in Europe at the moment. We haven't really seen it since Gamescom, where they played against, you know, Foot and Zeta and did end up falling short behind them. And obviously, they're the teams who are going to World Finals. But they've hugely upped their game since then.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think one of the big challenges here for Humble as well is that if they were facing each other online in the monthly final, I wouldn't go 70-30. I would go like 55-45 or 60-40 at most. Problem is, we're at LAN right now. And LAN, that is the domain of SK Gaming. When you have an iChaos on stage, you better be scared, because he is going to be yelling, he's going to be confident, he's going to be celebrating after every victory, and that can take a little bit of a toll on the mental of your opponents when they don't have that sort of experience, when they're not necessarily like emotionally as immune to the BM and trash talk. So I think that might be a little bit of an intimidation factor that I would definitely not count out as something that will be affecting Team Humble, because they just don't have that sort of experience just yet. They're a young team with very young players, just like literally in age. Those guys, some of them have only been eligible for competitive like for like a year, you know? And that is always something to keep in mind, but that does bring some freshness as well, and maybe a side that SK Gaming hasn't seen from Humble just yet.
And, you know, I think this intimidation factor is definitely heightened just because of, you know, the personalities of Humble. They're not the biggest personalities. They're definitely very introverted. And I think that's something that SK probably will take into account. They'll probably try and intimidate them. You know, as you said, iChaos very loud across the stage and gets even louder when his opponents are loud as well. Obviously, Humble probably aren't going to be that team to do it. You know, they're no semantics shouting across the stage. But, you know, it is intimidating. When you're behind as it is, to have someone shouting across the stage, whether that be trash talk, whether it just be, you know, himself getting excited, I think it will intimidate.
Yeah, I think this comes back a little bit as well today to the fact that Humble, they kind of choked their group just a little bit. A lot of people had them as favorites of their group, and yet they only go out second seed. If they went out first seed, they would be facing Revenant today, which is arguably quite a bit of a better matchup than SK Gaming, and that is something that might bite them back now, because they just didn't really perform yesterday, and now they are facing one of the favorites to take it all. But at the same time, I think it can also be an opportunity, because a lot of people have said, yeah, Humble, free brackets in monthly finals, free bracket at LCQ, and it's true, they've had some luck on their side. But right now, facing SK, I mean, there's no free bracket. If they make it through, it will be hard-earned, well-deserved, and they'll prove everyone wrong.
Yeah, well, we have a little bit of a video to throw to now. Know Your Bro with Humble.
Definitely Cyclone, I think.
Cyclone,
yeah,
myself, I think.
Because, like, I mean, he was late to breakfast this morning as well. He wasn't showing up. And you sleep like 10 hours a day for some reason.
I also sleep a lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, me or Cyclone.
Yeah. I don't really know.
A sense of humor.
Probably
Sinks and Luki.
Sinks,
they're all
yeah.
funny, but they're not like...
Cyclone is the worst, that's all I know.
He has no sense of
him
humor.
from that, yeah.
Probably Sinks.
Yeah. Vid, definitely
This guy
Vid. He's like
tried
very
out
good at
for
football.
Atletico Madrid, knows
Yeah.
how to do everything.
Yeah, and then a huge fall off after that.
Yeah. Probably you.
No, I'd say Cyclone.
It depends
'cause he
on
plays
the
Tally
time.
the most.
It depends, like, sometimes you play the most, sometimes
Yeah.
the others play more.
Yeah, because
it really depends on
some
the
months I'll
period.
like play
Yeah.
24/7, and then other months I won't really go on.
Ooh,
Vid,
Vid.
definitely Vid.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, he looks quite nice.
He looks good.
You, definitely you. Yeah.
I cook the most, probably. Cyclone can't even make coffee.
Yes.
Can't click a
with
button on the machine. Oh, him. He has he has everything in the game.
Well, no, like I don't have like the most recent ones, but yeah, besides that, I have them all.
Well, I have it. Bit of a look into the lifestyle of some of the Humble players there with some great questions, to be honest, and you know, it's very insightful.
Yeah, the title.
우엉이는 워낙 똑똑하기 때문에 잘해요. 홀리님, 저 지금 TV로 보다가 채팅 치려고 왔어요. 어서오세요. 반갑습니다.
Or Team Humble, this is literally the biggest match of their career, at least so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. Game, right? If they win this and then they do well at World Finals, they've done well at World Finals because they've won this game. You know, that's the thing. Obviously, the World Finals games will take priority over this at that point. Just a little bit, if they do make it. But I still think that it's a massive game for SK Gaming as well. If you think about it, you know, we're talking about Humble not really having BSC LAN experience. What BSC LAN experience does OP have, you know? And I think Yoshi maybe only played in the LCQ, hasn't actually played at a World Finals. He's been benched twice, and I think that's, you know, a big thing for them as well. If they manage to qualify now, he's going to be the player who has to show up at that World Finals and play for the first time after being benched twice. It might take a bit of a toll.
Yeah, he might get benched this year.
Yeah, they might bring in another player.
Yeah, I think that what I think is really important here for SK in this match is just the fact that this is one of the biggest orgs in Brawl Stars. They've been incredibly successful every single year, at least when it comes to, like, you know, their own region, where they've always performed, always been on the top or amongst the top teams. And this year was really the year where they didn't really find much success. They struggled, and it was so difficult for them to pick the pieces back up. And yet, the org is still there. They're still supporting their team, but at some point they need those results. And they haven't really had any, like, big results this year. This could be what they need. Make it to Worlds, get that ticket locked in, and I think that would be quite big for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, as you say, it's been a pretty underwhelming year for them. And at a certain point, you know, I'm not going to say the org's going to stop backing them, because that's something SK Gaming do really well. They've been in Brawl Stars for years now, and it's great to see the support that the organization brings to the team. But for the organization, the team has to bring results, or it just becomes pointless to be in Brawl Stars. And I think SK Gaming, they're a team who are incredibly mechanically skilled, and I think after that Ope joined the roster, one of the most mechanically skilled teams in Europe, and they just didn't show it for such a long period of time, and now they've finally started to settle in, and the team plays got better. I think the mechanics were heightened through that as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, if you look at raw talent on their roster, Yoshi is incredibly gifted mechanically. Ikeos is really known for his mechanics as well, but when you look at Ope, he is like one of the biggest rising stars in EMEA. And yes, he didn't manage to make it work with Foot earlier this year, but he wasn't like necessarily playing bad either. I think there was just a certain level of inconsistency that wasn't quite fitting for Tier 1 play. But SK Gaming, if there's one thing we know they have as an org, is good structure, a good setting, good conditions to develop talent. That's an org that's been incredibly good at that, because for many years as well, they were doing so well with, honestly, not necessarily the best players mechanically or the biggest talent in the region, but yet they were on top of the leaderboards. So I think this is really big for Ope, to have the conditions around him, for him to really develop as a player, develop his skills, and become like the next Lenar, the next Drage, or the next big name in the region that he isn't just yet, but he really has the potential to be.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I mean, you know, as you said, it didn't make, you know, Foot worse by him leaving. It didn't make, you know, it made SK better, and Foot got just didn't fit anymore. That's how things work in Brawl Stars. Metas change, people start to develop skills on different brawlers, and sometimes you just need to make a change to make it work.
Yeah, no, I could not agree more. I really could not agree more, because we've seen the craziest things. We've seen the craziest things when it comes to rosters, but I feel like this SK roster is solid. They are in a good place. They know it as well, and I think it was a big boost that they performed so well yesterday too, because as much as they knew they were coming in as favorites, that's not really gonna raise your confidence all that much. If anything, that adds pressure. But once you perform, once you start delivering and just have that sort of proof of concept, it really helps just solidify in your mind that you got what it takes to take that victory home, to lock in your spot in the World Finals, and that is the reason they are here today and nothing less. I think there are teams that come to LCQ not necessarily expecting to go all the way, that want to go all the way, that might even be their biggest dream, right? But they know that the path is going to be really rough ahead of them. Path wasn't easy for SK Gaming, and yet they managed to make it look easy.
Yeah, that's the thing. They had one of the tougher groups, let's put it that way, and still managed to dominate all the way through it. And, you know, that's just how SK roll. I don't think if they came in as, I don't think, you know, being under the pressure that they were of being the favourites, I think that's something that some teams thrive off and some teams will just, you know, hit a wall, you know, reject. They hit a wall with it. Coming in as one of the favourites, they didn't perform, and then it puts even more pressure on them. But I think a team like Humble, they want to come in as the underdogs. You know, a lot of teams want to come in as the underdogs, and I think it is one of those things where a lot of teams and players thrive just having no pressure, because if you lose, you've lost against one of the best teams in the world and you still performed well, and if you win, then that's an absolute hero story.
I agree, but where we'll have to disagree is the like no pressure part. I think that right now Humble might be feeling still more pressure just by the fact that like they're so close to their dream, and those guys have been competing for a long time. It's not like they're newcomers to the Brawl Stars scene either. It's not like it's just a year of work behind them. They've been competing in the BSC for like 3 years at this point. Not all of them, of course, but like if you look at Tomzy, Cyclone, Kanan, they've been competing for years and years and years, just didn't manage to find their groove at the highest level yet, didn't manage to find that big mainstream success. This is their chance. They've never been closer to qualifying for World Finals. They were always like trying to, they were always doing some damage in monthly qualifiers, sometimes even in monthly finals, but they got a real shot at Worlds right now, and I think that puts a ton of pressure onto them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a sad thing, right? I think last year they were like one spot off qualifying in EU. This year, if they're one game away from qualifying, it's gonna tear them up. I mean, it's so difficult for them. It's rough that they've been provided with this matchup against SK Gaming, but at the same time, it's like SK are known to them. It might be better than walking into the unknown. As good as SK are, and obviously Humble won't have wanted to face SK, but it might be good to face a European team for them. We're getting into the draft. The tech issues have been sorted. Pinhole punt is where we start. Humble have the first pick, and their draft and the bans are going to be the Nita, the Ems, and the Rosa. Can't blame them for that. Rosa band's so strong at the moment. First pick of Squeak. The SK Gaming bands are the Crow, the Buster, and the Bee.
I like the band. And it's hard to like, yeah, sure, you can tank his shots, get up close and kill him as a tank, but you can do that to mostly any brawler at that point if you play it well enough. For the most part though, Squeak is not gonna have any major weaknesses, and he provides you a ton of control for your team, able to just lock down some areas, slow down areas of the map. And I was talking about tanks, is like I wouldn't even say like a weakness for Squeak, but as like, you know, the tougher matchups for Squeak. We already have a Fang first pick for SK Gaming, and that's a daring one, because yes, Fang has been really, really strong, and honestly I feel like we haven't seen enough Fang at LCQ, like just considering how good he is right now in the meta. Stu as well is going to be a great pick here for SK. They are looking to go in aggressive, and I like what they're going for here. I like that they want to just kind of you know, get in there and be aggressive and not play the slower play we kind of know SK for, but just intimidate Humble, because they know that if they're winning in this set, they're gonna be like, you know, winning in an aggressive fashion, winning in a dominant way, and that's what they're looking to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, I like the Squeak pick. It's a very good pick, but Fang and Stu into it is going to be dangerous for that Squeak, and they've got to compensate for that. That's why they're going to pick up that Otis. Bit of a tank counter. When Fang's going to come in, that mute's going to be placed onto him. Still going to do damage when he bounces, but at the same time, at least he won't be able to follow up with, you know, a roundhouse kick to stun them out, or you know, those follow-up shots that do a decent amount of damage. Humble, now for their last pick, then SK Gaming will have their final one afterwards to be able to try and counter out the whole Humble comp. But at the moment, I'm liking that SK Gaming composition just that little bit more. But Sandy's going to come in. Sweet Dream's available to shut that Fang down as well, and I kind of like it. The Sandstorms here are so strong.
Yeah, they really are. I think that, like, it is a little bit scary still as a Sandy. Like, you're not going to have a massive amount of burst DPS to deal with the Fang. No one really has on the side of Humble. It's going to come down mostly to team play. Like, of course, they do have mutes on the Otis, so they have ways to shut down the Fang, but mostly when it comes to just taking him down, they need to play together. They need to not be too spaced out from each other, which is sometimes a little bit counterintuitive, because you also don't want to be like bunched up together against the Fang, or he's going to be cycling supers against you. But Carl is going to be the final pick here for SK Gaming. Not a bad one. Carl just a little bit more off meta now, considering Carl has kind of always been meta. I feel like right now he's in the weakest place he's been in a long time, but he's still very much decent, and in the right matchups, they can make it work.
Which he does have as well, because all three of them are going to be dominating Squeak, putting it that way. I think Squeak's going to have a very hard matchup with how aggressive SK Gaming they're going to be coming here, but it's a matter of whether he can deal with it or not. You know, he's going to have 4 sticky residues, and I think that's massive for him. And there's one placed down already, brings Yoshi quite low and pinches OP, and it's just a matter of how it's played. Already some charge for Tomsy as well. Fat splash from Cyclone onto Chaos, and he's so low. The dash, but the roundhouse kick doesn't work in time. Wasted gadget on the side of Tomsy, but it wasn't necessary anyway.
SK Gaming came into this set trying to bring speed and aggression on their side, but so far it is Humble that has been shining with a very, very early game goal. And another kill there from Luki. Super Bowl connect onto OP, and that should be a walk in the park here for Humble. What a way to start. Humble taking game 1.
38 seconds as well, bear in mind. That is absolutely rapid, and that's got to give them some confidence as well here. SK Gaming just seemed, you know, like they weren't ready to start playing today. It was really disappointing start for them. But then again, you know, that could just be down to the comp. The sticky residues early on was so strong, and he's going to place another one there as well. Not going to get as much value this time, but Yoshi does eventually walk onto it, and Humble start to establish control again.
Yeah, another rough start here for SK Gaming. A player goes down. That kill's still up, though, this time around. Trying to push forward and create a little bit of space for SK to just start taking some map control. So far in this set, they've only been fighting on their side of the map, but a chance here to push forwards. Yoshi goes in, doesn't manage to get out, but it's going to be a double kill. Make it a triple here for SK Gaming as they lock in the goal.
Yeah, there you go. That's SK answering back, and that was absolutely beautiful as well. Down comes the sticky residue once more, and now the Sandy going back onto that Stu. Slowed down and not really moving too much, but 3 supers on the side of SK Gaming. That is just an aggressive push waiting to happen. Tom's getting hit as well by both the Fang and the car, which brings him low. Keeps that reset going as well, but still got a stun in hand if he wants to stop Yoshi from going for that lunge. And now Luki moving over with some decent HP and a super available too. Chaos going to get hit by that as well. Now starting to push out and finding some room.
Oh, the Carl Super. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade there, but there was another kill actually, and Chaos closes it out. That is going to be the game for SK Gaming, and we are all even in this Brawl set.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You're always going to have a bit of a comeback in that second game once you start to iron things out, realize the mistakes you made in the first, and how fast it was for Humble. There was obviously a lot of mistakes to iron out for SK Gaming, but they managed to do it anyway. Into this third game should be going shortly, and this is going to be the decider of who takes this first set.
Yeah, it is one of the aspects in which SK shines the most. Just adaptation mid-set, making sure to make the right changes just about in time. Aggression there from OP. It did take quite a bit of damage, but still able to get some nice tags from afar. a bit on everyone there. Has Super now as well. He's going to be looking to heal up and potentially going aggressively on one of the lanes. Flying hook and then Super is typically how you play that one out. So far, things are slowing down a little bit. By this time, the games are pretty much won at this point. But look at that, Ope going in, will get muted. But the Fang is still up, Cyclone is low HP, and there's no stopping SK Gaming goal coming through. And a minute and a half here for Humble to try to turn around.
Yeah, well, let's see if Humble will have the answer. Going to go in for the stun there, but the reverse stun from Tomsy as well. Sweet Dream sends it to sleep, but now in goes Ope, and Tomsy's not in a position to get that stun down either. Cyclone's going to fall too, and now it's Tomsy versus Chaos for this mid, trying to retrieve this ball. Good shots from Tomsy coming through, but Yoshi searching for another super. Another Sweet Dreams used by Tomsy. Through comes Yoshi yet again, but the Sandstorm is there, but Humble just can't creep far enough forward into it.
Yeah, they don't have the most range here either. Ope gonna get the kill onto Cyclone. Luki, low HP. The sticky residue was nice, but it's gonna be gone now. Tomsy still very low HP, and he's getting shot at from all directions. Eventually falls to Ope. What can Humble do here? 50 seconds left. They started off the set so well, but right now they're on the verge of losing it.
Yeah, well, the mute was there onto Yoshi. I don't think that was the desired target either, but SK just keeping control, and why not? 35 seconds on the clock, and they've got a goal in the bag. Luki trying to push this around the left-hand side now. Tomsy's very, very low. Carl going to move over to Luki as well. Dash coming through from Chaos. Gets one, gets two. Surely Yoshi going to come in. The mute's there from Cyclone, but the kills are from SK Gaming. Surely a goal. There's the trade. The super in, and SK takes set one.
A reverse sweep here in our opening set, as it was Humble was the better start, but it's SK Gaming that will have a change to their scoreboard. 1-0 SK, and Humble, I mean, they started things off really well. It was just the adaptation from SK was spot on. They were able to make the right adjustments, and that is sometimes a big challenge, especially in a LAN setting when the nerves are so high and the pressure is up. You can count on SK to make the right decisions.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good look in SK as well, especially after that first game. If we kind of disregard that, where Humble dominated it in, what, 38 seconds, I think it was, then SK Gaming looked phenomenal. As you say, the adaptations that they made were really, really nice and managed to claw it back bit by bit. And then, you know, after that first game, they just started going aggressive, and that's what their comp was built for. Flying hooks to other sides to catch people off guard. Good lunges from Yoshi as well as Chaos just going aggressive with that stew. And I think overall, they just played the comp exactly how it was meant to be played in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, they really were. Looking at the stats here, it is fairly even across the board. It is going to be Ope and Cyclone top fragging for their teams. Very similar DPS on their ends as well. Luki on 5 as well. Tomsy on 2, a little bit on the lower end there. Yoshi and Akios 4 and 6 kills respectively. So across the board, very much a team effort here for SK Gaming. Right now, I mean, I feel like we can see a little bit more individually still on the side of Humble as well, but they're gonna have to just focus, get that mental reset getting into the second set here, because you don't want to start off the series being 2 sets behind. Last stop, one of the most recent additions to the BSC map pool, an all-new map, so not just new in the rotation, it is literally new. It's been a bit of an interesting one so far. Lots of bushes on the left lane, quite open on the right. Some launch pads as well, so it can be a little bit chaotic. I'm not gonna lie, Trev, I'm not entirely sure what to expect here picks-wise, but maybe you can enlighten me on that.
I mean, to be honest, I think tanks are going to be very solid thanks to their grass on pretty much both of the sides. Yeah. But then again, they could be banned, and tank counters could be the way forwards as well. Rose are going to be banned. As you see, Fang, Rose are banned on the side of SK as well. So Fang, Rose, and Nanny for SK. And then the Rose 8-bit and Otis for the side of Humble. Maybe that's, you know, Humble wanting to go aggressive still. Banning out the Otis might be the answer to that. SK Gaming going to take this first pick. I do think this kind of gives Humble a bit of a lifeline. Buster's going to come in, which is obviously very, very strong at the moment. A lot of people would argue the best brawler in the game. But I think a bit more of an unknown map might help Humble be a bit more unpredictable.
I think this is the sort of elements that can really benefit them. If they did manage to prepare it really, really well and have some nice strategies in store. This is your time to go all out. In a group stage, I can understand if you might not even want to necessarily use like your craziest tactics and comms. Here, you want to use whatever you got in store. It's going to be a Crow first pick here for Humble. Let's see what's going to join its ranks, as they will need something good here. Meg, okay. We'll have some good damage from afar, some decent bursts from up close as well with the super. Not necessarily the biggest fan of Meg's place in the meta right now, but it's definitely not bad. Definitely not bad. SK Gaming now with 2 picks in a row.
Yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of Meg in the meta at the moment, or really on this map either, to be honest. It's going to have good scouting ability down those lanes because of that widespread attack and the grass pretty much being as wide as the attack actually is. So it does scan a really nice amount of it, but at the same time, it's not going to do that much damage, to be honest. And Lola's definitely going to do a bit more damage and still cover that area. So I do like that pick from OP. I still think they're lacking a mid, maybe, so that's something that they might reach for now. And obviously Humble will be back for their last pick, so have the chance to counter.
Yeah, we do have the Nani ban, so we could potentially see some sharpshooter action here. Piper is available, as other ways to go could be to just go for a little bit of a more poking game with something like a Gene. So there are options for sure. I'm really curious what the direction they're going to go in, and Eve is going to be the picker. Not what I was expecting. There is some water to like levitate over, so I don't hate it, but you were kind of asking for a mid, and I don't really see one that I love.
I mean, I guess Lola's going to be playing in the mid, right? I think that's...
I would assume so.
Probably the answer, and then Lukey's going to go for this Amber. Burn down some of those bushes, which I think is probably a good shout, considering Buster's on the other side, and you really don't want him sneaking down this bush and getting into your gem carrier's face. So I don't mind that pick from Lukey, and it's been a while since we've seen some Amber, to be honest with you. It was quite the pick on open zone, on hot zone, and that's where we mainly saw it. So it's nice to see it slotting back in.
Let's get ready here for set number 2. Laser focused players are ready. This is going to be an important set because we might go all even, or SK might go the distance and start really separating themselves in this matchup. Jump path to the left for OP, and he has control. The Amber didn't quite have the chance to burn down the bushes just yet. OP is pushing up. He's going to be feeding a decent amount at this point, and they're really trying to get him down so Tomsy can go burn those bushes down, have info at all times, and not get surprised. He's patient though. I like that he's not just burning the bushes, and he's waiting for a push instead. And he's going to go for the burn on the bushes of the mid instead, and actually doesn't even get the connection onto OP. The gem carrier Cyclone goes down. Tomsy gets pulled. He will fall as well. Ikios does not have ego to work with, and he will end up falling to the poison of Lukey. And so far, it has been one chaotic game, as we kind of expected on last stop.
Yeah, it really has. Now the breaks there as well. OP popped his gadget a bit premature there and didn't get the value he wanted out of it. I mean, Tomsy's really got to step out of line if he wants to get used to this gadget now, and he actually does as well. The slowdown's there, the shots coming through on return. Does get burnt down. I think Chaos is going to be able to heal him with that star power that he's running.
That is an interesting way to go. A bit of an off-meta decision there. But Ego is going to be out of the picture now for Ikios. They control is all on the side of SK Gaming. Now Lukey and Cyclone trying to have a little bit of a breakthrough around the mid area. Tomsy wants to get some action going on the right-hand side with a kill from OP onto Lukey. Cyclone getting a little bit low HP here, so is Tomsy. The gem count is going to be sufficient here for SK Gaming to not be interrupted unless there is a kill onto Ikios or Yashi. But I don't think there is going to be a kill, Trev, because everyone keeps going down on the side of Humble. They have struggled to hold on to the mid, and they have failed to take it back. SK Gaming now with 3 games in a row.
I mean, that was really nice from SK there. The buster positioning that they managed to have was very, very solid. And I think that was a wonderful position that Ope managed to slide into, you know, right at the top behind that wall. And then he can just pinch across. Unless Tomsy comes in from the right-hand side, which he couldn't do because Lola and Eve were going to be spamming him down if he did choose to do that, then he couldn't really make any moves. We're going to see the same approach again from SK Gaming. Maybe Humble will change something up. But they did have a decent start. They got down Ope really early by that pinch. The pull-in, though, from Ope is going to be a bit of an issue. Cyclone might be able to cycle quite nicely, though.
Ope gonna go down. Cyclone probably not all that far from his next super, so really wants to get back into his mech. That is why you bring Meg to the table in the first play. Akios is gonna have Ego available now. Obviously gets countered quite a bit by that Amber pick, but for now it is fairly even. Ope gets caught off guard a little bit by Luki's positioning. Very aggressive. Luki is going to get a kill onto Ikeos. That's the gem carrier down. Ope low HP as well. Cyclone with the swipe. And that's going to be a massive gem lead for Humble as they steal every single gem away from SK.
I mean, that was genuinely gorgeous from Luki, knowing that to walk through that shield. Otherwise, he's just getting pushed back and jump to the back lines of SK Gaming was beautiful. Tomsy's going to be able to clean up that left-hand side as well. But Cyclone doesn't want to overextend in this mid, drop all these gems that he's got. And on the other side, Luki's going to drop a couple back in spawn and Yoshi's pushing forwards. This is not the position that Humble want to be in after the successful run that they did just have. Tomsy quite low now and has to back off as Ope pushes forward, allows him that bit of room, but the toolbox is there. Double slow from Luki. He might choose to make the move, goes towards Chaos, gets the kill, and that's 4 gems dropped.
Luki is playing out of his mind on the Crow. Play after play. That's the countdown for Team Humble. SK Gaming, 5 seconds left now to interrupt it. Yoshi coming in for the ride. Akeo's pushing up as well. 1 second left. Cyclone, and he's gonna live as he is in mech and will just drop out of mech instead. Beautifully done by Humble. A little bit close there towards the end. Definitely was some room for, you know, improvement still, but drastic improvement from game 1 of Gem Grab. We're all even again, and this is such an important game for Humble. First set, they lost 2-1. You don't want to lose 2-1 twice in a row because you know that there's just a little bit separating you from being up 2-0 rather than down.
Yeah, it's definitely make or break for Humble. And now Cyclone getting some good shots. And I believe there was a bit of a swap there. I think Chaos went to the right off the start and Yoshi was playing through that mid, but now it kind of looks like they're both quite heavily in spawn, and a 4-0 lead is what we have so far. Nice break there coming in from Tomsy to not really have OP under the grass's visibility when he does jump in, but good shots coming through from Luki to pinch as well. Still a bit of a lead, but SK in control.
Chaos sitting behind that shielded Ego down in the mid, trying to catch up to that little bit of an early lead that Humble managed to have gem-wise. Tomsy, low HP, goes down. Cyclone out of mech as well. Not ideal here for Humble. They've lost control, and we saw in the first game that it really wasn't easy for them to take control back. The burn is there, does connect onto Ope, but Tomsy gets a bit overzealous. He goes down. Ope, low HP, still gets a lot of damage down before falling himself. Yoshi gets a snipe onto Cyclone, and things are not looking bright here for Team Humble as SK Gaming is getting so close to a countdown. 9 gems in the pocket already. Cyclone trying his best to create any sort of space, any sort of relievement for his team, but it's not gonna be enough. SK Gaming with a countdown.
I mean, as soon as Buster gets in that pocket, it's over for Humble. I mean, it's just domination from Ope on that left-hand side. Now SK Gaming going to be 2 sets up. Surely there's no chance of a comeback here as they're just too little, too late coming in from Humble. And SK Gaming now really getting past that point of no return for Humble. They've got to win 3 in a row.
Humble are not even playing bad. That's the problem for me here, is that if they were underperforming, if they were struggling, I'd be there like, okay, they can still like wake up and turn this around. But right now what worries me is that I feel like they're playing very decent Brawl Stars. This is the sort of level I expect from Humble, and yet SK are still able to turn those games around and lock in another set here. It's 2-0 now for SK Gaming, and Humble are in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, Humble aren't playing bad by any means. I think they're actually playing some of the best Brawl Stars we've really seen for them, especially in this competition.
Yeah.
But against a team like SK Gaming, as I said off the start, everything has to be going right for you, and SK have to be playing bad for Humble to be able to win this matchup. And I think that's exactly what's going on here. Everything's going right for Humble, but everything's still going right for SK, and they are just a better team.
SK Gaming in a terrific spot right now. Looking at their stats real quick. 2 players above 300 damage. That's Stormzy for Team Humble, of course. iChaos for SK Gaming. And yet quite a bit behind when it comes to kills. It was Yoshi that shined the most, 11 to his name. SK Gaming are 1 win away from making it to the World Finals.
I mean, this is the position they wanted to be in. 2-0 up against a fierce opponent like Humble is definitely quite comfortable for them. We're on to Kaboom Canyon in Heist next. And as you say, 1 set stands between SK Gaming and retrieving their golden tickets to the World Finals in late November. And that is where they want to be. That's where they've been for the past few years, and that's where they do deserve to be. It's just quite sad that a team as strong as Humble is going to be going out in the process if they do win this set.
Kaboom Canyon is going to be an interesting map here. Not one of SK's favorites. So maybe that leaves a little bit of room here for Humble to try to squeeze in a set, start something, get some sort of momentum going their way. But they'll need to perform even better than they did in the previous set. Last up was a previous map, by the way. Yeah, there we go. Kaboom Canyon is correct. Our bands are going to be Squeak, Eve, and Brock for SK. Humble betting out Nani, Colette, and Lola, and a Cordelia's first pick. That is quite interesting because Cordelia's is definitely in a good place. I think they were probably expecting a Daryl or something along those lines, or a Buzz. I feel like Cordelia's is going to be the main counter to those brawlers. Struggles a little bit more against regular meta, which might potentially leave some openings here for Humble to play around that, but they need to be tank aware. That is one of the most important things on this map. You need to make sure that you are tank proof, because if there's a Daryl, if there's a Buzz coming through here from SK, I don't know if Humble can stop it with a Bonnie and a Crow.
I mean, the Crow can definitely slow it down for sure and allow the Bonnie to get some hits in. Still have that last pick as well, bear in mind, so that's not going to be the end of the world. And how well that Lukey was playing on that Crow in the previous game, I definitely think they've got a bit of a chance here because he played that very, very well. And obviously, even in the Buster matchup last game, the Crow was doing quite a lot of work when they did choose to swap lanes, when it was kind of beyond repair that Tomsy could get that. But 8-Bit comes in, and that is a gorgeous pick from SK Gaming. How strong 8-Bit is at the moment, that might have just tipped it over the edge for me, and I think that SK edge in the comp so far.
Yeah, I love that 8-Bit pick. Really, really solid brawler. Just reliable, old reliable 8-Bit gets big damage onto that save. Has lots of utility to his kit as well. And Ember is going to be their final pick here. Potentially burn down some bushes. Not as convinced personally by the Ember. It's not really something that I particularly love on Kaboom Canyon. Ooh. Viper, I prefer. So to me, as much as I agreed with you that I thought the 8-Bit was like huge here for SK Gaming, I feel like the Ember is a little bit of a letdown on their side, and I feel like Piper is a really good pickup from Humble, so I think that evens things out, at least in my books.
I think Piper's a good pick, I really do. I don't really mind Amber too much, but against that Piper, and 8-Bit against the Piper as well, it's going to be very difficult for them. But at the same time, how many players can the Piper juggle before getting overwhelmed? You know, that's the thing. If they're all pushing up, the Piper can't really do that much. Got to hit a few shots on 8-Bit before bringing him down, few shots, obviously, as well onto the other brawlers, so it gets very, very difficult to manage so many things with Piper, so it's just a question of whether or not the rest of Humble's comp can keep their own.
Yeah, I think this is going to come down a lot to just Humble's performance, because they have brawlers with Bunny and Piper. If they hit their shots, I think they win this, but that's the difference. They need to hit those shots, which are harder to hit. Whereas, you know, with Amber and 8-Bit, like, you just kind of spray in the general direction, you will land some damage. It's a bit more consistent. So far, they are finding those sort of connections. Lukey going to be opening up those walls, and I like that play. And right now, it is Humble with a little bit more control, and honestly, a matchup that I really can't see them shining.
Yeah, Lukey's got to be cautious about OP jumping over this wall here, but a good shot from Cyclone. It's going to give him the capability of slowing him down if he does choose to. Chaos going to get hit there as well, and bringing him quite low. Whoa, what a wonderful tap there coming in from Lukey on the Piper. Even things out. OP's going to get the jump into the mid, but punished for it instantly. And now Tomsy needs to use this time to take down Yoshi. Not the best of jumps, didn't find the connection on landing, so took a bit of damage along the way, but got the kill along with Lukey regardless.
Yeah, Tomsy baiting out the super from Ikeos there. That's going to be great for him. OP low HP, ends up going down to the poison of Cyclone. Ikeos going to be dealing the first damage on save of this set, but it's only 2% so far. Yoshi does have the damage booster, which won't boost his damage here, but it will boost his movement speed. Damage booster is going to be out of the picture now, as Cyclone was on that right side, and there's going to be damage on save now for Humble. Getting a couple connections now, and a 6% lead. Really not all that much. Ope gonna get sniped again. Lukey has been performing on that Piper, and that is what Humble need in this set. 45 seconds left, and it is still Humble in the lead, but such a small lead.
I mean, I question if Lukey was going to be able to juggle that many players with Piper, and he's doing it very well. Nice jump coming in from Tomsy. Got to make sure he doesn't auto in that turret, and he does get it down very low, but Yoshi's going to survive there. 20 HP, and that's damage on safe. But now that Humble re-established control, if they can avoid feeding OP, they should be fine in this position. Crow jump available as well, should be able to deal with this Amber quite nicely. The burn down comes through, but OP's pushing him back regardless. Lukey's hitting some shots, so gets the taps along with Tomsy. Cyclone cleans up the right, and now the damage has to come through for Humble.
Surely it will. 3 players on safe. It's even right now, actually. They need one more hit, but I think the poison there is what settles it for Team Humble. Finally, something seems to be going their way. They did pick up some games in the previous sets, don't get me wrong, but this one was their strongest performance yet. And looking at the draft, I think they got this. I think it would be truly a shame, truly a blunder if they don't pick up this set.
I mean, the thing that worries me is they looked like this in the first game of the first set, and SK bounced back really well. And I think if Humble managed to secure this one, it definitely gives them a bit of a say. They can definitely win another 2 sets in a row if they manage to win this one. Throw SK off a bit. Great slow there by Cyclone. Going to follow up with a few more shots along with Tomsy as well. And Lukey hitting some nice taps on the left-hand side on Yoshi, pushing him back. They need to claim this mid-bush, but at the moment, it's just not possible.
Ope jumped back into the mid now. Cyclone has a lot of space to navigate through, but Ope's gonna get in range and take him down. Ikeo's a bit of a problem there as well. Tomsy will manage to take him down at last. Lukey opening up the walls now as well. Tag from Cyclone, spots Yoshi in the bush. Ope low HP, Lukey snipes off Yoshi. Lukey needs to be a little bit careful. Ope still might potentially come out of the shadow realm eventually there, but he will fall as soon as he does. And it is SK Gaming with a 7% lead, but we saw earlier how little of an impact that tiny lead can have.
Yeah, Humble are on point here, breaking up that wall as well, and to get rid of that damage booster. And now Yoshi not in the best of spots. Great tap coming in. Jumps there as well from both Tomsy and Cyclone on the opposite sides. And they take the lead once more. This time in an earlier position, though. Need to hold this out for another minute and 10 seconds instead of going for that last-ditch push.
Yeah, that's a good bit of early damage here. 30%, they're going to be very happy about that. A minute left on the clock now as well. Ope, bit aggressive on the left-hand side, gets punished for it. Tomsy connecting some nice snipes on the left too. Ikeos will fall. Yoshi behind his damage booster, but damage booster is going to be out of the way now. 45 seconds left. SK Gaming are going to have to start making some plays here, or they will concede this set to Humble.
I mean, Ikeos having such a tough time against Cyclone, and now he's kind of put Yoshi in this 1v2 that he can't handle too much for Ope there as he takes Tomsy into the Shadow Realm, moves up the map and actually might find some damage. Cyclone pinching back and he has to. Good jump coming in as well, gets the kill and gets him out of position. Tomsy goes forward as well, finds Chaos, but now it's Yoshi getting some damage. Still couldn't get short though. Base race is on, but a good cleanup on defense from Ope gets nobody in the Shadow Realm at the moment, and 12% lead for Humble.
Final countdown here, 12% is still doable here for SK. They have this final push, but time is of the essence here. Can they get the damage done? And they do! SK Gaming get to match point with a final clutch.
I mean, that shouldn't be happening in reality. Humble hold it for the entire game, and then they've got that done to them, what they did to SK in the last game. That last second push is what wins games. If you go too early, it's an issue, and if you can't hold control, that's a bigger issue as well, because SK Gaming now on match point, but Humble, I think they're in this.
Ope, quick access to the mid was a gadget. So far, dodging very well. Catch a Cyclone off guard as well. The slow is there, but not really gonna bring too much to the table here for Humble. Cyclone overextends, gets punished by a Chaos, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst thing in the world here for Humble. They have that puddle on the left-hand side as well, which is gonna be a bit of a problem as you get slowed down once you walk in it with gear. Let's see though, as we get some early damage on save this time around. Cyclone with a jump in will get the kill. Might want to get rid of this damage booster as well. Ope still there, still a problem. And look at that save for Humble, down 42% already.
I mean, that's absolutely huge for them. It's now up to Humble to just hold this control in mid. And I don't think he got the burn off there. Slightly missed it, but the amount of oil on this map right now is crazy. Tomsy finding a dodge there and actually might get Chaos as well. Gets the kill. Cyclone cleans up mid too. And Luki is not stopping tapping here. Yoshi taking some fire. Tomsy finds some damage on safe. Only 9%, but it's something. Now Cyclone's being chased down by OP. He gets that. And now it's a forced defense for Luki. He gets it beautifully though.
Hard taps from Luki are ridiculous. Gets the follow-up onto a Chaos too, but not quite enough to take him down. In the meantime, though, Tomsy has been dealing so much damage on that blue save. He does end up going down now, but the lead is really not that much. It's only 11% in favor of SK Gaming, and with the positioning of Humble right now, that could very quickly change, but they need to hit those taps, need to find those connections. Ope on the left-hand side is still getting some good value, has super now as well. Could potentially go to the Shadow Realm and try to make a push for the save, but he goes down as Luki shuts him down. 30 seconds left on the clock very soon here, and 11% is separating SK Gaming from making it to the World Finals.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think Luki could miss even if he wanted to, but OP's got this Shadow Realm, and even if he wants to just go up and get some damage, he can. Cyclone's still here and still alive. The damage starts to rain through. This might be a base race, but it's actually Piper trying to defend. We're going to see him go down, but Humble do actually have the lead. Good shots coming in from Luki to get the kill. Needs to get him down, but Tomsy's coming as well. They're tanking well. Really nice stuff, but Chaos is coming forwards. There's no damage on the Humble side, and SK have got more. They do it, and they're going to Worlds.
It was just about enough. And again, for SK Gaming, adaptations is the name of the game. No matter how rough the sets start, they are able to turn them around. No matter how hard the year started for them, they were able to turn it around. And it's gonna be GG's well played, Trav. We have a new world finalist, and it's gonna be SK Gaming.
I mean, sad end to the year for Humble, but for SK Gaming, they're on top of the world at the moment as they claim their golden tickets, or if they don't, we'll see in just a moment if they do. Now they're claiming their golden tickets. Beautiful stuff from SK Gaming. We'll see them next month at the World Finals.
Again, what a journey this year. It really wasn't sure a couple months ago if they would make it to this point, but they did, and they fought so hard to make it happen. They never gave up, and they are rewarded now with those tickets to the World Finals. It's a beautiful thing to see. Obviously a little bit sad too, of course, for Team Humble that gave it their all, that got swept 3-0 despite having 3 close sets, 3 opportunities where honestly a little bit of adjustments here and there, it could have been a 3-0 the other way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I feel really bad for Humble because they put on a beautiful performance, but I think that's SK qualifying to World Finals without even dropping a set across the entire LCQ, and I think that is something that has to be mentioned. Let's go over for a chat with Ark and Pedro.
Thank you, Trav. I'm joined by Pedro. Pedro, first and foremost, a huge congratulations to you and all the boys. What a stellar performance. I want to start first and foremost by just asking you, this is by far SK's toughest year in Brawl. Just describe for us how deep you had to dig to get this result here today.
Yeah, we had to work really, really hard. The win today means relief for us because we made the homework and now the real goal is up there. So we know that we belong there. So yeah, it was really tough. We worked hard to do it and we did it.
It was a grueling few matches, but Trav stole the words right out of my mouth. You did make it through the entire competition without dropping a single set, which is phenomenal. How did you make it look so easy?
I think yesterday was a combination between a good draft and good team play, but today I think we were not good at drafting, but the guy did it possible. First and third set we didn't have the draft for sure, and they did it possible, so congrats to them.
It was a slow start to the year, it's fair to say, for you guys, but bring us back to those most trying times, and how did you all ensure to keep team morale and focus high in those moments of potential crisis?
Yeah, keeping the mental high, as you say, when we are going through tough moments is hard. We were a bit down sometimes, but we managed. It's hard, competition. We all want to win. Losing is hard, especially when you know that you are good enough to win. But yeah, things happen.
Well, you've made it to Worlds, which, again, a thorough congratulations to you all on. Which team's looking ahead, then, to the World Finals? Are you maybe feeling the strongest, or which teams would you also like to face, potentially?
I would like to face Crazy Raccoon on finals, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, Europe is super strong. There is not that weak. We saw it this weekend on LCQ. There is not a single weak opponent imagining Worlds, so yeah.
Once again, to the boys and yourself, a thorough congratulations. Make sure that you celebrate tonight and go hard. And it's back for now to the casting desk.
Thank you very much, Ark, and really great words from Pedro there. Yet again, a massive congratulations to SK Gaming on making it to the World Finals next month. It's a big achievement for them, and quite frankly, it's where they belong.
It really is. They have made it there so many years already. It would not have been the same without them, but they did manage to make it through. No matter how hard Humble fought through this match, having some opportunities here and there to do some real damage to SK. SK, they just stood their ground. They made the right changes every time the set just wasn't quite going their way. When the wind wasn't going in their direction, they were able to just change and set sail exactly where they wanted to be, and that's going to be in the World Finals 2023. It really means the world to them. This year felt like a very quiet year for SK Gaming, but they still have a final month left this year to make a stand and make the noise they want to make on stage.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's unfortunate for Humble at the end of the day, looking at these statistics. 3, 6, and 11 from SK Gaming. OP being the highest, and the lowest on Humble is 11. The highest is 18. That is huge from them, but, kills usually don't equal wins in the Brawl Stars Championship and in Brawl Stars in general. It's about getting that objective done.
Yeah, especially in Heist, like every shot you're shooting at a player is a shot that's not going on the safe. And it is a little bit more complicated than that, but sadly for Humble, again, I can't stress it enough, they played phenomenally, but it just didn't work out here. SK Gaming with the victory. Let's see who the MVP is from you guys at home. You voted on event.brawlstars.com, and it is going to be iChaos again. I believe 3 times MVP throughout the LCQ. He's going to go home being very, very proud of his performance here.
I mean, he's got to be one of the best players in the world at the moment. The performances that guy brings out on a regular basis are really unparalleled by many players in the Brawl Stars Championship at this point. So it's a big thing for him. And he's a huge, huge asset to the SK Gaming roster, because in reality, he's a huge reason of why they've qualified to these events.
Yeah, it's been years of success for him. And I think that you really stole the words out of my mouth, because he's been so consistent across not just like a season, across years. That is truly impressive on his part. And as you said, I think that himself, but the rest of the squad can be just so incredibly happy that things went as they wanted here at LCQ. It could not have gone better, really.
Yeah, it really couldn't have gone any better. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, see what we've got coming up next, and see that SK Gaming have obviously advanced into that qualified position over Humble, who they did just beat 3-0. Up next, we'll have that SDMN versus Reject match, Revenant versus Reconic up after that, and then finishing the day, through these qualifying matches at least, on the Navi versus VN esporting match. There's some bangers coming up, Teddy.
Absolutely so. The next match here could honestly be a World Finals Grand Final, and it's happening here at LCQ. The worst part is one of those 2 teams is not even going to make it to the World Finals. LCQ has been a true spectacle so far, and we're only 1 match into this day 2. I cannot wait to see what happens next.
Well, we're going to watch a quick video on one of the teams that we're going to be seeing next.
Okay. He's shy. It's a boy.
Shy Gus.
Yeah. That's pretty impressive.
This guy, you can identify it by one pin, like one, the most famous pin in the game. You know what it is? It's like related to this brawler.
Surge.
No.
No monkey pin.
One of the best showdown brawlers.
Showdown.
Like NPC. Like
NPC.
Almost
Shelly?
NPC. No.
Primo. Oh, Edgar. It's a guy, he's like kind of muscular, but not that muscular.
Sam?
No. He's your skin color.
Primo?
Close, kind of, skin color wise. He likes to be outside. Deep voice.
Deep voice.
Like deepest voice in the game.
The only brawler that likes spirits this time, like.
No.
No.
I don't want to give it away.
One more.
He shoots arrows.
Yeah. There. It's a pirate from the pirate gang.
Pirate Gene?
No, that's his skin.
Oh, pirate gang.
Like the pirate.
Penny.
Oh, that was too hard. That was too easy.
This is gonna be bad. He's like one of the coolest brawlers in the game.
Coolest, like.
Coolest.
I mean,
like he's got like.
There's a lot of cool brawlers.
He's got like swag, kinda. He's
swag.
One of the
drip.
I wouldn't say drip. He's got a lot of skins in the game.
Brock.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna put it really easy. Mexicans one trick.
Sandy. Poco.
No.
Spike.
You took too much.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Last Chance Qualifier, where we are one match down. One golden ticket has left the trophy. We have still 3 more to distribute to our winners here today. I'm back with Trav, and we've got another banger matchup lined up very, very shortly.
It's going to be absolutely incredible in reality. STMN versus Reject, Sans, Bobby and Zara versus Levy, Achapi and Menmi. Let's focus down on STMN to start things off though. The day they had yesterday was pretty much unparalleled by anybody but SK Gaming. SK Gaming have claimed their ticket. Now, well, I think it's going to be STMN's turn.
I've got to say, STMN, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, are looking like the team to beat at the moment. They've never looked better, and I said that to Bobby last night. They are looking so strong at the moment. Very, very scary stuff. Yesterday was a fantastic result for them, but today it's going to be a tough one. Yet again, Reject, if they can pull something out the pocket and bring us a little bit more than we saw yesterday, they do still stand a very good chance of making an upset here.
Well, let's focus on Reject now then. They really did have a bit of a difficult day yesterday. Not the performance I expected out these, East Asian beasts, to put it simply. Like, they've got world champion on their roster, a 2-time world champion of that, I believe. So it's slightly worrying that they didn't do as well as we expected them to do. They were probably the favorite or one of the 2 favorites coming into this competition, and they were quite frankly underwhelming.
A little bit. It did feel that way. Maybe some nerves to set things off on day 1, but nonetheless, something that they have to have left behind coming into today. I mean, on paper, these 2 teams, they are so identical. They are both the number 2 seed in their respective regions. There was actually just 2 more grand final appearances for Reject. Other than that, exactly the same numbers of, 0 quarterfinals exits and all that stuff. So I feel like this is the perfect matchup to put both of these 2 teams to the test.
Yeah, I mean, they're just consistently good, both of these teams. It's surprising to see a team the level of Reject and STMN here, but you've got to think, STMN lost out to Luminosity in their region. Absolutely incredible team. And, well, I think it goes to say Reject against Crazy Raccoons, not the easiest matchup, and they still did brilliantly throughout the year.
Yeah, but STMN only lost to Luminosity. That's the crazy thing. It's the only team that's been able to beat them this entire year long. And when you look back historically through the kind of history with STMN versus East Asia as a region, it hasn't always been fruitful for STMN. But going back to the SPS Masters, we saw in the group stages a sweep of Crazy Raccoon. But that did come back in kind in the later stages in that matchup for third place, where Crazy Raccoon swept STMN. So there is that kind of more recent kind of interaction with the region. But this is Reject, and it's a fresh day. STMN, like I said, off the back of yesterday, looked very, very good to me, and arguably more so than what we saw from Reject. I think that they have a very thorough understanding of both the draft and what it means to play against other regions, especially one as worrisome for them as East Asia.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an issue for STMN, I feel, here. They are, in my eyes, and it's weird to say this when I'm talking about an East Asian team nowadays, but they're the favourites coming into this one in my eyes. Their performance yesterday was so much, it was on a much, much higher level than what Reject brought to the table, and obviously being the favourites, they're going to have a bit more pressure, and not that they're not feeling pressure anyway, because this is the game for World Finals against, some of the best players in the world. It's not the position that STMN thought they were going to be in when they guaranteed their first seed yesterday. They expected to be coming in today against Navi. So it might be something that they hadn't prepared as much they'd like to for.
I think they're looking at how Navi performed yesterday. Yeah. They might well be thankful for the matchup, actually. Yeah, I mean, when you look back to yesterday, STMN, like I said, they just looked unstoppable and very confident, most importantly. That's something that we haven't seen in every single team that has taken to the stage. And, I feel like they're so close at this point in time, and, it would be a disaster for them to not make the World Finals. But again, for Reject, from a region that we've always considered at the very top of Brawl esports, either way, whatever team does take the loss here, it's going to cause shockwaves throughout the entirety of Brawl esports. As we go into our first set of this series, it's going to be Brawl Ball as the mode, Pinhole Punt as the map. 77% of people on events.brawlstars.com are siding with STMN to the 23% of Reject. And I've got to say, before our opening stream yesterday, I don't know whether that would have been necessarily as convincing a stat.
It definitely would have been, and it still shouldn't be now, bear in mind. Like 77% of people, I can understand that they want to vote for STMN, but Reject are so good. If they can switch on, which they clearly weren't yesterday, if they can get in the moment, play the best Brawl Stars that they've played, then they're more than capable of beating STMN by all means. We're going to be on Pinhole Punt in Brawl Ball yet again. We got that Fang ban. I can't really blame them for it, but Buster coming in as Reject's first pick. It feels a little bit clunky for Reject style, I feel. Weird to see them playing tanks instead of those incredibly mechanically skilled brawls.
But it's a very strong first pick. Buster at the moment is just in such a great place. Squeak going to come in, and Gale for STMN. We've mentioned Gale a couple of times. It's not necessarily just kind of like a clear, hard counter idea that is just thrown around in every scenario, but here I think it will work quite nicely to help just deflate what Buster is trying to inflict upon the spawn side. Bans-wise as well, I do like where Reject are thinking with this, and I think that STMN's comp with the max ban as well does scream a great deal about what this region like to bring in, especially on a map and mode like Brawl Ball. It does cater a lot to that aggressive playstyle. Taking down the speed and eradicating it is smart. Cordelia's coming in for Reject, and Stu, so they're still going to bring in some additional speed, and that's always an exciting thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see that we're going to go for a tank to start things off with the bans, as you mentioned, but Sandy coming in as the last pick from STMN. We did see Squeak and Sandy alike on that Humble comp already on this map today, so they were very solid brawls. They kicked things off with an absolute bang, but it's just whether or not this Gale's going to be, adding that thing that they were missing to keep the momentum going.
Well, here we go. There's so much tension, you can just feel it in the air on the stage as both teams are about to lock horns and kick things off. Set to be a fantastic matchup, and whoever comes out on top in the early stages might be able to bring that momentum forwards, but I think nonetheless a back and forth affair as we go into things. Memi going very aggressive on the left-hand side, dashing from Levi. A great start from Sans, the sweet dreams there, just absolutely deflating everything, and now a counter push.
Yeah, 3v1 here as well, and lucky for Levy, these people are respawning a champion Memi back in the mix. But Sans looking for the triple stun there in the goal. Very bold play to make, but I can't blame him for it. Nice super from Zar there to get the guaranteed kill. He's not using the stun. He's going to be playing that slower.
Oh, nice pinch between Zara and Bobby. A takedown of a Chappie. And now the respawn in place. Rejects, rightly so, slowing down that pace to ensure that all three members of their team can go on the aggressive. Memi pushes then Zar into the realm. He's going to be out of it shortly and maybe in a compromised position. Sans is there and all three members, all hunkered down together. But this is looking like a good push coming in from Reject. They're taking it slow and steady, but the positioning is power.
Yeah, that realm as well available, stopping Sandy from being able to stun this one out. This might be the push they need, but Gale doesn't have super either. Really difficult for them now. The pull comes in from Buster, but Bobby's on the line and Charpy gets the ball back. Oh, Sans is there for the defense. Levy can't grab it, and now Sans is the one going. Unbelievable stuff. What an incredible defense from STMN. That was looking like a surefire goal, and now a chance to reset. STMN though maybe shaken from it. Let's see how they do recover. Big taps from Mary onto Bobby, but Bobby finds the angle around the wall, back into the round, past the Levy on the right-hand side. It'll be a straightforward goal for Rejects with 1 minute remaining on the clock. Yeah, as good as that defense was, it ended up being all for nothing, as now Rejects are the ones ahead, and obviously with no stun, that didn't mean as much for the super. Now a Chappie's going to get supered down by Sans, but he's still got a stun. This is the position of dreams for STMN. He gets the stun, but the save! They're still going to push it in, but the defenses are on point. That was almost unreal scenes. But the goal stands. We are tied up 30 seconds until overtime. And Chappie just trying to create some space on this left-hand side. Pushing the ball forwards to the right, straight to the hands of Bobby. And a good connection there as well from himself. 80 HP. And Chappie just falls there, just by a slither or a pixel. Levy in the middle, just trying to just buy that valuable time that he needs. The ball, though, needs to be pushed forwards. And Bobby knows it, getting it towards Sans. The walls are about to go down. What a position for them in going into overtime. Bobby's got the super as well, chooses to use it early. Levy's actually going to get hit by that, and he's using the slow. Love that from him. I absolutely love that star power slowed down. Has to force a dash, and now the timing's there. Beautiful stuff. Memy's got that realm, but he misses it as well. Shots onto Levy, he goes down. Knockback from STMN, and it's a 3v1. The goal's forced in, and Reject fall behind. A very methodical ending by STMN there. They knew they had to get that ball forwards and just ensure the takedowns. Didn't want to take any chances by going for shots and trying to squeeze the ball past players. That was strong, and against a great deal amount of pressure, as it was Rejects that opened things up at the beginning initial point. Now reset, but 1 game ahead are STMN. Yeah, absolute W key from Reject here. The pullback's there. Can they get it off? But Bobby's on the defense again. They know how to defend these. Twister being placed down as a defense, cutting a Charpy off from the rest of his team. And now he can find that pathway through. But I don't think there's much of an attack coming here for Reject at the moment. But he's still got that pull. Sans going to get the ball out, and I can't blame him for it. Good defense once again from STMN. All 3 members so low, and Chappie was looking so dangerous there. Bobby will take his own life there as a result there of the shielding. And a very much required Sandstorm is going to help out tremendously now, as Reject can't really push into this, not that much, not without knowing where everyone lies. Bobby full HP at the back of the spawn. He's the best person to be able to get some pressure on, and Levy is the first to get hit down to 200 HP. But it's Chappie going super aggressive on the right-hand side. Memy jumping in as well. He's there for the spawn. It's Sans all alone, and Levy's able to seal it. Another first early goal for Reject. I mean, these defenses are so good, but that one just wasn't quite enough. Another Sandstorm coming down from Sans, though, and that's going to help STMN. Going to place that sticky residue down and just hope someone doesn't see it coming. Sans looking for the cyclone. I don't think he's actually connected the shot inside that Sandstorm. Going to be a long way away from another one, and that wasn't really communicated. The knockback from Zard didn't help out any of his teammates, but eventually they're finding some kills. Levy should fall, and it's a 3v1 against a Charpy. He's looking very tanky, but all 3 members have found him, just whittling him down now, and STMN have actually got more time than they did previously. They were able to find the goal. Stars pops the gadget, gets the stun. No save is there from Menmi, and STMN tie it up yet again. No save this time, but I thought it might be there. Beautiful from STMN to bring this one back. Slow's going to connect onto Levy there, and that might help. Great knockback, and Sans' value comes through. Menmi gets hit hard, residue onto him, and that's in the goal now, surely. The gadget actually wasn't popped. Beautiful stuff, it popped a bit early there, I think. But now, Bobby just going to throw down the super. Levy gets hit by that. No gas heal to keep him alive this time. And now, still 1-1. But this time, it's Reject pushing out. That was feeling like some good momentum, potentially even a goal-scoring opportunity, but again, 20 seconds until overtime, and it worked out well for STMN last time. Why not try and get that positioning power yet again? Levy has super on the left-hand side, might just choose to go for the ball and try and get it clear, but now going back towards the defensive position. I'm not sure about that myself. Sandstorm is down. Sanzo in the realm. It's just going to be Zar and Bobby in a 2 versus 3 for now. That's a beautiful connection from him as well to bring Sans into that. Completely gets rid of the Sandstorm value. Bobby has this super though, and it's STMN starting to push up. The slows are going to be so valuable at getting Sans in range. He gets that beautiful. Super comes down from Bobby, but no connections this time. Shots for STMN. Down a Charpy goes. Levy's the last one alive, but he can't do it alone. And STMN takes set number 1. What a starting result.
That really was for STMN on the back foot on both games and were able to bring things back. What a sandstorm. What a timing of it. The positioning was perfect. And it's just so difficult to work with, and you don't know where your opposition lies. Relix were not able to defend, despite some valiant attempts. I mean, some of those, Cordelius jumps in to try to save the ball from memory were absolutely on point. They really, really were. But that is the first starting set that SCMN really would have wanted. They can bring this forward, and that confidence, which they're never short of, though, is going to be in a good place.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time as well, SCMN had some brilliant defenses. That one from Sands especially, it would have been a quick 2-0 game if he didn't manage to get that, and Reject would have had the game. But overall, this is such a close affair at the moment. Look at that save. It didn't mean a lot in the end, but just to go for that and manage to save it, he went for it towards the end as well. And it was so close. I mean, beautiful, beautiful image of Arkid slid in there as well.
I mean, when you look at the caliber of gameplay that Reject are bringing to the table, it is world class. That's the heartbreaking thing of this matchup. It really is worthy of the World Finals. But that's what SCMN at the moment are just one step ahead with, and it's just unreal to see these two lock-ons. It really, really is, and statistically as well. Look at Sands. I mean, 14 takedowns. That is unbelievable. 376 DPS as well. An absolutely stellar game from him.
Yeah, I mean, what's that? Like a shot with Sandy every 4 seconds or something? That's not bad. That's not bad in my eyes. But I mean, at this point, it's just such a treat to see these two teams go at it. How evenly matched they seem to be there. But it was just STMN keeping composure, keeping calm, knowing they're going to have the advantage in overtime, especially when Sands is playing as well as he is on that Sandy. They've always got a sandstorm.
It was a fantastic draft. I mean, I wasn't too convinced on the Squeak first pick. I mean, it's never a bad thing, but it's hard to defend with it, and it was played fantastically also. But obviously, Sandy really did land the mark for Sands. Last stop will be our map for Gem Grab up next, and again, I don't think we're going to see any kind of outrageous ideas. I think this is going to be very traditional stuff from both sides. It is a new map, though, to the pool, competitively speaking, so there's definitely going to be room for it. Is it just like, is it the right time? We got the best of 5, best of 3s. It does open up the possibility of some adaptations that you may find working in your favor for Reject. They really do need to tie this one up here. Mortisban, Crowban, a first pick of Squeak for STMN alongside the Meg ban. Bans of Rosa, Crow, and Buster for Reject. I mean, again, for STMN to pick that Brawler first in this particular map as well, I'm very quite sold on that as a starting hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's STMN exuding confidence there, doing the same thing as they did in the previous set, and hoping that it'll work again. Maybe Reject will have an answer to it this time. But I really like that Mortis ban coming in from STMN. We saw some highlights. I believe it was Menmi playing it it was one of the Reject players playing it on some of the highlights we saw yesterday, shooting Star. It was popping off so hard. But that's what we like to see from East Asia, the Max coming in, and that's definitely a speciality of the region.
Yeah, they banned it out in the previous set, and now with it on the table, Reject don't hesitate to pick it up. And it is going to provide so much over in terms of aggression, in terms of ability to juke those shots. And for STMN, they'll be brainstorming now as to what they want to do to counteract that. But one final pick still to come here for Reject. It's going to be that insurance policy that we've seen a great deal over the last chance qualifying stages. Otis just in the eventuality that STMN want to try to overthrow with tankiness. And the question now is, do they want to stare down the barrel and do so anyway, or do they want to try and avoid it and work around it?
Yeah, STMN need to kind of avoid tanks pretty much at all costs now, but I mean, Rosa and Buster are banned out there, the ones that usually reach towards, but I mean, they've got a mean Sam on their team, let's be real with that, so that's definitely a possibility still. See what they do choose to go, though. We did see, we did see Lola, but
yeah, we did, yeah.
I mean, it was a pretty solid pick overall as well. I think that was a good answer from STMN there. Was played through the mid in the previous game, and intrigued to see if they're going to, play that same idea. Oh, they're going with the Gale again. I mean, I don't hate it because, with Max, there's going to be a lot of speed, and he provides that slow.
I kind of wonder gadget-wise as well, because there's already a jump pad on the map. Let's be honest, Twister would work really nicely on the left-hand side in the eventuality that Reject don't bring in a wall break here, but let's see how they're feeling about things. And I think the Gale was kind of a necessary idea also just simply because, if Reject are thinking tanks, then they've got to have something in the back pocket. But like you say, the best tanks realistically on this map are banned. They're going to go with Fang.
Ooh,
I mean...
No, they're not.
But into Gale, that's going to really be something of an encouragement for STMN, providing that they're really on point and working together as a unit. You've got to be so aware with Fang and look to kind of like seek him out in every eventuality. But as we've seen so many times in the last chance qualifiers, Fang can come in and just get the gems at just the right time, and it's definitely a worrisome brawler to be looking at on the side of STMN.
Yeah, definitely worrying, but I mean, as you say, the Gale's still going to be there. They're going to have some countermeasures to it. The lower range as well, through that mid, should be alright against the Fang. Keep out of the way. It's a question of whether or not they just need that one play, and that's the issue. Fang can make one play and win the game. Fat Splatter versus Sticky Residue, and that's surely going to be a Sticky Residue win. Through this mid, Bobby's taking some hefty fire.
Nice positioning of that gadget as well by Sans, and he's continuing to aggress there. I think one tap away there. Benmy from going down as now Bobby and Zar do respawn back in. Chappy now though has super, and he'll be looking to try and get the most amount of value that he possibly can for it. Speed now from Levi, and now Chappy is in even more of a dangerous position, trying to connect the boost to just whittle down Zar to ensure that when he goes in, he's able to come out with the goods.
I mean, Sans is a prime target for the Fang Super right, but look at this little duo coming down the right side. Spin's going to be missed as well with that roundhouse kick. No stun coming out of it. Now it's lovely from Zar to just be able to avoid that, but Mendy's coming through this mid and getting some beautiful shots onto Bobby.
I like Stans's positioning there as well, just knowing that he could continue to push forwards on that top left-hand side. Full HP, if maybe came around the side, he would still be able to deal with the situation now. STMN taking a firming role in the mid with 5 gems in the pocket, all tied up now. Speed though from Levy will be able to just deflate this somewhat, but a good connection. Phase shift away to cancel it out. Memi's going to fall here on the left-hand side now. That's going to put some pressure onto Bobby. Low HP, they can't falter at this moment in time, and then Chappie's got super yet again. Zar handles things on the right-hand side.
Yeah, did miss his knockback, but still managed to get it done. Then he's going to come back in and not really get a lot of value there, but the Fang has this lunge and they have to be careful. No twisters from Zar as well, bear in mind, none left. He gets the dash onto him, and this is Reject's reclamation of the control, now starting to push forwards. The Muse available as well, and Sans the only one from STMN holding his ground.
Chappie going in, but Zar there to clear things up, does secure the takedown, and meanwhile Sans does fall as well, and there's more speed for Levy, coming in shortly with the whole squad pushing things down, but Memi Low being just tripled down there by Bobby. He's in a great spot though, if he gets the mute off onto Sans, he's landing a lot of taps, but what a connection from Sans, he instantly goes down, 9 gems to 8, and STMN could be smelling a countdown here.
I mean, the Chappie's found the super, they're going to need to try and grab this gem as well, this is going to be able to be reset from Reject in the mid. Chappie going towards Sans, gets the triple connection! Onto Levy, survives on a slither of HP, mute on the right hand side as well as Menmi gets him low, but scouted out by Bobby and he just survives.
Throw over the ego as well just to secure the kill, but Memi is shaking pretty nicely. He now will fall. It's just Levy in the mid, and all 3 members of STMN are hunkered down. The second gem that they need for the countdown to ensure it is there, and there's not going to be enough time, I didn't feel, even with the max speed, but Rejects are going to push for it, but STMN are safe and sound.
Looked like they had faith that there was going to be another gem from the mid and they held off a bit instead of the max just going forward, but it just never came for them, and STMN move another game up. 1 now off being 2 sets up, and that might just be the point of no return for Reject.
Rejects have got to turn this around. It's very, very vital at this stage that they do so. Sans already popping in early, Gadget jumping straight in. Levy knows it. He's going to place it to the right-hand side, forcing then if Levy wants to aggress to the left. And a Chappie there with the damage gear is still very much a threat, but trying to earn his super. Landing 3 taps onto Bobby, he's already got it.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and they have the speed as well. This could be dangerous for STMN now as they start to go in. And Chappie's going to choose Sans' right option as he doesn't really need Bobby at the moment. Only 2 gems, it's not worth his while. Levy, though, is brought very low by Bobby and his ego, and Zara over the right-hand side seems to be struggling this game.
3 gems for Bobby. Sans might be able to find a Chappie there, but there, I think a Gadget is not the greatest. It will force Chappie forwards, and now the connecting shots actually will provide the value with the support there of Zar. But Levy there, 3 gems from STMN into his pocket, 7 to nothing. And STMN haven't really had much of a look as the aggressiveness of Reject is starting to bite back.
Menmi has this mute as well, Bobby through the mid, but Chappie looking for the trade, doesn't manage it, and 8 gems still in the hands of Reject to 0 of STMN. Sans trying to make something happen down the left-hand side, but now it's Menmi pinching in. Zar has to claim those so they can't be left on the floor for but he's done the super too late early, I mean, and he's not got anything from it. The dash again, phase shift is on point from Reject, just need this 1 gem, and that can't be too hard to grab.
It was a great phase shift, it had to be there because Sans would have got the slow, and now Reject with a countdown of their own. And Chappie though will instantly go down, he's still going to have super, so for defense, he'll still be in a good spot. Memi finds the connection as well. It's Sans trying to make something happen, and there it is off the spawn. Reject now in a fantastic spot to start to try to even out this set.
I mean, it's the same as what SK were doing. They lose the first game, they start to, make a bit of a change, and it just works for them. I liked how aggressive we saw the Max go off the start, not letting Squeak get that early lane control, because Sans had been holding that for all of the previous games.
Yeah, I think for me, Chappie really started to shine a lot better. It was a bit of a tough matchup there for Bobby as well, unlike the previous game. Let's see. SCMN are going to be swapping lanes now as well, going to the left-hand side, but Chappie's gone back to the right as well. So he's placed down the sticky residue for Sans there, forcing him back into the mid. As now it seems like both teams are starting just to slow the pace, but Levi very low here, has the phase shift away, so one less for later.
Yeah, force away, but Chappie's going to get his lunge as well. Nice stuff from him. Now Levy coming back through the mid, just surviving on 32 HP, and Menmi not going to last much longer, but almost gets the trade with Sans. But that's going to be some control. Here come Reject though, and they're getting some shots. So didn't even want to use his super there really, and still neglecting to use it.
Yeah, Sans playing a risky game, now very, very low HP, and then Chappie goes in. Bobby will pick up the scraps. Zal though low on the left-hand side. Levy can't really go into things, it's the mid yet. He's got to get some HP and goes on the aggressive, brings back some speed for his team. And now Chappie's dangerous, he goes in, but instantly taken care of. STML with good defense there. 6 gems to the 2, they've got a healthy lead.
Yeah, beautiful from STMN here. Mute's available, but he needs to make use of it, just going down over and over, and this is so tough for Reject to make something happen with. Now knockbacks there, straight into the hands of his teammates. We're going to have to see Otis claiming these gems. The Charpy goes for the jump pad in, but meets a lot of squeeze shots as he lands. Levy needs a super. We need a Fang super, but he's got no phase shifters left. Slows there, and Menmi with another super, but hasn't even used one this game.
Menmi though has the mute, not really a position for it. The slow from Zara's going to be keeping him back. The trade on the right hand side is going to make it 2 versus 2, and Levy is too low. Surely it's all down to Menmi, and there's just no time to be able to turn this one around. STMN have got a second set.
As I said, this might be the point of no return for Reject now. STMN just moving further and further ahead as we see these sets go on, and it's really worrying for Reject. But a position of dreams now from STMN. It requires our entire reverse sweep. 3 sets in a row from Reject if they want to make this happen.
Let's not forget, Chappie is a 2-time world champion. This would be history in the making, and it would mean that he would not be able to add even the potential of a third here. STMN are doing the unthinkable as we speak. But again, it's not that Reject are playing bad. There's certainly some things that they can start to iron out. The second game of Gem Grab was far more convincing, and it does display exactly just how dangerous they are. But STMN were the team that were able to turn things around. They made that lane swap, and they obviously had some discussion along the way to ensure that set went their way. Otherwise, it would have been all tied up. Instead, STMN have got such an affirming lead. I mean, potentially 2 games away from making the World Finals.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, for me, it's like Reject, when they went aggressive and when they just went for their usual game, their usual play style, just as all these agents so aggressive, they do well. But when they don't use those Fang supers in risky situations, when they don't just throw a mute out there, max speed towards the opponents and get the job done, that's when I feel that their downfall starts.
Sans yet again, riding high on the takedowns, bringing in such value for his team. Bobby there with a slightly higher DPS, but it really is so far STMN that just had the control and the cold exterior that's needed just to focus up on the world stage, make those plays count, ensure that the draft is always going to be more or less in your favor, or at least a balanced one. You can see what it would mean to them, focused up, ready to go into Kaboom Canyon. It's going to be Heist up next for our 3rd set.
Not over yet for Reject. This is where they have to start their reverse sweep, and it is obviously in Heist. So a game mode that does occasionally need some aggression, which they will thrive off the back of. But I just feel like STMN are so strong on maps like this, like Safe Zone, like Kaboom Canyon. Their controlled aggression is just such a good thing to have.
We've heard a lot over the weekend about 8-Bit. We saw it there with STMN. It brought them their golden ticket. Kind of wonder whether that might be high up on the bans. I always kind of wonder about 8-Bit on Kaboom Canyon. I much prefer it in Safe Zone, but we are starting to see a couple of players sort of gravitate towards it. I think Crow here, a very worthy ban. Bell, always very versatile, and it's not always the worst of first picks to consider just because you've got some options there to be had. Cordelius as well, as we know, can really cause a problem, but does have its flaws as well. Very much a defensive idea. Bonnie, Crow, and Nanny for Reject. 8-Bit, Crow, and Gale for STMN. I mean, Gale, as we've seen already, some decent play rates, and it has that ability to get very quickly onto the map, so I do like that idea from STMN and Colette. It's, for me, one of the best brawlers on this map. It always has been, and it still is.
I mean, the thing is, the high play rates are from STMN. They're the ones banning it, you know, that's the weird thing. The same with 8-Bit. And they love to reach towards that brawler. I mean, yeah, the East Asia region do as well, but it's something that STMN and the NA region alike have been singing the praise of all weekend, that 8-Bit pick. So clearly didn't want to reach towards that as their first, so got rid of it in case Reject wanted it their second or third. But the Colette, I must say, I really do like. It covers a lot of grounds.
Cordelius is going to be the first pick, actually, for Reject. Like I said, it can be outranged, but nonetheless, a very good safe pair of hands to have on the defense, especially in the eventuality of some of the tankier options to come in. And Squeak going to be combining with that. You know, that was a brawler that STMN have picked in both sets to date in this series, and it has brought them victory now in the hands of Reject. But when you think of it that way, STMN know very much how to play against that very brawler as well. I wouldn't mind seeing some other options in terms of range. A Brock as well, for me, is always that kind of ability to break open the map, but also land a lot of damage on the safe with the Incinerary, quite helping the NA side of things in terms of the thought process. But let's see, as this next brawler will show its face very, very shortly, Buster going to come in. I mean, that's an interesting place for it. I know, yeah.
Does it have that DPS needed for safe? That's the thing. I don't know if they're just going to use it in this grass and try use it for control. But it feels to me like that's just a bit of an oversight on the actual damage you're going to need to get. You know, Colette obviously is going to be able to do that, but they haven't got any tanks to feed all of these Colette supers. They haven't got anything that Colette's really, you know, getting the supers off, and I think that's a bit of an issue. So SDMN need, I feel, something with a bit more DPS, a bit more range. They're going to go with the Jessie. I mean, that's not what I was expecting.
It can absolutely shred through a save, but you know, Reject are not the team to leave such a thing unattended for too long. But for STMN, they're basically saying we're going to be able to get a team wipe and then just end the game immediately. Jessie is going to be a tough thing to make work, but it is very much a common staple diet in the North America region. Kaboom Canyon, though, is a different place for her. Normally I prefer to see her in kind of hot zone, but it is still one of those brawlers which many maybe sneer at first. There's the Brock that I kind of felt was a bit more of a safer option, but I like this though from STMN. They're taking risks. I'm not necessarily too sold on things at the moment, but if they make this work, this could be a very quick set.
It's bold. It's very bold. And as you say, you know, if they can get that control, if the Buster can, you know, have that explosive start, get Jessie into the position where it needs to be, same with Colette, then the safe can just disappear with a click of their fingers. But if Reject get control, if they hold it, if they play slow, composed, then I think they might have this one.
Well, in we go, and what could potentially be for Reject their final matches of the day. They'll be bringing everything out now to try to prevent that from happening and to give STMN a bigger back and forth. Levy already into the mid, he's going to find Bobby. Bobby already gadgets, and look at that! How quick was that? I mean, what a takedown, and until the Brock gets some kind of, you know, value, also he's got gadgets to use and break open the bush, but that's a very good strong start from STMN.
That's the thing, Buster's got a great matchup against that Cordelius here, but Memphis going to go up, and I mean, ooh, cheeky from him, going to go forwards and use that nicely, but you did bring him to the Shadow Realm. Stan's going to survive as well, and STMN aren't getting that much damage on the safe, but Reject, on the other hand, are doing quite a bit. Bobby now getting the kill, surviving it out, but they've got no turret, and Buster's got no damage, so they just can't, you know, do what Reject are doing.
Yeah, Reject knew that it was the time to go forward and get that early damage, because if Sans doesn't have super, he's not nearly as much of a threat, and now STMN starting to pick up for lost time here. Levy on the right-hand side is going to require a pinch. Zal goes in and does actually get put into the realm, and he stays alive, my word. He's going to be able to heal up now, and more pressure coming in as Memi is able to clear house with Shappy. There's a lot of damage about to go down, and it could even be over right here if Reject continue to land these shots. 2%, one rocket finds the angle, threats the needle, and Reject get a game.
I mean, it snuck through somehow right in between, threaded the needle between those two players to find the rocket onto the safe, and this is what we want to see from Reject. The aggression. This is where they thrive. Just going forwards, getting damage on the safe, leaving a Buster, leaving a Jessie Mino Super. Why not?
Very nice judge of awareness there from Reject, and I thought Stans might have actually been able to obtain a turret of the shots that he was able to land on the top right prior to it, but he was probably just one shot away. Look at this, Memi and Levy already pushing up. Gotcha gadget for Sar, the jump over the wall, the tap is there, but he's still 905 HP, it's got to go down. STMN taking no chances. I'm not sure though, I would like to preserve that Colette super, but clearly STMN a little bit flustered here. Probably able to shoot that squeak shot, but Sans couldn't say the same, and They're definitely not looking as comfortable at the moment as, again, Levy on the right-hand side finds Zar, and now Reject taking a firming role in that mid area.
Yeah, Bobby's trying to come from now, and actually Levy's going to get a kill there as well. Missed the thing onto Zar, though. Can't get him into the realm, but Memmi's here again, and he's the damage dealer. But Levy survives too. They're going to let him heal just to get the Brock down. 3 of them focusing on him, and still 41% taken off the safe.
Just small, very small margins of error. That last shot from Zara, if it had connected, would have helped, but now Levy is a problem. Sans clears up that problem, and Chappie in the mid, very exposed here. Memmi as well on the right-hand side low, but the damage still continues to rain down. 37% left on the STMN safe, and they've only been able to scratch 10% themselves.
Beautiful from Reject, really. They're playing this so well, but now they're on the defense. We'll see how this comp still fares against the Buster. The Colette's actually going to go in and actually miss the super. Doesn't get any value off that. Oh, the shield is shielding the turret. That's beautiful from STMN. And now their damage starts to come through, but Memmi's trying to run for it. He might get a break, but he's cleaned up by Zar. STMN take the lead.
Look at this, the damage is extreme. It's 80% left. STMN are doing wondrous work. What a great strategy. Bobby goes in, Sans with the shots, 1% left, and this game is done. STMN move on to match point with a moment of sheer genius.
I mean, shielding that turret is just absolutely genius, as you say. That was incredible. I hadn't even thought of that. Machine gun turret coming through with a Buster shield in front of it. What do you do?
Unbelievable stuff, but it is still a risky comp. Let's not beat around the bush. And Reject now be very much attuned to the mistakes that they made to allow that turnaround to happen. Levy low, Zar going in, secures things. It's a 3 versus 2. Bobby's just going to heal up now. STMN will take it a little bit slow. Just get that utility down. Once Sans has turret, then they're going to focus on securing those takedowns and getting that damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is match point for STMN. This is the World Finals game for them. Sans trying to get on the edge of that grass, try to fly under the radar past that squeak shot, but so many STMN shots are connecting onto the Reject players. Down goes Sharpie on the right, and now the turret comes in. No shield from Bobby, though, so it doesn't really get much done, but 28%, you can't complain that early on.
Bobby does find the connection there for Chappie, but did a good job to try to bait it out prior to it. Sticky residue into the mid is going to force the hand and a little bit of STMN. Gotcha gadget there from Zar. The bullet from Bobby. Oh my word, the aggressiveness is really starting to pay off as he pushes now down the right-hand side. Healing up very, very quickly. There's little trickles of damage. It's not quite as flashy as we saw previously, but 41% already dealt by STMN and nothing from Reject so far.
That's the thing, if it works, but now they start to fall, trying to leave Bobby unsafe. Gadget back, but he catches himself the wall and they clean up as well. Great stuff from Reject to bring the team play together, but still no percent on safe, and we're looking at about 42 from Reject, from STMN.
Yeah, great, fantastic rocket laces there from Memmi, and you know that's the sort of thing that STMN have got to really be a bit more patient with their shots forward and make sure they land. It wasn't the cleanest of sides in that left, but now Reject, hunker down on the right. Bobby will win that as well, but then Zara goes down very, very quickly. The jump from Levy does again get those shots around the situation, because STMN should be landing those takedowns. Damage now coming down, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, a bit of a perilous position for them to find themselves in. This could be a Reject set.
And Sans just going to leave Levy there and try and get his defense, but Soup comes in. Sans, he finds the gotcha, but the shot still hits. Almost even now with those Brock shots. Reject take the lead. Bobby can't push it with any help. He's in a tough position, 2v1 on that left-hand side, but Sans, he just wants to go. Levy needs to find the damage, but the defense of Sharpie super. He finds Sans and Bobby, both of them, but Turret, can Memmi find the kill on Jesse? Because that's what they need.
Turret is down, Zara's going in, the damage is coming down as well. Oh my word, STMN are absolutely destroying the safe, and it is done. STMN take the set and will claim a golden ticket to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Doesn't get much better than that for STMN, taking down a world champion on the opposing side to qualify to the World Finals. Massive, massive stuff for STMN in a matchup they never even expected to be in. They win it in convincing fashion.
Heartbreaking stuff for a Chappie, a 2 times Brawl Stars champion, and he will not be able to see a potential third. But STMN were the deserving winners, and rightly so, as the performance of yesterday was astounding. Today was no different, and they claim their golden ticket.
Rightly so as well, because that performance, 3-0ing an East Asian team, and at that, as you say, a Chappie, 2-time world champion. And let's not cut anything short either. The 2 players that surround him are so good as well. disappointment for Reject, but they just weren't on form over this weekend.
It just wasn't quite the same squad. You know, these mistakes start to stack, and when we looked at yesterday, we were hoping to see a bit more of a reformed Reject coming into today, and that was not what we tended to see. They got some good games in the sets, but they were not able to claim a set, and that is what counts. If they were able to get a game, it may have been a different story, but STMN were able to sweep it convincingly, and that is astounding stuff as we head over to the stage and get that player interview.
Bobby, what a journey to get to this point. How are you feeling?
On top of the world right now. I mean, we had the hardest group 1, we had the hardest matchup day 2, and we only dropped a set, so I think we made a statement.
Yeah, I was about to say, you guys went through the group of death, first seed, just to face Reject. And yet, you guys managed to do that in such an incredible way. How is that possible?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, not everyone gets a free ride. They say the toughest soldiers get the hardest battles, and they gave it to us.
I absolutely love that. You did mention in the beginning of the year that you thought it was actually better to qualify through LCQ rather than directly to Worlds. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I mean, look what we just did. At the start of the match, you said, you know, this could be a grand finals match in Worlds, and, you know, we swept them. So it's going to be a good confidence boost. We're going to feel good, and we're going to be ready for Worlds.
Well, last but not least, are there any teams that you want to face at Worlds in particular?
SK. Give me SK, give me Luminosity, give me FUT, China, please. But yeah, those 4.
He's ready to take them all. Well, one thing is for sure is you guys have been cooking this year. You really turned up the heat, and what we know now is that Worlds is gonna be on the menu for STMN. Casters, take it away.
Fantastic stuff there from Bobby. Great to hear the competitive spirit. It's a great thing to hear as well that they can now finally discuss the World Finals, you know, getting them on that world stage. And I think their performance today was absolutely stellar. It really was. They didn't miss a beat.
It really was, and I mean, they had some moments. It was the exact same as the SK Humble game. Reject, they're getting games, but they're not getting the sets, and the sets are what win the overall match. It just seems like they just started too late. That first game in
course, was surprised by STMN, you know, because of how frequently they went up against Luminosity and just came short of the World Finals themselves. We go to our MVP. Who is it going to be? It is going to be Sans. I think rightly so. Those first 2 sets really did pave the way for STMN to gain that confidence boost that they needed to have. Not short on confidence, but certainly momentum is a valuable, valuable thing when it comes down to one best of 5, best of 3, and Reject, if they've maybe been able to gain a set themselves, we may have seen something more of a back and forth, but again, Sans so instrumental to that early start.
Yeah, Reject just never got started, as you say, even a set, and it could have all spiraled out of control for STMN, but Reject, they just never got that set. They probably should have in a couple of those games. I feel like Gem Grab, they were alright if the Fang just went a bit more aggressive. In that heist, they started so well, but it's these adaptations that the teams are clearly making today that SK did the exact same against Humble. They lose the first, and then you win 2.
Great composure being shown there as we start to gear up for our third matchup of the day. It's going to be Revenant Esports versus Raconic Esports. And again, what is going to be a very, very interesting one. You know, speaking with Sergeant yesterday, you know, he was saying about how free he felt his group was. Well, now he's going to be put to the test because Raconic caused a huge upset yesterday.
None of us expected what Raconic did, and I feel like it's really nice to see one of those LATAM teams, especially from LATAM West, who are pretty undervalued when it comes to the global scene. Nobody's really seen too much of them, especially Raconic as well, bear in mind. But I think that they're a team that can cause even more upsets. And I don't know if it's even an upset against Revenant. I feel very, very 50-50. You know, we predicted differently, we should at the start of the stream. I'm with Raconic, you two are with Revenant, and I do think it's a 50-50. But I just think Revenant relies so heavily on Sergeant Clash making those pop-off moves, and I feel like Raconic across the board, they're all good.
I do agree. I really do agree. I feel as well, like, regarding that side of things, that it is that 50-50. I think for me personally, maybe I'm predicting with my heart a little bit, because I feel like India deserve a place on the world stage. And I think it's been a long time coming, and they've kind of been kept in the shadows by some of the community and regarding their skill set in question. But I think that for them to be able to prove those people wrong and come out strong here today, I think it would mean a great deal to the overall health of the Brawl esports scene.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a look at the matchup then, closer look at it at least, because we have Revenant Esports versus Raconic, Response, Sergeant Clash and Prashant versus, well, I guess it's RJ and Christian according to them, but it's Rees JCR for us. But Revenant Esports will take a little bit of a closer look towards them because they are a very special team.
Coming in as the #1 seed in India for the APAC region, Revenant Esports, I've got to say, have some very healthy stats to their name. Ranked in at #2 for set win percentage in the entirety of the 16 teams that made it to LCQ. Always attending a monthly final. An 87% win rate for them is very, very strong stuff, but they've got to bring their A game today, as we saw yesterday, in fact, with the EMEA region specifically. They had some very, very abysmal stats. It did not translate to the stage, quite the opposite. Let's take a look now then at Raconic Esports, because we already discussed yesterday, caused a huge upset. Really brought the fire and proved to the entire world that they can stand the heat when it really does matter. Very similar stats as well, continuing the idea from Revenant of always attending those monthly finals. Their best performance to date being that in July against Datos FA, who they faced frequently over the course of the season, 4 times in total. Were unable to break them 3 times, but then they broke through towards the end of the season, and I think that says a great deal about themselves. They were able to grow alongside the competition and just continue to bring their best and just persevere through everything that Datos were able to throw at them.
Yeah, this is a team that was practically scouted by Trav at this point. We did not see them coming in so hard for the rest of the season, and yet they managed to come seemingly out of nowhere and perform. We didn't expect them to make it as far as they have so far in the LCQ either, and now they are just a singular match away from making it to the World Finals. This is a story that I feel like is applicable to almost both teams as well here. You may argue that, you know, this final here, or this final match, is not necessarily like the 2 biggest teams out of the LCQ, and yet they managed to get in this position by causing those underdog stories, by beating teams that really no one expected them to beat, and now this is it. This is the final stretch, and they are so close to achieving their dreams.
Yeah, honestly, you know, looking at Raconic in their group, I didn't really feel like it was necessarily going to blow me away. But blow me away, they absolutely did. You know, watching their journey throughout the year as well, you know, there were times where they would just drop the ball and get reverse swept. I remember the first time they were looking very likely to win the grand final, Datos FA came back in, turned things into their favor and reverse swept them. But again, they have learned so much. Their ability to like absorb that knowledge and take it forwards, I think says so much about themselves, and they stand a very, very good shot here today. I think Revenant, though, as well, equally as strong. It is going to be that kind of 50-50 matchup. For me, this was the hardest one to predict on event.brawlstars.com. You know, I do feel like, you know, again, as Trev mentioned, if Sergeant brings his A game, if those bans are not quite predicted on the side of Raconic, because they're not afraid to bring in Piper in places where Piper realistically more often than not shouldn't be played, and he is very, very dangerous. I mean, I think he got like 18 kills earlier yesterday in Hot Zone, I think 15 in the following set. They are astounding statistics.
Absolutely, I could not agree more, Ark. I think one thing that is quite nice to point out as well is the fact that Revenant, they managed to clutch up that #1 seed in the Group C. If they didn't, if they got second, that still would be great to make it to day 2, but they would have faced SK earlier, and that probably would have been quite brutal. Right now against Reconic, by performing yesterday, they're giving themselves every chance for success, and that is absolutely huge for them. It really, really is, and I think that just shows how important seeding can be in the first day, because now the matchups, they are much crazier than we expected, and I love the fact that one of those two teams is going to be making it to Worlds. You talked about it earlier. Revenant, Indian team. India has been prepping for a big World Finals appearance. No one really believed it could happen. Right now, they are as close as ever to make their region so incredibly proud. And same goes for South America. They're a region that has been overlooked massively, where a lot of people make fun of their drafts, and us the first. When we're casting, we see things sometimes, we don't really know what is going on. And yet, here in a LAN environment, some of those simplified ideas, bringing it back to the basics, it's been working phenomenally for them. So this is just a matchup that I am so excited to get into. Pinhole Punt, Brawl Boys, where we'll be heading first in our predictions from you guys at home. 57% for Reconic, 43% for Revenant. Ark, you and I went for Revenant in our predictions. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, again, I just feel like they are performing very, very well recently. I mean, yesterday I would like to have seen a bit more from Response. A couple of missed gene pools proved to be very costly, and Sergeant really came in very, very strong for his squad. But speaking to them in SPS in Tokyo this year at Masters, they didn't really have much of a chance to get to Scrim, to get to really put themselves to the test. Well, that is what makes the last chance qualifiers so great in my opinion. They are now fully prepped and raring to go, and it is all on them to be able to bring it home. Raconic, though, will not go down without a big fight. Pinhole Punt is the map, Brawl is the mode. Raconic with a early first draft of B. The bans as well. We'll see revised shortly as the Cordelius, the Nita, as well as the Macy, the Crow, the Otis, and the Buster. So for me, looking pretty decent in terms of the bans. Not really sure on the Macy ban myself. I don't mind it necessarily being played. We had some back and forth last night actually after the show around that very brawler, and it got very heated. But I'm not sold on Macy. I don't think Macy is quite there yet for me. I'm still waiting for that sort of moment to be really, really convinced. So in terms of ban, I'm not too sure.
Revenant Esports bringing in Max and Ems to control speed, mostly. Either speed yourself up, slow down your opposition with Ems. Good tank awareness as well with the Ems, of course, just in case a pesky tank shows up. They'll have something to work with. They, of course, have the final pick as well, so they can always, solidify that aspect of their team composition. Squeak, brought in by Reconic Esports. Never really anything wrong with Squeak. He's just in a really good place. I think the fourth gadget gear has been really, really good for Squeak, because he was already one, if not the best brawler before that update. And right now, I mean, the first thing I thought about when I saw that there was a fourth gadget gear, I was thinking, oh, Squeak is going to be so good. And he really is in such a good place. We'll see the Gale again. We saw it brought in by Stamina earlier today, and honestly, I kind of liked it. It was doing quite well, though. What I like a little bit less about it now is that there are no tanks whatsoever on the side of Revenant. They could still last pick a tank, but I don't know if they will into the Guild. They're going to go Barley instead, and honestly, they don't really have much to deal with a Barley. If he manages to get into good positions, that's going to be GG's.
I do like that for Control, absolutely so. Gale as well, though, bringing in the potential Twister. You can shut the ball in the corner. I think it's also a good deterrent just in the eventuality that we did see an idea on the other side from Fang or something aggressive to be able to prevent that. So I think a good timing in the drafts, but maybe, though, it might not pay off. Control is going to be quite key here. Healing qualities most likely as well on the gadget side. I was the same, by the way, when the 4th gadget gear came into play. I immediately went and purchased it for every brawler that I just knew was going to pop off with it. And it's a very expensive thing to actually go through the motions of adding up for every single brawler, so I was very selective. Sergeant there, a lovely little phase shift, able to stay alive as response. Can't say the same on the left-hand side. A thumbs up there from Reese, and another takedown here. Raconic clearing house. It's just Sergeant left alive, and he's trying his best to buy the time, but he now will fall as Raconic start to push their way forwards.
Good positioning for Raconic. That was the start they were hoping for. Prashant on the left-hand side, taking some hefty damage. Gadget pumped as well by Christian. Charge shot will connect onto Sergeant. Prashant also low HP, and Christian is tapping on the B so far. Let's see if they can capitalize on that positioning. They did lose control of the ball, so it's going to be a little bit harder to go for a crazy play. Slowly but surely, Revenant are regaining some control. Oh. Kill from Christian. He doesn't get in range to go for the charge shot. But can Raconic salvage this? Jacer pushing forward. He goes down, loses the ball. And that is going to be the push deflating here for Raconic as Revenant are able to defend it off.
There's no doubt about it. Raconic had by far the better start, the more aggressive start, but Revenant have stood the heat, but for how long? They've got to start to fight back harder in this one. Shashank will go down on the right-hand side, and meanwhile, now Jaxiel will try to find Sergeant. He brings speed to himself. I didn't mind it at all under the circumstances. Christian now, 200 HP. Another perfect phase shift from Sergeant. Heals along the way, and now it's time for Revenant to go on the attack.
Revenant in such a good position. The Barley is going to be incredibly deadly. With all those walls there as well, Christian slowed down. Prashant was a fantastic super. It's only the Gale, and he's got a full Revenant to get the first goal.
And a cheeky spin to score it. It's just the first game, but it is that side of the region where they do bring a lot of confidence to the table. But now the response coming in from Raconic. Christian won't find a connection there with the Hive, and now Sergeant will heal up and just shoot those shots of response now, pushing that left-hand side. Christian low, Jackson low, everyone on the side of Raconic in dangerous trouble here of going down.
Prashant is also low HP though. Jacer trying to win that matchup, but it is going to be complicated. A big goal from Christian, but is it enough? He gets the follow-up. Christian is going to score that one in, and overtime it is. What a save, and what an individual play as well from Christian.
Bringing it to overtime for his squad. He almost did the same previously to that, and it was a defense. Not that time around. Revenant can't turn their backs. Raconic are extremely dangerous. Jaxiel has got to see forces back their response. The pass is there, but low HP, and a save off the line. It is still a 2 versus 1, but Raconic are too low to contest it. Response deflates things for now as we approach 30 seconds on the clock.
Overtime is a nightmare here for Revenant. A Barley into overtime. That is the last thing that you want. It'll be quite uneasy, and I don't think they have any win conditions here. I think their only chance is going to be to defend for the next 15 seconds, and that is what they are going for. But Surgeon shoots the ball away because he didn't really have any space, and that gives them the ball right now, which is definitely problematic. Pass to Jacer, and that is going to be the goal coming through Raconic somehow in a game that looks so dire. Last couple of seconds of time, they are able to bring it to overtime, and in the last couple of seconds of overtime, they're able to lock in the win. What a game from them.
Yeah, really not a fan of that pass towards the end. I mean, you're better off just always really leaving the ball there. Even if you go down, it's far better that keeping the ball away from your opposition's hands than to just give it to them on a platter. And some overconfidence for sure in that last game. The Revenant are going to have to shut down faster because they are not looking nearly as strong at the moment. Back on the back lines again. The heal's quite crucial to keep response alive here. He'll actually follow down as Christian really landing this B pick. Ball back in the corner. Shashank will need to get super to stand a better chance of being able to defend this situation as the respawn now coming in for Revenant.
Pass, loses a ball. I know he's not able to shoot it in time. And instead, it's going to be Revenant building up some control again, and their counter offense has been quite good. Let's see if they can lock in that goal We saw that they were able to do so earlier. Once they get towards that higher positioning on the map, Response is going to start shining more and more on that barely. There's no wall destruction whatsoever available for Reconic, so they can't easily get him out of position, but he's leaving himself exposed in the mid, and he will fall out by Surgeon. Is that going to be enough to score, though? A nice kill, a double actually here, and that will be the goal from Prashant. Revenant find the first goal again, but can they defend this time?
Sergeant taking a lot of shots, is going to fall very, very quickly. Reconic Esports are responding incredibly strongly, as now Christian tries to find Rashad, who pulls super on the left-hand side, does find the trade, but now Sergeant in response is still going to have to deal with this situation, and that shield is so strong, the amplified shot will secure a very swift kill, and Response being the last man alive, for Revenant just trying yet again to bring his teammates back to life.
35 seconds left on the clock here for Reconic to turn up the pace. Christian is low, Surgeon finds him. Jacer has super, gonna try to get some damage onto Prashant. He will take him down, but he will be low HP in the process, and actually he's not gonna commit. He's gonna wait for his teammates to come back, and honestly I don't blame him, but he does get caught by the super from Prashant, and now Jacer is exposed, goes down to Surgeon. Rez, nowhere to go for him either. And that is going to be a Revenant Esports striking back, a bit more cautious after scoring this time around. And that is going to be massive for them, as we are all even, Arc.
What team spins there for Revenant? It's a game. It's not quite a set yet. It's still just a game. But definitely a better one for them. And clearly looking to try and get inside the minds there of Reconic. Try to get a little bit of taunting flowing, as they feel it could have that bit of a competitive edge. But I feel like Reconic are that team that could stay very firm against letting it get to their heads, and that I think is going to prevail at the end of the day. I mean, look at this as a start. Christian low though, Sergeant does manage to connect it nicely there, and that is a very important takedown, as Reconic off the bat always looks so strong and so daunting as a prospect. Reese there popping the gadget there. It's just going to prevent really anywhere for Reconic to go back when it comes to their defense. For the most part, Revenant have been pretty decent on the defense, but Reconic are that persistent problem. Response for that connection is going to be low HP here. This connection's from Sergeant. Oh my word, both fall! And it's going to be an easy walk-in the first 40 seconds.
I love the jump out play as well, just in case, you know, to land right next to the bull there without taking any damage. Beautifully done by Reconic. First time they actually managed to get that opening goal. The positioning now is going to be perfect for Revenant. Response is going to get jumped by Jacer. Not quite able to take him down, however. Christian goes for super, does not get the connection onto Surgeon. Solo super there for Surgeon, as Prashant falls on the left-hand side. That is going to be a push that quickly gets pushed away, as Reconic now have full on map control again, and this is where things can get troublesome here for Revenant.
Yeah, Reese has played that squeak to absolute perfection. Is now continued pressure. Christian on the jump, and JCR absolutely steals the moment away. What a play! And Reconic Esports take the first set in spectacular fashion.
Out of all the trick shots you can do in Brawl, a jump pad one has got to be one of my favorite ways to go. Gil is not even a meta brawler. He's playable here and there, but he's not a meta brawler, and they brought him in, made him shine. They tried a trick shot earlier, but this time around it actually works. I love it. I absolutely love it. Beautifully done there by Reconic, and a well-deserved opening set going their way.
Spins and pins don't always make the win, you know, it's as simple as that. But flashy plays, calculated ones at that, showing great skill along the way is what makes the memorable set, and Reconic know that that is the case. They are looking so strong in these opening moments, and realistically now it's down to Revenant to respond. They're the ones that are on that back foot, and they did have some good moments, but they can't let that overconfidence shadow their flaws, and that's the thing that Reconic at the moment, they're looking so good, and on stage you can see as well the team morale is absolutely there regardless.
Set 2 is going to be a fresh start. The trick shot again here. I mean, I'm calling it a trick shot, but the jump out trick, again, that was magnificent. And I'm assuming something that was prepared, something that was practiced, not just coming out of nowhere. Surgeon Clash to 15 kills, and this is what is a little bit scary, you know, because we discussed how can be a little bit of a Surgeon Clash show at Revenant, where he's doing phenomenally well, and the team just doesn't quite manage to follow at the same level. And right here, this is what we're seeing in the opening set. That's a bit of a scary prospect, because, I mean, he is performing, which is great, but the rest of the train needs to come with.
It does beg the question, doesn't it? Like, how big does his backpack have to be here today to be able to come out with the goods? Going in to gem grab then, last stop to make another return, and the newer map to enter the gem grab pool, bringing out a lot of really interesting brawlers, in my opinion, to the table for potential bans. Rosa has to be there, it really does. Buster as well, and others. Piper ban, they're worried about Sergeant, and that shows a great deal of awareness from Raconic actually already in this draft. Banning the Buster as well. Again with the Maisie, I'm not sold on it. I'm sure though it's kind of up there in terms of the ideas that Revenant might want to bring in. On Revenant's side, there the Otis, the first draft of Meg, which I do like on this map, the Fang ban, and the 8-bit as well.
Yeah, I love how you call it a great deal of awareness to ban the Piper. I think it's just like, you know, thinking about your matchup.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wanting to win. I would call it wanting to win, because if the Piper is not banned, I would not rate their chances high, but it is going to be out of the way. As you mentioned, Surgeon Clash phenomenal on the Piper. They will have to Nani on Reconic Esports. One of the best brawlers at the moment, really, especially on those more open maps like this, and it is such a threat. Can deal so much damage from afar, from up close, somehow still quite bulky, able to withstand some close range fights, and the super is, well, we know exactly what that can do. But Amber is going to be brought into the equation by Reconic Esports. We did see it played earlier. I don't think it's an easy brawler to play on last stop. Now, sure, you can burn down those bushes, but Amber just doesn't have a ton of great matchups in the current meta.
I do agree. I think that's, though, visibility quite key. Can be outranged as well in the later stages. Let's see what Revenant do decide to add to this Meg. Wouldn't mind some healing qualities, actually, just to keep her very thoroughly in the mix. Squeak, as we know, worked out incredibly well for STMN on this map. It's a very, very solid idea. Cordelius for that aggression. Going to be lacking in range, of course, but that jump can get quickly into the battles, and as we know, a great evasive maneuver at the same time. Raconic now with the third and final pick to round off this comp, and it's an aggressive idea. It's Carl. I really, really do like that, and I hope that Raconic play it as well as I can see them doing so in my head.
I like the comps on both sides here. I definitely see some potential and some win conditions for both teams. Let's see though how it's gonna go down. Reconic is a set that Revenant realistically could really have brought home, especially that first game that they kind of did give away with some overconfidence, some bad placement, some bad timings. They are gonna want to be spot on in this set if they want to bring it back, if they still want to be in a good position to qualify for the World Finals 2023. It's going to be response in the mid on the Meg, taking some hefty damage early on. Surgeon also solo HP and falls to Christian. Not much he can do in that matchup, not in the early stages at least. Once he has a super, it's a little bit better, but in the meantime, it's really hard.
Yeah, that wasn't a dominant start there from Raconic Esports. That was a slaughter, and already Revenant on this back line. Shashan is going to fall. Christian going in yet again, and confidently so, coming out with the gems. Sergeant's going to have to try to shut this down, but it's instantly burned down there by Reese. It's looking like it's getting easier and easier here for Raconic to hold form.
Raconic seem to be able to get the right matchups as well, and so far things are working out wonderfully well for them, but they will get dislodged out of the mid. Revenant now with control, and some of those smaller choke points are going to be more in favor of something like a Cordelius. So you can definitely see some play here for Surgeon to try to shine more. He's going to be on the chase, looking for Christian. Will dodge the shot with a jump, but Christian staying alive for so long, causing a bit of a distraction, but still fine here for Revenant, able to retake the mid again, and gem-wise, Arthur all even.
Yeah, one gem though in the back spawn side for Revenant, which they chose wisely to leave and get immediately back into the center of the action. Response low, it's got to heal up here. They'll get a gem on the way back. They need one more now, potentially here for Raconic. Christian going in, Revenant now pushed back so far. They bought some good time, but as Raconic now sit themselves in, they could be inching closer towards the countdown themselves. There's the gem that Revenant need. It is picked up there by Response. One in the spawn side would be good, but Raconic can still reset this from the mid.
Yeah, all they need is the 2 next gems, and they will be able to reset. Well, this gem spawns on the side of Revenant. Response is going to be going for it. That's 11 now. Chaser gonna try his best to make some sort of a play, but he's missing his shots. Oh, no. Whoa, that was actually close, but there.
You would have stayed in mech.
Yeah, exactly. He was in mech, so he would have just dropped out of mech. So, a bit of a false alarm there, regardless. I mean, that was still dangerous. That was still scary. It looked like Raconic were going to take this one away. But Revenant playing really, really well and able to just make sure they lock in the games that matter here. Let's see if they can keep it up like that, or if Raconic are going to be able to just expand some of the greatness we saw in the early stages of the previous game.
Yeah, Raconic for me just gave up a bit too much positioning power. They looked relatively healthy in terms of HP, but Trishant did a great job in that left-hand side lane. He really did, and just created the space, landed the shots onto the amber. Christian, though, for me, he's playing so well for his team for the side of Raconic, and it's still dangerous. He could absolutely turn the tides of any game. It's foul now, though. Protected pirouettes, keeps him in the mix. Sergeant, though, low, secures it regardless. 5 gems for Response. 1 now as well in the mid. Sergeant going the aggressive. I don't mind that at all. And it's looking like a different squad so far from Revenant, but they cannot drop the ball here.
Response out of mech. That is going to be a little bit troublesome. Slow onto Christian. Interesting star power shows there as well from Prashant. Definitely not the one that we see most picked at the moment. Gondas Revenant now was double the gem count. Beep is not going to be tanked just yet, but a gadget from Response will do the job. Christian going in. Christian gets the kill. Christian gets the gems. He will fall, though, to that squeak shot. But is that enough for Raconic to steal any of those gems? I don't think so. They do still have some control, and gems-wise, we are all even, but a bit of a scare there for Revenant.
It really was, and I was saying just prior to the Christian is fully able to come out with that kind of steal, and that was a very close shave there for Revenant. Now pushing back on the mid. Response needs to get back in mech himself. Great burn here from Reese on the left-hand side as the peep is available there for JXCR. Waiting on it, holding on it, but these shots from Response are landing the mark. Christian will like to get his super quickly, but now low HP. Protects pirouette, they're not going to be enough for him, and he's bringing gems over. Response will pick them up, and it's a countdown now for Revenant.
11 in the pocket. If Surgeon were to go down there, that could potentially have helped, but he's still up. And right now, Raconic need to push downwards. They need that kill onto Response. He's taking some damage, but not enough. Time runs out, and Revenant will take a set.
Well, Revenant, this time around, much more quietly kept, it's fair to say. Keeping those celebrations for later, no doubt. As that first set really did turn nasty quickly. We know Raconic are dangerous. We've seen it. We almost saw the steal there as well. But we've got it back and forth now. For the first time today, we are all even in sets.
It was a great set here for Revenant. I felt like they had the draft. It's just the first game. They didn't really apply themselves too well and struggled a little bit here and there. But then they were able to just really turn things around and show why they went for this comp, why it was working so well. And Revenant Esports now all even against Raconic.
Yeah, that was that beautiful play there from Christian. And you've got to give a lot of credit to Trishant there to land those shots. Such a crucial moment in order to do so and make the save happen, and Raconic were just not quite able to muster something up enough to escape with the majority of them back into their pocket. Statistically as well, great to see from Prashant there, taking some of the mantle when it comes to those kills and the DPS to match. In fact, realistically there for me on the side of Revenant, the only one of the 3 to match the amount of DPS output on the side there of Raconic, so a great set for him. And this might be the very thing that Revenant need, because again, we were saying coming into that last set, how big does Sergeant Clash's backpack have to be? He cannot keep carrying his team in every single instance, and that's better. That's the start. If they combine those two kind of statistics in the next set, and then maybe Response can join the party eventually, because he has been, in my opinion, a bit on the weaker side of things, and looks a little bit less certain when it comes to the stage presence. However, Kaboom Canyon up next for Heist. A reset on both sides of the field. For Iconic, having that first set really gave them a lift, but it didn't continue in to gem grab. Maybe they'll have a better time in Heist.
Yeah, I think this could be a sneaky one, because you don't necessarily think about banning Piper on Kaboom Canyon. And yet, I mean, if Surgeon gets access to that Piper,
100%.
yeah, that could be huge. So, I'm hoping for Iconic that they are mindful of that. Let's see.
Straight
they
up.
do ban it. They do ban it. Well, but you get my point. This is not necessarily a map where you like instantly think like, oh, Piper is a threat, because it isn't really a map specifically, but it is an open long-range map. So Piper obviously can do some work, and if you play like Surgeon, it's gonna be deadly. We'll see the 91st pick though for Revenant, and that can do pretty much just as much damage as that Piper, as we will see a Colette as a response for Iconic. Always been a staple of Kaboom Canyon. It's just really good because you don't have to commit to deal damage on that save. You can stay around the mid, go for a super, maybe even catch someone on the way and get that shield as well. So overall, really great pick. Really good synergy too with that Carl, because you don't really want to be facing a Colette as a Carl. So we're kind of just locking it in with that Colette simultaneously, and I don't mind it. Carl here as well can get some great positioning in the back line and then be really annoying to deal with. Obviously, Flying Hook helps you get into those deeper positionings behind enemy lines.
You're completely correct though in what you say regarding the Piper ban. Yesterday, teams were just not prepared for it. It doesn't take an analyst to see, looking back at yesterday, that that is a necessary ban against this team that is Revenant Esports. But in the previous set, Revenant did show that even with that ban in play, they haven't just necessarily put all their eggs in one basket on that particular brawler, on that one man of Sergeant Clash. The Griff to break, the Lola to seek. On the other side of things, Iconic have got that third option, and 8-Bit is going to come in. I really feel like 8-Bit can be that brawler, that win condition that you need, but it is still that slow and sluggish one to earn the utility enough to get the mobility to then work your way forwards, gain the damage booster onto the safe. Extra credits will shred through. There is no doubt about the power of 8-Bit with that gadget, with that damage booster. It's just susceptible in the meanwhile. But if Revenant Esports don't keep a firm eye on things, and the range, of course, quite difficult to deal with at the best of times, it can really turn the balance just in an instant. It could be a game turning quickly into a set, and Revenant have got to be able to defend this successfully. They've got the peak for the nanny to go in and try to have an aggressive offense as part of their defense. But again, that Carl pick as well, if left untouched on their safe, it is going to tear through it equally as much.
Yeah, the Griff is a really interesting pick. It's just quite off meta. It's not terrible per se, but it's just not really something we see very much, if at all. Maybe a little bit of an Indian specialty here from Revenant. So far, even though they've been in defense a lot, they only took 13% damage, so that's not the end of the world. And now that they have mid control, they will easily be able to match that. A couple shots from Surgeon. And interestingly enough, Response opening up the enemy side of the mid, which is rarely what teams end up going for.
But I don't mind it. It's going to leave nowhere to hide for the damage booster. And now look at this with the team wipe there. 3 versus 1, trickling down in the damage as Revenant start to close themselves in now. Peep coming in yet again. It is going to find a connection onto JXCR there, but he will still survive. Nonetheless, Revenant are firmly in this mid now. And Sergeant can just creep a little bit further forwards with a singular takedown. Those 90 shots in the safe do count. A wasted super there from Christian. A spin for response. The return for the Colette is sealed in kind. And now Revenant can get even more damage to add.
You mentioned it, but the problem with the 8-Bit is when you don't have mid control, it is so hard to take it back. And a nice double there from Surgeon as well, absolutely playing out of his mind, as we expect from him, ready to greet JXCR on landing. And now, Iconic are getting more and more desperate to push out of their spawn, but every single time there's something heading their way, whether it's gonna be a Nani head or just a super from the Griff. There's always something ready on the side of Revenant Esports to great Reconic.
I'm enjoying this Griff pick. It's got great healing qualities, and you do need that in Heist to be able to go on the aggressive as quickly as you can. But now Reconic, for the first time, starting to show something of some worth. JXCR, though, 128, he can't join his team for this push. There's a tremendous amount of damage, which they are going to need to land. It can be done, but it's going to be done in perfect synergy. And there's the damage booster down. Christian is weak. Reese falls as well. It's just JXCR on the right-hand side who's realistically the only one who's able to do much. Christian, though, he does actually fall in the final seconds. It's going to be Revenant Esports taking that game.
It was a bit of a sluggish start here for Revenant in defense from the start on. But later on, we're able to build up that mid control, slowly creep up the map, and then just never really give it back until it was already too late. That's where Reconic were able to take back control. It was already too late. There was already a 70% lead nearly, and at that point, Reconic, they just couldn't get through the defense of Revenant. Jason was an early gadget, but he is very low HP now. Surgeon is going to be able to find him. Surgeon's getting so many connections in. It's so easy to hit an 8-bit as well because he is so slow right now. Oh, a nice super though from JXCR. Is able to chain that if he wants to, but he's a bit low HP to commit.
This Lola Griff combo is deadly. You know, there's so much splash area to have to work around, and look at that. Christian on the right-hand side will do his best, and he will fall equally quickly. It's just been the Revenant show so far. We haven't really seen Reconic able to really work their way forwards up the map to assert some pressure, but Reese now placing down the damage booster, does land some connecting shots, some good landing shots onto Trishant. JXCR there as well with pick up onto response, and now they're starting to push forwards. Extra credits there for Reese. Great stuff now from Reconic.
This is the positioning that they needed, and other extra credits as well from Raisin. That's going to be some good damage from 34% pretty much single-handedly on that save. But it is still just an hour lead in favor of Reconic, and positioning is not perfect here. The damage booster is available for us if he needs to. Christian goes for the super, actually gets away with a kill there. Revenant could probably have prevented that if they wanted to, but a bit of a misplay perhaps. Nevertheless, it is a trade at the end of the day. Let's see how this middle fight, how this middle battle is going to go down. As we do get a kill, we get a second going the way of Revenant. They're still behind damage-wise, but they do have some access to the safe now. 8% separating both teams.
Keep coming in, just going to go for the damage and stay in the mid as Christian there with the fly hook comes into play. Forced down to the left-hand side, protected pirouette as well. Keeps him alive a little bit longer. Sergeant with the TP in now. I'm surprised he didn't use it on the safe previously for damage, but they obviously wanted to try to stay in formation. JXCR finds Trishant finally there. Number gadgets did exasperate them all earlier. A great connection from Sergeant, but will he be able to peep in time? He does get behind it. He gets the kill. Sergeant could be on the safe, and he could be getting damage. 1% is all that's in it. He finds it in the final seconds, and it should be enough. Revenant Esports. Oh my goodness me! What did you just do?
One of the best non-ATPs I have ever seen since I started casting Brawl Stars. That was ridiculously clutch. Ice cold in the veins as well to go for that play. 600 HP. He goes for the super. The Colette goes for a super of her own, but a little too late. The TP is ready. My goodness, that was truly incredible here, and everyone doubting about the level of those two teams. If you guys don't remember the trick of the jump pad and Brawl, now we have this. This is an incredible match here.
Just some insane mechanics. Such a daring thing to do, but this is where you do need to dare to dream on the world stage, right where it matters most. Unbelievable there from Sergeant, just to be able to ensure the win for his team and not take it to another game. Look at that. Amazing damage gear there, gets the shot, just finds the angle around Christian there, who was doing a great job of soaking up all those shots that could well have followed from that Lola. What a matchup that really was, but Revenant Esports take the lead. 17 kills for Sergeant, and Response has joined the party, yes. 10 for him. Again, Prashant with a great last set now on the shorter side of things for the kills, but the DPS to match almost 400 for Sergeant Clash. He really is a killing machine.
Yeah, Prashant might be last in his team when it comes to kills and damage, but he still has more kills than everyone on the Reconic side, still has more damage than everyone on the Reconic side. So definitely not an underperformance there. But I agree that Respawn's playing really well. We wanted to see that. He's been too quiet this weekend. Surgeon, I mean, just bringing out those monstrous performances, and he truly is that X factor, that extra that they have on the side of Revenant.
And the irony is that the maps where the Revenant Esports would absolutely have picked the Piper, they've just proven that they don't need the Piper now, and that was our question coming into today was, you know, with that taken out of the equation, if it's just still the Sergeant Clash show, how is that going to fare in terms of Revenant Esports' prospects? But they're working around the problem, and it's got to be said, the strategy of aggression that Reconic have been implying ever since the first set has not been working out as well. Like Carl pick, Christian, for me, has been playing really well, but in those later sets, it's starting to dwindle a bit. The bans are in for Ring of Fire. Buster, Gray, and Carl for Revenant. For Reconic, it's going to be Colette, Piper, and Cordelius.
Piper ban again, and as much as it is an incredibly strong ban against Revenant, it is also just a brawler that, like, gets banned every single time now, and it's kind of like an extra, like, or like not an extra ban, but it's like they have one less ban, you know what I mean, for like other very meta relevant options like that 9 that probably like is one of the biggest or most banned brawlers on Kaboom Canyon. And then you have some of those brawlers that just escape the banning session because there is that spot that is just dedicated to a Piper, because Piper is not necessarily like the biggest threat typically on Ring of Fire either. Nevertheless, Bell first pick for Reconic. I like it alright. We've seen plenty of Bell action, quite shiny Bell action throughout the weekend with some great trick shots as well, but I do like to Pam a little bit more personally, because I feel like having that extra HP and being able to get those heals down as well is going to be very valuable on a map open like this. The Otis going to be brought in by a Revenant. I really don't mind it either. I think it's always going to be good, especially at land, to have some safety when it comes to tanks. Make sure that you have that coverage and that you are ready for some of those problems. We'll see the Lu brought in by Reconic, and that is a little bit of a risky pick. Definitely not the easiest to play, but if there is a map where it can be really, really strong, it is going to be Ring of Fire, and I can see it shine really nicely with the Squeak as well. So I like where Reconic is going, but it better work, because otherwise their journey in the BSC is going to be over.
Tara still available here. I do like the Pam, but it is being picked into the Bell. You know, that does display some confidence, but is it misplaced? Stu, going to bring that same level of aggression? I really would have liked to see a Tara here myself, just to be able to have those shadows go in and clear up house, get the super down. But, I mean, this is a very APAC region brawler. They do love to bring this one in. The speed zone, of course, will bring the entire team in very quickly to the map to get back into the swing of things in these eventualities of death. But this is a set that Reconic Esports cannot afford to lose. I like the Lu. It's going to have some denial of position on that mid, and of course, most importantly, with that, the objective. If this Bell could really start to pop off and cause the Pam a problem, I don't mind the draft here for Reconic. It's just hard for me to side against the Pam.
Let's see how the early game goes. Speed boost always going to be nice, but not quite as effective when there is going to be that Squeak sticky residue down in the mid. Despawn now, Christian aggressive, great connection, gets the kill, and this is looking fantastic for Reconic early on, getting lots of value. Rez was a big kill on that right-hand side. Surgeon is in the back line, and he is causing some trouble, but dashes straight into Christian's shot. That's going to be an easy takedown for him. Prashant also going down, and so far Reconic clearly showing some superiority, but can they take it home in the long run? That's what matters.
And for me, Reconic Esports have the better draft here, and they are starting to play much more like their former selves, which gives me a great deal of hope as they approach 50% mark. The PAM healing station now just keeping response on the zone. Frozen out now though. Revenant not even got to 20% just yet. A great connection there from JXCR onto Sergeant. He'll survive though with enough time to heal up into that right hand side pocket. The PAM is being bullied. Christian is starting to really make the moments count. Will burn down now to the poison, and this is the time the Revenant Esports have really got to embrace. They've got to get back in this game and give a bit more of a matchup here. Raconic have been again pulling them all this game long. Nestek pop there from response, and the follow-up shots are strong. Sergeant doing his best to dance to the right hand side, but they have caught up. We're now even in terms of the objective.
Yeah, what a crazy comeback here from Revenant, and what we have to keep in mind as well is gadgets are going to be more important for Reconic, because the nest eggs are huge here in Hot Zone, as well as the sticky residue, and there's just none left available, and that might be very much what makes the difference and brings Revenant Esports to match point. But first, they need to dislodge Reconic out of the mid, because they are building up a little bit of a lead here towards that final stretch, and Surgeon gets absolutely melted in the zone. Prashando was a big kill. Christian is also low HP. Another healing station placed down. Revenant Esports just behind percentage-wise. They are gonna take over the lead, and this is the final stretch arc. A couple of seconds left, and I think that Revenant are gonna be taking this. It's match point for Revenant.
What a play from Trishan, just going in. You can just see how much he wants it. He bought so much time for his team to bring it back around. I wasn't convinced, not at all, from the opening hand there from Revenant Esports. It was looking like it was going to be a bad day, turning even worse. And yet again, they stare down the barrel of the gun and they come out on top. I'm still not sold on this drop by comparison, but if they keep this up, they'll be claiming the third golden ticket.
I think they just did such a brilliant job and getting rid of the utility that Reconic has. Yes, they have 4 gadgets per player now, but eventually those sticky residues run out, those nest eggs run out, and that was really big, and then being able to retake control much easier than when those gadgets are still in play. Regardless, again, an amazing start for Reconic. The ice here is going to be limiting the movement options for Revenant quite drastically. It's an even better start than the previous game. Christian is so low HP though, whereas not in the best HP situation either, but Response gets frozen up with a gadget, and that is going to be an easy kill to low HP players, and that's been the name of the game here for Reconic. I think those players just stay low HP but never go down and never lose positioning. At last now they lose some mid control, but might this be too late?
I've got to give a big shout to Reese. He's been cycling so well in the early outset of this match, and again, we know how valuable that loop pick can be, but look at this pinch coming in. Sergeant coming in, just starting to duke his way round. He's got full HP. Reese now with a freeze onto the zone, and it's forced away. Revenant, they're going to be able to heal everyone. Look at this matchup on the side of Reconic. Low HP in the spawn side of Revenant, and the shots are landing. Revenant again are catching up for lost time, and it's looking like a deja vu all over again.
It's going to be nearly even here, 1% difference, but a double kill from Iconic. Very well timed as well. It's going to relieve so much pressure. Prashant is also going to go down and waste his healing station, but probably not even worth the ammo here for Jacer. He goes for the shot onto Response instead, trying to heal up a little bit, push forwards, but he's taking so much damage. Reconic so close to the finish line. Christian low HP as well, but Surgeon not able to find him just yet. Percentage-wise, it's about 20 separating both teams, but Reconic is getting so close to locking in this game. They might just run away with this one, but they need to get rid of Surgeon. They will do just that, and Reconic not out of the running just yet. They will equalize here in this hot zone set, but they're not out of trouble just yet. It's still very much a match point for Revenant Esports.
Christian really getting some great value from that barrel pick right at the end of that match, where they needed to have those swift takedowns, as Revenant were getting hunkered down with the PAM healing station. Some valuable words, I'm sure, from Dance there, as Reconic discussing their strategy and what went right in that game and how to replicate it once more and survive on, take it all the way to the fifth and final set. Revenant have had notoriously bad starts so far in this set. Trishant going in super aggressive, but not really going to connect too much there with the Scrap Sucker. Again, those barrel shots ricocheting between Response and himself. But look at this from Sergeant. Aggressive plays. He's able to juke his way around and stay in the mix here. Fast pattern from Response as well, just keeping that pressure on. Is a much better start for Revenant.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of confused how Revenant were able to make this happen after they had two miserable starts in the first and in the second game. And it was more about comebacks later on. Right now, they actually took the early lead, and even though Reconic is going to take it straight back, at least Revenant is not starting 50% behind, which is pretty much how the previous game went, and still it was close. This could be huge for this Indian team because the lead is going to be back in their favor now as they are in control of the mid. A couple percentage. Oh, them the advantage, but Surgeon is playing magnificent Stu gameplay today. And he's been doing so much for his team. Revenant so close to the finish line already. And Rez is going to be desperate here to try to find Surgeon, but they just can't take him down. Christian pushing forward, but Prashant is just so tanky.
It was a beautiful mark there from Response. But Sergeant is so slimy, he's so sneaky. It's just wondrous to watch how he plays the mind games with Reconic. Once he's on the left, then he's on the right. He's all over the matchup and continuing to do so, finally taken care of. But it is then again, still Trishant on the mid. Revenant only need 9%. Reconic have got to fight, and they have to fight now, or they will be going home.
There's no more gadgets really available besides for that Lou. So Reconic, it's all going to come down to aim. Hitting those shots is going to be massive, but a triple push onto that zone. A couple of percentages left. Surgeon is still alive. He's going to be so low HP, and it's secured. And it's going to be Surgeon, the man himself, that locks it in for Revenant. They are going to the World Finals.
What a back and forth. The first set really wasn't to be for Revenant, but the ones that followed up showed the learnings. A valiant attempt from Reconic. This one really could have gone either way. Pretty much that 50% poll that we were expecting. It could have gone very much easily to a fifth and final set as well. But for the Indian squad, what a result.
I think I want to dedicate this one to Response though, because in all honesty, he's been so big for his team. He's been playing so incredibly well, whether it was on the sharpshooters or the close range aggressive brawlers. He has been shining. The rest of the squad though did not let him down today. What a performance from them, and what a day for India as well, that has struggled in the last couple of years to find their stride, to find their place to shine here in the BSC. I could not be happier for them.
And it means that we're going to have a former world champ at Worlds, which seems like such a strange thing to say at this point, considering that we started yesterday with 4 of them. My word. I mean, again, coming to this one, admittedly, again, I'll be honest, I was predicting with my heart. I wanted to see India come out and prevail, but they had to bring the plays on the day, and that they did. We've got an interview on the stage now. Let's head it over to Trav.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, first of all, I have to say a massive congratulations on making World Finals. I do just have a quick dig as well. Is your back all right? And how do I go about buying a backpack big enough to carry an entire team?
Okay, first of all, I didn't carry. The team played very amazing. Like, I think we performed the best we did today. We did a lot of chokes. The pressure was immense, especially after I called them a free win, which they were. The first one was just a donation, I think. Yeah, nothing more.
I mean, that was going to be my next question. You know, you're calling him a free win. You said your group was pretty free yesterday. Do you still feel the same way, or do you have something to take back? Because I know there was a lot of trash talk across the stage, a lot of spinning as well. You know, is there actually bad blood, or is it just a tactic?
Okay, it's just a tactic to make them play bad. I mean, they're already bad, but like, it's just a tactic to make them play bad. Okay.
I mean, you heard it here first, guys. Absolute trash talk being thrown across the stage, but at least they don't have the chance of returning at World Finals, right? But obviously, you know, I think as a final question, how are you feeling to be going World Finals, and how who are you fearing the most there? Because obviously, you guys have performed so well, and you know, is there any teams that you still fear?
Okay, yeah, we fear a lot of teams, especially Stamina. Like, they play very well on lands, so like, they're our biggest threat. Other than that, I think we're pretty confident going into it because we've been improving. especially with the roster addition of Response. I think we've been doing very well.
Yeah, you definitely have. And again, a massive congratulations, guys. Is there any final shout-outs that you want to give, on your road to making World Finals?
Shout out to Revenant. Shout out to the whole Indian sub-region. This year, everybody grinded very hard. That's the only reason we could make it this far, because the results were not so good the previous years. So a huge shout out to India, the players in India, and Revenant specifically.
Massive congratulations, and back over to the casters now.
The shade being thrown. Oh, they've got a member on the squad called Trashan, but the trash talk is all coming from Sergeant at the moment. And I mean, you've got to bring a bit of that to the BSC, a bit of confidence. It really does add to the narrative.
It really does, and I feel like it's something that a lot of teams are embracing at the moment as well. Build up those rivalries and make sure to intimidate your opposition as well when you can. But man, I'm becoming, honestly, one of the biggest Surgeon fans. This weekend was truly a revelation for me. I feel like I have been missing out on one of the biggest up-and-coming players. Not that he doesn't have, past experience and all that. He really does. He's not a newcomer, but I feel like he's coming from being, a regular player to really becoming one of the fiercest players in the scene. Look at the stats here. Actually, better on the side of Reconic, but hey, better stats doesn't necessarily mean better wins, because it is Revenant that took it home. All depends where those fights are taken, and if it's Revenant in the zone while you're fighting, it's Revenant getting percentage.
Funny story and true story yesterday prior to the interview with Sergeant. I did say that I'm his biggest fan, so you have to take a second place to me. It's already locked in. But we did say in that matchup, didn't we, that it had to be a case of everyone coming together as a squad. It couldn't be the Sergeant Clash show. And great to see towards the end that Response started to pick the mantle up as well, and Trishant and everyone doing their bit, and a thoroughly deserved victory. I mean, I felt that Reconic could definitely have taken this in that first set. It was looking very convincing to me that they would do. But again, it's that Indian spirit, isn't it, to really just never lay things down and just always come back fighting hard. We're going to check out our MVP as well, shortly from event.brawlstars.com. It's probably going to be Sergeant, let's be honest. I mean...
I will riot if it is not Surgeon Clash. Thank God. I really did not feel like rioting today. But Surgeon Clash, your MVP. And by the way, Ark, this is proof. You said that you thought that surely Reconic could win as well. I didn't think so. I thought free for Revenant. Free for Revenant, because I'm the biggest Surgeon Clash fan. Never stopped believing. What a performance from him. What a performance from his teammates as well. As you mentioned, it was a team effort, and it's what they needed here to perform at their best. Every single one of their players needed to have their A game and just play on point here. And I love that they were able to find that success. Reconic played great too, dude. That Brawl Ball set was honestly legendary. That goal with the jump pad, not something we see very often. And I want to praise them for their creativity and their very different approach when it comes to draft. Unfortunately, it just wasn't their day, and Revenant played super well. And in all honesty, it's not every day that every player from Revenant performs. But today was that day, and unfortunately for them, Reconic were the ones to have to face that.
Wonderful stuff. Well, we've given out 3 golden tickets. We've got to find that last team to add to the mix. We've already had, earlier today, SK Gaming, the only team so far to go forwards and not drop a single set, qualifying against Humble. STMN then with a 3-0 sweep against Reject, but yesterday they dropped the set to Clash. Revenant Esports on a 3-1 scoreline got the victory over Reconic just now on the stage. But I've got to reiterate, Navi are up next against VN Esporting, and they had sweeps yesterday. Will they join SK? In that sense, there was so many tweets online yesterday just saying how amazing Angel Boy was yesterday, and as such a likable guy. I had to say before the interview, I took up my earpiece because I had to have a one-on-one and just let him know how much I enjoyed watching him play. VN Esporting have got a big task on their hands here. This is going to be a very exciting match.
This is a huge match because both teams, they've got something to prove here. They didn't have the best season over here in EMEA during the monthly finals, and yet They are here in LCQ, one match away from the World Finals. Two teams that have had some experiences with the World Finals as well. So they're definitely hungry to get back on that stage, back at the highest level. But yeah, I'm completely with you. Angel Boy, I think my favorite moment so far in the entire event was him celebrating, I believe, their first win against... in their opening match. I don't remember exactly, but they were just so excited, just so happy, and that just made me so emotional as well. But that's their ability to just, you know, bring the energy on. But looking at our matchup here, it's Navi versus VN Esporting. For Navi, Cube, Angel Boy, and MMA. Some legends already in the scene. And Angel Boy has really been at work, been improving consistently throughout this year, and it feels like he is on his best arc right now. Let's see how they will be able to perform today. Even though it wasn't the easiest year for them, it really wasn't the easiest year for VN Esporting either, as they narrowly managed to qualify here for the LCQ. Started it off the day yesterday with a bit of a disappointing performance, but they were able to bring it back, lock in that number 2 seed. Let's see how they will do here against Navi. Of course, Rama, Nob, and Mebius is going to be their roster. Rama does also have some experience at the World Finals. He qualified last year with Chasmac, but they only managed to go as far as top 16 as they lost first round to one of the Zeta teams. This year, though, he doesn't want to repeat that experience. But for that to happen, first of all, he needs to qualify for Worlds, and he's a match away from doing just that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these teams are so strong at the moment. Navi yesterday, I think that might have been the best they've played all year long, and especially Angel Boy himself as well. That was a really special performance from him, and, you know, being humble is, well, you know, one of his main traits, and he was very humble after that, after he pretty much just destroyed the entirety of his opposition. But obviously, VN Esporting at the same time, though, they're a very capable team. They have had their ups and downs this year. Their peaks have been high, but their lows have been very low as well, and it's just a question of who shows up on the day.
Yeah, it was a really weird year for VN, in all honesty, because they started with a top 4, then a top 2, and it looked like they were one of the best teams in the EMEA. Everyone was shocked, and even before those performances, everyone after scrims was saying, oh yeah, VN, A&R at the time, they look incredible. They are one of the best teams in the region. Some people were saying they are the best team in the region. That didn't last, though. 2 months in a row, not even qualifying for the monthly finals. And the end of the year was still scrappy too, but just about enough to make it to this competition. Now they're here. They had yesterday to warm up, bring up their A game. This is it. This is the final stretch here for both sides. This is the day where they need to perform one best of 5, and it's their dreams on the line.
That's like 11 out of the 12 World Finalists have now been decided. One of these two teams will go to the World Finals and join the 11 others. Will it be Navi or will it be VN Esporting? That is the question. Both of them incredibly capable teams. But personally, I'm kind of siding with Navi at the moment. I think they are just that tier above quite a lot of the teams in this competition. And, you know, I said that about Reconic as well. I said Reconic were probably going to beat Revenant, but I was proved wrong. And I was quite pleased I was proved wrong because it was a great performance by them. But I do feel like Navi have just got what it takes to take this one.
Yeah, I think that if you look at experience, you can but only sign with Navi. I mean, they have 3 players that have made Worlds before. They have a player that went all the way to 2nd place in Worlds 2020? I believe 2021, sorry, which is quite an achievement in itself. And yes, it's been a while. It's been quite a bit of time now. But nevertheless, that extra experience in LAN, especially, playing against international teams, and just this overall setting is something they're a little bit more used to than VN Esports. Now, it is a matchup that they know. They have faced each other countless times in the last year. They know each other well, and they are going to be using that to their advantage, and I mean, maybe to their disadvantage as well. I really want to see what both teams have cooked up for our drafts here, because I think they are going to be crucial to those teams' success. You got to try to play to your weaknesses, play to your strengths, and to your opponent's weaknesses. That will probably be smarter. But yeah, this is a matchup we've had a long time coming as well. It's all EMEA again. On the one hand, very good for us EMEA fans, because we know there is going to be yet another EMEA team making it to the World Finals. On the other hand, there's one less, because one of those two teams will be going home empty-handed.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now 5 teams in the World Finals are going to be European, because it's guaranteed from this match, right? Like, it's no longer an international match. This is, you know, home region on the home stage, and I think, you know, both of these teams have what it takes to be able to get this spot, but it can only go to one of them, and that's the sad thing, because I feel like both of these teams, with the years they've had, especially with how consistent the teams have been after those first couple of months, at least for VN Esports, and they've been back and back and back again. But Navi, they had that win, and that's what propelled them into that. I believe they came in at 7th seed, so they only just snuck it even with a win in the bag. So they've been very back and forward, but this seems like some of the best Navi we've seen all year round.
It really is, and talking to both teams off stage, they both seemed really confident getting into this match. Now, it's always so hard to tell, like, if the confidence is actually warranted, like if they should be confident. I remember talking to Navi at Worlds last year. They seemed really confident too. It didn't really go all that well, but this is going to be a huge matchup for both teams no matter what. Pinalpan will be where we will start things off, and Brawl is going to be quite the heated game mode to kick off this series.
Yeah, Brawl definitely one of the game modes we do like, especially when it's aggressive teams like this who like to hop on those tanks. Angel Boy hopping on those quite frequently, and on the other side of VN Esporting, a lot of these tanks come through as well. So it's intriguing to see what this draft is going to be entailing for us, because I feel it's going to be an absolute slugfest, back and forward, a lot of tanks, a lot of speed, a lot of mobility, and I think that's the Brawl Stars I like to see.
Navi looking focused, and they want to be focused, because this is their most important match of the year yet. They know they are the favorites, but they also know that upsets is a common trend in the BSC. Let's look at the draft here. Bans coming through. First pick for VN Esporting. They banned Poco. They banned Buster. We've seen it so much. I've said his name like 50 times over the weekend, but a bit of a brain fart there. Tara is going to be their final ban. Of course, Otis first pick for VN Esporting on the side of Navi. It's going to be B, Stu, and of course Ems banned out. I like the Otis pick all right, not necessarily my favorite, but it does all right. It does all right. That's kind of the gist of it, right? That it's going to have decent matchups against kind of everything, and then amazing matchups against tanks, of course. But we'll see if Navi want to bring tanks here. They didn't bring tanks at all throughout the first day, or really not nearly as much as we would expect them to.
Well, it looks like they wanted to bring tanks. B and M's both banned out, Stu for the mobility as well, obviously. We're going to see Crow come in, though, and I think that's pretty good. Through this mid, especially where the grassy area is, down the sides where there's some grass to hide. It's good to scout them out and get a bit of tickle down damage in there. You can never complain about being able to see, but also, you know, vision gear does something pretty similar for quite a few other brawlers as well. But we are still with Navi for their second pick. Now, overall, I think the Otis is pretty solid first. But, you know, if you're in doubt, go Otis, because as you said, it's good against the majority of things. Crow, a lot of the same, to be honest with you. It's pretty much good against everything, especially with those 4 gadgets. Now we're going to see Sandy coming in for, what is that, the 3rd time on this map today? Very strong brawler with the Sandstorm, and it's just more scouting ability with that as well.
Yeah, I like it for sure. There's a lot of peps to this comp here from Navi. Some great plays possible as well, and some win conditions for Brawl, whether it's going to be putting your opponents to sleep as you're trying to score, or just in defense as well, right? But also the Crow that can jump in if the ball is placed correctly, and that can be a goal that happens even though things were not really going your way. And those sort of win conditions can be huge, especially in a game like Brawl. Squeak is going to be the follow-up pick here for VN Esporting. I like Squeak, it's good. 4th gadget, one of the biggest winners here from that new gear, able to just shut down locations of the map. And hey, here we go. There's gonna be the aggression as Fang is gonna be brought into the mix by VN.
Yeah, I mean, the Fang is what they kind of needed there as well, and Navi didn't really, count for it too much. That's the thing, they've got the Crow, slow it down, they've got the Sandy to stun it, but they haven't got much DPS, they haven't got much damage to be able to deal with when it actually finds its way through, and I think that's something they might need to, think about for this final pick. Squeak-wise, it's been played so much throughout today. These maps cater to Squeak so much, with obviously, as you said, the sticky residues, having 4 of them, it's brutal. You're going to see Rosa come in, and I'm surprised to see that fly straight through the bans and all the way through the draft process.
Yeah, that's right. It's still a brawler, as much as like I am aware of how strong it is at the moment. Sometimes I just don't think about it, because we didn't see Rosa for so long in competitive, but it is there and it is very strong. Now, is it gonna have the easiest time against the Fang? Not necessarily. I think it's gonna depend a lot on how much utility they have. I think the gadgets are gonna be massive for the Fang in that matchup, just like the shield is gonna be massive for the Rosa. So it's gonna be a bit dependent on those conditions. But besides that, the drafts are locked in and we are ready to jump into game number 1. And already some great tags from Nob early on onto both MMA and Angel Boy Rama. Aggressive there against Cube, and Cube needs to be careful, because if he gets too close up, he will get himself in danger. But a big kill from the Rosa shield as well, I believe, whilst he was still one shot. And look at the Fang play! Rama clears up shop and is able to secure that defense here for VN. There's a defense they really needed.
Yeah, it was a nice slow there by Angel Boy, but didn't really get a lot from it, just scouting it out. Another slow comes through, reveals where Nob is, even more with that Sandstorm on top of it. Sticky Residue thrown down into that as well. Will be showing up Cube in whilst he is in there, but Angel Boy getting hit hard and no real use out of that Sandstorm. After the first use, obviously, Angel Boy's going to grab this ball, try to go forwards, but Rama has another super to be able to play this defense. Stun comes through as well. He does go down, but Cube still remains to defend.
Push slowly coming through here. Nob might try to score this one. They're going to play it safe. They're going to wait a little bit, but a jump from MMA coming in the back line. Rama going for a play. He's able to find one as he was dashing back and forth. But for now, it's going to be VN back in defense as Navi have positioning.
I mean, with a muted Rosa, is that not a walk? I feel like that was a bit of a walk for me rather than just a super in and try and get the job done. But now it is Navi with the control, and ball going to be passed forward. Actually, a little bit missed pass there, passing it to himself down this left-hand side, wanting to move this forward yet again. Throws it to the right, because we know that Cube's got that store. Oh, the super couldn't come any later for Angel Boy there. Beautiful. Rama goes past, can't get it, but Mebius gets the ball, passes it to the right-hand side, but it should be a 1, 2, and 3. Then should be a goal for Navi. Almost intercepted by Nob, but a great start for Navi.
Composed from Navi, patient, calculated, making sure that there is no room for mistakes here. I'm playing with their win conditions. I like it. A jump in there, a bit of a well play from MMA, a bit optimistic as well, but a follow-up jump in, and actually that might be a goal now.
I mean, Rama's left watching. Nothing he can do. He cycled his jump pretty much instantaneously after he went in the first time and got a beautiful landing directly back onto one of the other VN Sporting players. And I mean, that was genuinely an incredible play.
Yeah, I mean, I call it optimistic because I didn't think he would have another super that quickly. He did. He uses that to kill the remaining player, and somehow that worked out fine. MMA was a big performance here in this opening game.
Yeah, Rama trying to move forward again, but quickly after that Sweet Dreams, MMA did hit Rama quite fast and, you know, undid what was done by Cube. Trying to push forward now, MMA flying under the radar. Not going to get the heal off in time there, going to fall. Super, and the shots following up from Nob do manage to clean up Cube as well. Now passing forward, a little pass off the wall, and a mute might have gone quite a long way, but now he can't get rid of the ball. Has to kind of retreat all the way back to spawn, and he's low, and Mebius didn't get a bad cycle.
Great start from VN, at least when it comes down to positioning. MMA stirring up a little bit of trouble there in the back line, but eventually does get cleared by Rama. So all good here for VN. They want to be careful as they have lost a good bit of control. And now is the Sandstorm as well. You don't really know where they are coming from. Cube on the right hand side going for the wide flank, and he's gonna go for a sleep onto Rama. Doesn't really find much from that, in all honesty. It was a good attempt. Angel Boy has super as well, so if they're not careful with their placement, he is gonna be huge with that. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 kill after Rama goes in. The trade is gonna be found. And Busto in a good position to take down that Rosa. Actually, Angel Boy will survive with 1 HP, not the best gadget from Mabius. Angel Boy still alive now as well. And things are looking very even in this game, with some chances on both sides, but no goals just yet. Rama will go down to the Sandstorm damage. And Angel Boy is pushing forward. He has super now as well. He's going to pop it. That's an easy kill onto Nob. Mabius gets the ball away, and for now, VN still able to defend.
Yeah, pass back into the corner then by Maybe as Rama trying to defend this one out now and still has some of those roundhouse kicks to get the stuns off if they do choose to go aggressive towards that goal. He can stop it on the line and get rid of that ball. And now moving it over to the left-hand side. And if Cube can get a super in this position, it's going to be deadly in it going into that overtime. And they're going to need some moves as well because Angel Boy's not going to be in the best position going on in. He gets the shot off before he gets muted out. But the bomb comes down. They all fall anyway. And Navi burn down the clock and score the goal.
Hitting every single pellet from that squeak super was not going to be enough to defend here for VN, but they have a chance here. If they can score in the next 5 seconds, they can turn this around. 4 seconds left. MMA still there in defense, and they clear it up. Navi survive, and the opening set goes their way.
Only just, though, was only a couple of seconds off walking that ball in, but good defense there coming through from Navi to get him down before he could. Really nice gameplay from them throughout this first set and taking this one not really convincingly. It was very back and forward. VN had their chances, but Navi still seemed composed throughout.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I feel like it was very back and forth. There were opportunities on both sides, but at the same time, there was no real danger either for Navi because they were never behind. They were never in a position where, they might lose this game or they might lose the set. Despite the game being like, close, it was more slow than close. Navi were just playing so calm, so collected, so calculated, and making sure that they were not giving anything away for free. And eventually were able to take the upper hand pretty much every single time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It never really seemed like they were in much of a bad spot. I mean, yes, they had their moments, but overall, they just seemed so calm. Should be seeing the stats now. And Angel Boy with 10 kills. That's beautiful. I mean, with Rosie, you kind of expect it, right? But maybe it's sitting on 0. Absolute donut over there. Ron with 8, Nob with 9. MMA 4, Cube 7, sorry. And even though he had the least kills on his team, still had the most DPS, actually on both sides.
Yeah, that is quite a wild stat here from Mabius. Don't necessarily think that, that he was like the problem or something for VN. I was trying to phrase that in a friendly way, of course. But at the same time, yeah, it's a bit tough to say because it didn't feel on the field like he was really underperforming. He does have a lot of damage behind his name. So I think it was just generally as a team that they kind of struggled to find their pace and to get the big plays in. Last stop is where we are heading next, and this could be a chance here for VN, although in all fairness, Navi, I feel like they often have some original ideas, and on a map like this that hasn't been scrimmed as much as the others, that could be a little bit of a problem here for VN.
Yeah, I do feel that way as well, and I think maybe it was Navi who played on this map yesterday. I've got a feeling, I've got a little bit of a... I think it was actually VN who did. I can't fully remember, but one of these teams, I believe, did play on this map yesterday, and I think it worked out pretty well for them, all things considered. So we'll see if they're able to bring that same energy. But, we said it about... Humble, who came onto this map, a bit more unknown, so it might help them out a little bit on the side of VN Esporting, because at the moment, I feel like Navi are just a bit more in this game than what VN Esporting have been. Piper, Colette, and Rosa are the bands coming out of Navi. Tara, Crow, and Buster going to be the bands coming out of VN Esporting. First pick was the 8-bit.
I like the bans across the board. I mean, I think Piper on an open map like that can definitely be a problem. Colette is a bit of a more interesting one for me. Wouldn't really see Colette as that much of a, in general, it's just not a good brawler in gem grab. Wouldn't really see why it would be on this map. But the 8-bit is going to be brought in as a first pick for Navi. I like it. I mean, cheat cartridge is one of the best gadgets in the game for any gem carrier, as you can just get back to safety without taking any risks. I like the Lola as well. I think it's decent. I don't think it's like the flashiest pick. Not as in that it's like a super top meta usual pick. It is a bit rare nowadays. I just mean that I don't really see a crazy amount of outplay here. Although we did see some Lola on this map earlier as well, and it was really not performing too badly. Fang is going to be the answer from Navi into the Otis, which is a bit of a bold pick.
I mean, we've seen a lot of these brawlers. 4 out of the 5 of these I think we've already seen today, specifically on this map, and then 8-bit obviously being a very strong brawler at the moment. We saw Fang earlier, it was played out by a Reject, and then obviously the Otis, Lola, Squeak have been played quite a lot on this map, so we'll see what this last pick is from VN Esporting, but at the moment I'm liking what Navi are bringing to the table. It's just, ooh, the Daryl comes in, and that's a bit of a rarity, but pretty good against that Fang, so I can't really blame them for it.
Yeah, I'm so curious about how those interactions are going to be going. I really can't wait to find out as we jump into set number 2. Navi, guys, is in the lead. And so far, they have looked quite a bit better. But VN, they had their chances. They had some opportunities here and there. I think they just need to commit and be able to close out those opportunities, to bank them in. And Gem Grab might be the right mode to do just that. As you mentioned, it's a new map, so both teams, I mean, they've been scrimming it, they've been preparing it, but they're not going to be as familiar with all the intricacies of the draft on last stop as they would be on a more traditional map. Regardless, Rama going to go ahead and pick up the first 2 gems, but it's going to cost him his life. The gems are on his side, so I don't really think they can be picked up. But nevertheless, it's a good sign for Na'Vi to build up that early control.
Yeah, Nas Mebi has finished off as well. Beautiful from MMA, dominating this side. Going to get the super onto them as well. Nob's going to come in for the roll, though. Going to get the kill, but going to get traded out by Cube as well, who's going to start picking up his 4th gem now. Maybe it's going to be jumping over to that right-hand side. He can deal with the Fang on himself, but obviously the Fang's going to be rotating too. MMA slotting over to this right-hand side, has the damage boost. Oh, in goes Angel Boy. Rama's low. Taken down, but the roll from Nob is not successful. Goes too far back, I feel, and Cube can grab these and TP if he needs, and it doesn't even look like he needs to use a gadget.
Yeah, that's the incredible bit of 8-bit. With any other brawler, you wouldn't risk taking those gems because you're the gem carrier. You can't afford to go down. But with an 8-bit, you can go ahead and just run straight into a crossfire of 3-player, TP back, you're fine. And right now, that countdown for Na'Vi is brutal. VN Esporting trying to make some plays, but another TP from Cube. There's not even just 3 available for Cube as it used to be. It's 4 TPs now, which is just so hard to get rid of. You can't just easily bait them out anymore. Nevertheless, Na'Vi in a fantastic spot. Let's see if VN can strike back, otherwise we're going 2-0. And I don't know if there's a coming back from that.
It just seems like Na'Vi are in such heavy control. The start from MMA was flawless. Basically, pushed his lane all the way back, threw down a gadget, and then kept him there the entire game. We're seeing a bit of a swap this time, 2 down the right-hand side against MMA, but that residue did stop them quite heavily.
Nob took a lot of early damage, and MMA is able to get the kill at the end of the day. Kill onto Angel Boy as well here for VN. Well done. A gem onto MMA. Not going to be ideal, but better on him than on a VN player. Super from Angel Boy going in aggressively. Will be a 1-for-1 trade. Nob goes in. Could have gone on a lot there, but well played. Good teamwork here from Na'Vi, making sure they shut him down. And at the end of the day, that's only the Daryl going down in that interaction.
Yeah, MMA gets cleaned up there. Cube even going to use another gadget there to get the go in, but now the roll in from Nobody gets 2. MMA's got to defend this, going to miss a lot of shots, but finally gets that connecting one. And now Angel Boy with the super, going to go all the way to the left. Beautiful place against someone else, so he cycles it, gets the kill as well. Angel Boy going in big for Na'Vi, and they get the kills. 7 gems in hand, and more at the back.
Unbelievable fang plays from Angel Boy. We knew that he was going to be performing over the weekend. He delivered yesterday on the Nani. Now he's delivering on the Fang as he stole every single gem away from VN. And he has a super as well to get away if he needs to. He should be more than fine. It gets a little bit spicy, but I mean, he has 2 full HP teammates next to him. GG's for the second set. And now VN are truly going to be grasping the gravity of this situation, because it is 2-0, and Na'Vi, they are just a single set away from making it to the 2023 World Finals.
I mean, this is genuinely incredible from Na'Vi. Some of the gameplay that they're showing us today and yesterday, over this weekend as a whole, has been absolutely incredible. And that was Angel Boy again, you know? I mean, commendable performance there from Cube as well, holding those gems as successfully as he did, because just staying out of the wrong situations. But it's about Angel Boy getting in the right situations, retrieving the gems that has really made Na'Vi win this one here. Because, you know, they have 3 gems in comparison to the 7. Without Angel Boy's play, they'd probably lose that game. But he is there, he makes the plays, and he makes them beautifully.
Nob rolling in that play, and it was just such a big opportunity there, but it was so hard for him to close out. VN with some attempts here once again, but I mean, Angel Boy just stole the show, really. There was some good moments, but he was just able to go crazy this one. MMA still performing really, really well, and I think that like the consensus in general about Na'Vi is that MMA is on the weaker side, and yet he's performing both in the first set and in the second set really, really, really well. So Na'Vi so far, so good. Not really gotten through any sort of trouble just yet. But VN, this is going to be their last fighting chance, and they've got to give it everything they got because their entire year has brought them to this point.
I mean, it's not looking good either, is it really? They just seem to be a bit off today. I don't know if it's just Navi being completely switched on, the best they've played all year, in my opinion, and maybe even the best ever they've played for the side of Navi. But VN Esports just don't seem like themselves. I feel like after that first set, they definitely took a bit of a tumble. And there were certain moments where they had gems. But even when they have gems, I never feel like they're safe.
I'm with you there, and I love how you're talking about the form as well of Navi, because I think this is the best form they've been in ever. I mean, last year was they were really not in the best spot coming into Worlds. The year before, I mean, they did amazing, but the skill ceiling has increased so much, and especially the skill floor has increased so much. The worst teams that are playing in the biggest tournaments are so much better every single year. And right now, Navi, they are looking so fierce. Looking at this draft here, first pick VN is going to be Cordelius. They banned out Griff, as well as Abit and Nani. Griff is an interesting pick here. It was banned out. It was played out by Revenant just earlier, but again, I wouldn't necessarily consider Griff as like such a major threat on the Kaboom Canyon. Regardless, we have the Colette ban for Navi, as well as Crow and Tara. Tara here a little bit of an interesting ban as well, I think. Like, it's not terrible just because Tara is a pretty good brawler, but I wouldn't say either that it is really a big threat on Kaboom Canyon.
I mean, personally, I kind of think it is very, very good because, you know, once you get up to that safe, and it's not that difficult to do so with Tara, force support from Beyond. I mean, they shred the safe completely, and on top of that as well, just force support from Beyond genuinely in a map, and I think it's one of those gadgets where it's kind of amplified the brawler a bit more after that fourth gear gadget, whatever it's called, came in. But Gale's going to be the return pick from Navi, and they did this in SPS, right? And I hated it, and we laughed at it, and we asked for an answer. But now, I don't mind it.
Interesting. I mean, just talking about the Tara, just finalizing the thought, I just feel like at a pro level, it's so hard to get to that safe as a Tara, you know what I mean? And actually pop that gadget. I don't know, that's how I feel about it. But Navi seem to be agreeing with you, Trav, and they will bring in that Gale, they will bring in the Otis as well. I don't really know what to expect. I don't think I saw that particular match you're talking about, so it's been a while since I've seen a Gale on Kaboom Canyon. It used to be a thing, especially when the launchpad would just make you jump much further than it does now. It was really easy to get in a lot of control, but it's not as strong anymore, but it's also something that most teams don't really expect either or are prepared to face. So I really want to see how that pans out.
I imagine they'll still be using that launch pad just to get into that mid, and I think that's the thing, you know, you can't do it too much, otherwise it becomes expected and they start spamming that as soon as they see the launch pad or hear it starting to spring up. But Lola's going to be the last pick along with Bonnie for the side of VN Esporting. I like that kind of range, they've got some good DPS there as well. Jump in with Bonnie, damage from Cordelius is massive, and obviously Lola as well puts out a lot. Otis on the other side does just that as well, but it kind of seems like Navi were heavily anticipating tanks, and they haven't come, and Daryl is going to be their final pick. And against Cordelius, it's not a matchup that's favoured. But the moments that I think, maybe.
Yeah, no, it is definitely not a matchup you want against a Cordelius, but it is one that Navi seemingly were happy to accept because they picked that into that first pick Cordelius, so they must be confident they can still make it work. It will be harder than if there was not that sort of tank awareness, but I mean, it's in draft. You always are going to have some sort of anti-tanks options in place, because otherwise you are setting yourself up for failure, and all of those teams want to do that here. As we head into set 3 here, and the jump pad are ready to get that control, but the Cordelius was there even faster. However, he does go down. Nice dodges, but it's quite low HP across the board, and maybe this is going to reach that safe and cause a lot of early damage onto Navi's safe.
Yeah, he's going to go towards that right side as well, and just sit there. We do see it was Daryl going in onto the other safe, but not a lot really coming out of it so far. Now the damage starts to come in, but that actually is Cordelius cleaning it up nicely, and this VN Esporting damage is just unmatched by anything we've seen from Navi so far.
Yeah, this is a bit of a massacre so far, as VN Esporting are getting so much damage on safe. It's just everywhere. There's someone just dealing damage on the safe, and Na'Vi just have to run after them to try to clear it out, and that save is already 50% less healthy than VN's.
I mean, it's nothing they can't come back from with Cordelius and Daryl, but it's not the start they will have wanted. Slow being used there by MMA as well. Not going to have that stunning blow. So we need to see if Angel Boy's going to be the man to get the damage or if it's going to be up to Cube. Nice roll coming in there, gets the kill as well. And he's actually not going to waste his super on that. But Nob holds onto it, wants to use it on someone else and actually misses it entirely.
Yeah, that's not going to be ideal here for Nob. Knockback from MMA as well. They did manage to catch up quite a bit. It's only 30% different, but Mebius is going to get some more connections onto that save. He will get cleared out by MMA. And now the defense is quite strong here for VN, but they do lose Rama. Angel Boy back into the action as well. Doesn't have a roll just yet, so he's going to have to be a bit patient before he can make a play.
Yeah, it looks like they're just sitting around the safe waiting for Daryl to go in so they can melt him, but if they do a nice synchronized push, a mute, a pushback and everything, Daryl might be able to get some damage in. Nob's got to be fairly close to a super though, I feel, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting this far back. He'd be wanting to go up and get it. It is a 22%, or actually 32% deficit that they've got going on at the moment, but Navi are in the 2-set advantage, so still got time to come back if they do lose this game, and even in this one as well, but 3 supers now in the hands of Navi, and it's a dangerous prospect.
Push forward here from VN, jumping from Mebius. He gets the kill. That's huge because now someone else needs to defend, and he will survive the kill super as well. That is pretty much going to be checkmate here, as Rama will be able to close it out with a final spray. And finally, something seems to be going the way of VN. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, Trav. I don't really get the Gale here. It's not really doing much for me. I mean, I think the jump pad is cool, but at that point, you might as well just get a Brawl that opens up the middle or something, you know?
No, I agree, but I think they were heavily anticipating tanks as well. I think that's the thing, you know, it gives the jump pad and you can just deal with tanks quite well. Just get a nice start there yet again onto Nob, but that's not without him getting some very good charge along the way. Almost see that jump again, and that would have been a very similar start to last time for VN if that did happen. But Angel Boy trying to juke his way forwards and not really finding a pathway there.
Yeah, a lot of tanking for their teammates in that mid area for Na'Vi. Mebius with the jump will be able to get some shots onto the save. It's a trade on the left lane. But Mebius is low HP and eventually does get cleared up by Angel Boy, an 8% lead in favor of VN. They're gonna hold on to their positioning in the mid, and so far it's quite the fight for it, but it seems like despite MMA getting a kill on the left side, he will be traded out by Rama. And so far, they're just going in one by one. That's not working out the best. Angel Boy will get the kill on the right-hand side. I don't even know if he needed that super at that point. But for now, things are still okay for VN. But it's only a 9% lead. And if the Daryl manages to roll through, he's going to deal a lot more damage than that.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going in over and over and over again and not getting a lot out of it. But Mebius is here with his super. Rama's going to place that ego down and get some damage along the way as well. Cube, super in hand. MMA got this defense as well, but they can't play the same game VN were playing in the last one. They can't stay passive. They are behind by 18%. Angel Boy's going to go for it. Not going to roll because he knows Nob's just going to bring him into that realm. And now he starts to make the move. Rama pushing forwards, adding some more damage to the safe. And Mebius just waiting for the opportunity.
Cube is in the Shadow Realm. Not anymore, but that was a bit of a problem. Angel Boy going in. It's only a trade. MMA now in the Shadow Realm. Nob is low HP though. He jumps aggressively. Is that going to be enough? Yes. Nob gets that kill. The roll from Angel Boy gets one. He's going to be looking for a second, but I don't think he has the HP to make that happen. And Na'Vi behind now by 40%. VN in an excellent position with 25 seconds left. Angel Boy might try to roll through, and he's going to do just that. But Shadow Realm it is here as Nob is going to bring him with him. And Rama is still on the blue save, getting damage consistently. And I don't see a win con here for Na'Vi. I think that's going to be a set for VN esporting. Nothing that Na'Vi could have done. Just a poor draft, in my opinion. And VN esporting making sure to capitalize on that mistake and secure their first set.
Yeah, no, I do think it was poor draft in the end. I think they compensated for too many tanks too early on and then couldn't really retrieve it after that. Notice they didn't have that many tank counters, but you can't play a Daryl into a Cordelius, can you really? It's just never going to work out like that. It was just a respawn cycle and a death cycle at that point, which is not something that Navi will have wanted.
Yeah, I think the Daryl pick was very, very bold. I still didn't love the Gale pick, in all honesty. I think it would have been better to maybe keep that for later on in the draft. Don't really know. But regardless, it was a good attempt from Na'Vi. Hey, you're up 2-0. You can afford to take some risk, go for some wacky comps. But you gotta make sure, though, that you keep your eyes on the objective, because now VN is only trailing by 1 set. And as we saw here in highs, sets can go by really quickly. And if Na'Vi is not careful, before you know it, we're in set 5 and we are all even.
And that's especially if Na'Vi continue not drafting well and VN draft pretty smartly, which you kind of come to expect them to do at this point, haven't you? Really, Na'Vi are VN are a very strong drafting team. Philip obviously does help out a lot with that. Nob, 12 kills at the top of the table, 8 and 5, and then on the other side of things, 9, 5, and 8. So not the biggest difference in terms of kills, but as we always say on Heist, it's not the kills that matter; it's the damage on safe, and that VN Esporting just dominated.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. Let's see how this next set is going to be going. As Na'Vi, they can taste victory already. They know how close it is. They know that there's only one final step here required to qualify for the World Finals, and that's winning one of the next 2 sets. But for VN, I know they need is 2 sets as well, you know, so really not that far behind. Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. It's going to be coming up next. And this is another map where draft is going to be very important. Na'Vi might want to be a little bit more cautious with their approach, not try to go for anything too wild this time around. Or will they?
I hope they don't go in for anything so wild on the side of Na'Vi, at least. The Esporting, I welcome it. Go for something a bit wild. You're still trailing. Maybe you want to kind of take a bit of a risk, but at the same time, if you don't have to take risks and you can still bring the sets back, go for that too, you know? But I do find these drafts between these guys interesting. It's always, you know, there's always a tank on the map at some point. Maybe 2, maybe 3 occasionally. But these guys are so strong with these aggressive brawlers, these tank brawlers as well. Ring of Fire is what is coming up now. Crow going to be the first pick from VN Esporting, and I do like it. Bands looking like Amber, Colette, and Lou. I hate the Lou on this map, so I'm glad that's out of the way. Stu, Rosa, and Amber on the side of Na'Vi.
I like the bands on both sides. A lot of heavy hitters out of the equation. I think the double Amber ban is maybe a little bit excessive. I mean, Amber is decent here, but 2 seems like a lot of bans for an Amber. Squeak is going to be the first pick here for Na'Vi. Definitely a very strong brawler at the moment. Brings in so much control, and in Hot Zone, control truly is the name of the game. So always going to be very good to have a Squeak on your team. Very high performing brawler at the moment, as Na'Vi are looking to pick their second now. Let's see what they bring into the equation. Angel Boy is still smiling, still happy, and I mean, he might as well be. He is in the lead. He is a set away from qualifying for Worlds. But they got to focus up on that draft as well, as Pam is going to be their next pick, which I don't mind here. I think that the sustain is just very valuable, and the bulk too.
Great draft so far from Na'Vi, in my opinion. I really like the sticky residue, especially when there's no Lou on the map. It's the good equivalent of it to keep people off that zone. And then Pam as well, just tanky, got a good spray, some good range as well to keep people low, and I think that's a pretty solid pick there from Na'Vi. Back over to VN Esporting with the next 2 picks, though. It's going to be a Fang. They're going to go bold, they're going to go big, and they're going to go with Fang. Bit of a tank coming in, and I don't hate it, but I also think that Pam's not bad against Fang.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that Pam can do all right here. Fang can obviously still do a lot of damage too. They have a final pick on their end. I would think they might actually go for some sort of tank counter just to take it away from Na'Vi, and also be a bit careful on their end, have that extra awareness towards a final pick of a tank that could be happening on the Na'Vi side. They're going to go Bell. That's an interesting one, because I mean, Bell is absolutely fine here, but it's not necessarily a last pick most of the time, because Bell is quite a generalist. It's not really a specialist. So usually in the final picks, you might want to go for something that has a little bit more counters here. But obviously, I mean, the bounce can still be really good against that Pam healing station. And we're going to see the Tara brought in by Na'Vi.
You know me, Teddy. I love Atara. I love Atara, and I love it here as well. I think it's a very solid pick, and especially against the Fang as well, which is a tank. It's going to feed her a lot. Support from Beyond to come in as well, can tank some shots when, if Fang does land on her, then the support from Beyond is going to be able to tank some of the shots, stay behind it. I think it's a pretty good shout from Navi here to be able to counter this one out. And I prefer their comp, and I think they might take it in the fourth set here.
Yeah, I like their comp more too. I definitely still see some win conditions though on the VN side of things, so I would definitely not rule them out just from looking at that draft. But if you'd ask me, I would say that Navi wins the draft here. But winning the draft is not enough to win the game. You gotta actually play it through and perform there as well. Sticky Residue already down in the mid, and it's gonna be Navi that will take the early lead with just a little bit better positioning and more presence towards the zone. Angel Boy very aggressive though. He's gonna get pushed away from there quite easily. Maybe a bit over aggressive, but at the same time with Tara, the beginning of the game is usually the hardest because you do want to get a super to pull someone, hit some shots, you start working towards your next super, and that really is the name of the game for Tara.
Yeah, I do really think that Crow's got a bit of a tough matchup here against the Tara on the lane, especially with the support from Beyond. Rama's going to go in, going to get the trade out there, but it was actually Angel Boy who got that return. But he's just going to be playing it a bit central here. I feel like he had a bit of a way down the right-hand side, but Cube going to establish this healing turret and try to help out MMA here as well, throwing down a residue to stop Rama from coming down his side and bouncing around with his team. Angel Boy now going to push forward, get a kill. And in goes Rama, but it wasn't a good lunge. He didn't even have to use his Tara super to get him out of the way there.
Yeah, kind of crazy that he still keeps that super. It is going to be a little bit scary using that super on the Crow, so you might want to avoid that just because Crow has super and it could literally just jump out of range. Won't matter for now as Angel Boy gets taken down. Maybe playing it from afar, and both teams playing very composed, making sure not to make any mistakes. Rama was a big kill there, but he actually ends up going down to the squeak anyways. Navi, that were in a bit of a lead, are going to be just in the lead by 1% until VN Esporting now take it back for themselves. The healing station is still there. There's a spare healing station for Cube 2, so right now Navi can't really complain about their situation, although it is very, very close still. A 1-for-1 trade on the left-hand side, but I think that is going to be favoring Navi. The trade is there, but Nob is too low. He goes down. The nest eggs are still in place, though. But there's no shot for the Crow to contest his own. He just doesn't have the HP, but Rama goes in, finds two, falls to the third. MMA has super, but he's going to be patient. He's waiting for his teammate. Gets the connection onto Nob. Nicely done, but he ends up going down. Super will connect as well. Find the trade. A couple percentage difference, but Navi are able to catch up. Take back that lead. Is that going to be enough here for Navi, or can VN come back? Oh, the dash-in is going to get destroyed.
I mean, they can't do anything, even with Cube marked up constantly throughout the game, which Nob's been doing an incredible job of. MMA remains on this zone, now 4% left. The turret's going to take, actually he cleans up. Angel Boy's surely going to get it done, though. He does, he gets there. And Navi going to match point.
Very close game, but close is not going to cut it here for VN Esporting. They need a win. They actually need 2 in a row here to fight off that match point and bring things back to an even match. And Navi, this is the final step towards qualifying for the World Finals. All they need is to win one of the next 2 games, and they'll be there in Sweden at the end of the year. Navi was a good start here as well. Big kill from MMA on the right-hand side. That's going to create a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room for Cube. But a nice pickup from Nob here to try to put an end to that idea, as Cube is too low HP, needs to fall back. Angel Boy able to find some good value. Rama, it's going to waste his dash as his target dies before he gets close enough. Still, oh no, a wasted gadget too. Things are looking troublesome here for VN, as Navi has the lead. And there was a lot of wasted util already from VN.
And look at Angel Boy as well. That's got a pull right there. Double, or maybe even a double no. Mebius realizes that he's got it and backs off before he gets in there with Rama. Nob's going to try and push through this mid as well. And yeah, he's always got a mark on him, but he does nothing because now MMA and Angel Boy are in a phenomenal position. 60% to not even 20 by VN Esporting, and Navi are running away with it.
Na'Vi are there, the double pull from Angel Boy. Very well played once again. And I think that VN Esporting know that there's no coming back from here. They're too far behind. And Na'Vi are gonna be your final team to qualify for the World Finals 2023.
Massive congratulations to Na'Vi for claiming this final golden ticket. But commiserations to VN Esporting, who've played the entire year at such a high level. But today, and over this weekend, it just wasn't enough to take down the might of Na'Vi.
It was a good year from VN, but a year that ends here. Na'Vi, on the other hand, are going to the World Finals after an incredible performance throughout the weekend. No one was able to stop them, not even VN here in day 2. We have all of our world finalists.
I mean, they're all so deserving of the spots there. The 8 who qualified through the main season and the 4 who qualified through the last chance qualifier over this weekend. It really is very, very interesting to see what teams managed to make it to the World Finals, and I don't think we could have had 4 more deserving teams of claiming those tickets.
Definitely not. It's been all over the place. We had some matches we really expected to go a certain way, went another. Some other matches where the favorites did manage to win. But hey, let's hear it from our final winners here. Ark, take it away.
I'm here with Angel Boy on the stage. Congratulations first and foremost to yourself and the boys. It was a tough matchup. You know, VN Esporting, they did not go easy on you, it must be said. But Na'Vi have appeared in every World Finals since 2021, and it would be the same without you. How much does this victory mean for you and the boys?
It means everything for me. I think it was my biggest grind so far. I'm really happy that I achieved my goal. My goal is still winning the world, and I will do my best to this. Now I think we proved everyone that no matter how scrims goes, how tournament goes, it's the matter that if time comes, you play different game. We were focused, we played our best game, and I want to thank all our support, our organization, my team, all staff, like you're amazing. Also my coach Serevi, the drafts were good again. We dropped only 1 set on the whole event. I'm very proud of our team.
That was going to be my next question. Almost a clean sheet. What then was the toughest moment for you in the entire tournament so far?
Yeah, of course, set against Reject was hard, and the whole match against VN was good, but first 2 sets were going our way, and the third set, I think draft wasn't something we expected, and yeah, I think the third set was very good from them. Yeah, so we lost that.
And, you know, you said that you were going to bring out the Fang specifically for me. Thank you for that. It did pay off very nicely for you. But, you know, there has been such a huge outpouring of love for you specifically on social media. I've got to ask then the question, how does it feel to have so much support from the entire Brawl esports community?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, of course, I told you that I will pick Fang, and also I told Nob that I will pick Fang, so they knew.
So they actually knew the whole time?
Yeah, of course.
Fantastic stuff. Well, again, congratulations, a well-earned victory, and you must now go and celebrate. We cannot wait to see you at the World Finals. For now, it's back to the casting desk.
I love that guy. I really do. Absolutely love him. He's so humble, so nice, and honestly, it's very entertaining to watch him play. Some of the best gameplay we've seen all year round comes out of that man and the team over on Na'Vi. It really is the best they've played, and I think it would have been a disservice to the community if they didn't make it to the World Finals.
I love how from this event, we have some names that, like, I mean, we definitely knew, right? But we're coming into the World Finals, I'm expecting a lot from players like Surgeon, just earlier, but also here at Angel Boy. Those were my 2 biggest highlights when it comes to individuals that just performed out of their minds. So much happiness as well. Look at him go. Look at him go. Just carrying Cube. I mean,
always the one.
Exactly. I mean, carrying Cube in game here, 11 kills to 3. Carrying him in person as well. Angel Boy with just an incredible performance.
And you know, we say carrying, but the thing is, right, I said it to Sargent as well, you know, how does it feel to carry a team? It's not, you know, the team isn't playing badly. It's just highlighting that one specific player who's making the big plays. And usually, it's that aggressive player. It's the one who's making the flashy plays, gets the most recognition, and that's just how it works, right? They are the person who is making the plays, carrying the... It's not taking a disservice out of the team at all, because every player in Revenant played well, regardless of Sergeant Clash's beautiful gameplay, and the same with Angel Boy and Navi.
Yeah, of course, it's also about like setting up your teammates for success. You know, if you're playing more supportive brawlers or more utility-based, you're not going to get as many kills as the Fang and the Buzz and the Stu and the Piper. Those like heavy hitters, it's their job to get a lot of kills. I want to give a particular shout-out as well to MMA, because I mentioned it earlier that he was performing really well here at LCQ. He really is, though. There again, only a kill behind Angel Boy, getting so much value, playing so well. For me, he's the reason they won Brawl Boy as well, with his incredible crow play. So, right now, Navi is looking incredibly deadly, and they are going to be one of my favorites coming into Worlds.
I think so as well, and it's the same with, you know, SK, STMN, even Revenant were looking really good. They were a bit of an underdog coming into this tournament, but specifically in my eyes, STMN, SK, and Navi, they are dangerous going into World Finals, and I think there's so many different teams who would be able to win it.
Definitely so, Trav. Let's give a look at our MVP for this final match. Let's see who will get it. I'm thinking Angel Boy. And it is the man himself, Angel Boy, that takes the MVP. I feel like we've not had any disappointing MVPs here, which sometimes happen, you know, like MMA has massive fan base. And honestly, for this match, if he was MVP, I wouldn't mind either, because he was up there in the leaderboards for 2 of the sets that they won. So I can definitely respect the decision as well. But Angel Boy, I mean, he just deserves it after the intense performance he's been able to provide for us throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, whether it's his Nanny, whether it's his Fang, it's always brilliant gameplay from him and the boys over on Navi. So a big congratulations to them for managing to guarantee themselves that last World Finals spot of the weekend. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, what we've had throughout the duration of this weekend, and who did get those qualifying World Finals tickets. First off, we had SK versus Humble, which was a quick 3-0. Humble, they put up a big fight. It doesn't really show here on the scorelines, but it was SK who were victorious. STMN and Rejects, more of the same. Big fight, but not showing on the scoreline. STMN were victorious. Revenant versus Raconic, it was a big fight, and it shows in the scoreline, but Revenant came out on top. And Navi versus VNE Sporting, very close game as well, but Navi were victorious.
Dude, I think it's crazy that out of all of those matches, somehow one of my favorites ends up being Revenant versus Raconic. It was just so much fun, so much craziness, some crazy comps, some incredible plays, and just shows as well that, like, you can't underestimate teams here in the BSC. You have to be really careful. If they are here, it's because they're good enough to be here, and a lot of teams that had a lot to prove here were able to do so at the LCQ. Of course, there are 12 teams out of the 16 that are going home, but hey, it's brutal, always in the BSC, and we have 4 more teams now that will be attending the World Finals from different regions as well, so that's always going to be exciting as well to just see the variety of teams for Worlds.
Yeah, that's the thing. It kind of seems like the hierarchy's changing from specifically East Asia to now almost every region being on that same level, and it's really exciting to see, and I think it's a change that Brawl Stars Esports needed to remain as entertaining as it was, because it really is a very, very entertaining competition in all, and also I think World Finals is going to be absolutely amazing as well. We're going to take a quick look at a video whilst we get set up.
Look at You have really good skins. Let's start hard. Difficult. Your character is a short range brawler.
Ah, short range.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a totem.
You are very off meta right now. Meta with totem. Your character.
I can jump and short range.
Yeah.
Jump. Okay.
Has a lot of skins. Your character. It's one of the most character with skins.
Okay. Your character can break walls.
Break walls.
Totem, good skins, and off meta.
Is Bo?
Yes! Mine, I have short range, a lot of skins.
Yeah. Jam?
Jam, I think a Medgar.
No.
No? Okay.
You want the last
Jam
one?
No, last one is 4. Okay, yeah. Give me one more.
The sport. He do sport.
I'm el primo again.
It's the same, bro. I don't know how. Okay. Oh, look. This character is the most of meta brawler that I've seen, probably. Or almost the
I'm trying to guess it. Am I Jackie? Okay. Your brawler is long range brawler.
Okay.
Okay. Have decent a lot HP and long range. You have a turret.
A turret?
And you're very slow.
Slow? 8-bit, I guess.
Yeah! Okay.
No sé qué da.
You are cold. Cold.
Cold, yeah. I got it. You are a typical brawler, like old one.
Old one, original one.
Oh.
And I can break walls.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a bull?
No.
Okay. You can stun.
So I can stun is cold, and the other was?
You can jump.
Scale.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm original, I break, I'm not bull.
Yeah. You have a shotgun.
I have a shotgun.
Yeah.
Michelle? Again?
You are the original one.
I'm Shelly. I'm the original one.
Lots of fun there being had with Pedro in our chaos, and we're going to continue that on as well, because actually Pedro's going to be joining us for this show match along with Oshi as well from the SK Avarosa roster of last year, which we'll get into shortly. Hypercharge, it's been out of the mix all of the LCQ long, and we're going to be bringing it back for a show match. I can't wait to see how the teams fare with regards to that new mechanic that we've not really ever seen in a competitive setting.
That's why nobody's going to have scrimmed it. Nobody's going to have seen it in a competitive setting. And I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how this plays out, what difference it changes to the meta. Because, you know, we've seen so much Rosa, so many tanks. Spike's been out of the mix. Shelly's been out of the mix. All these tank counters are out of the way because they've got Hypercharge and now reintroduced. And also, you can't ban them.
On the side of STMN as well, we're going to be having OG joining forces with Sans and also Lukey from the Humble roster is going to be hopping in as well. Yeah, I mean, he had a fantastic day though. Despite the loss, I think that he really excelled for me in the way that he was approaching things. And, you know, again, I'm going to be looking for those early picks of Shelly and Spike. I think that for me, they've got like the best value when it comes to Hypercharge. Pearl, though, I really do enjoy playing. I think she's very, very strong at the moment. Obviously, we've had her banned out as well. So I think that they are the kind of top three for me. But, you know, Ball as well. Jackie maybe even getting a look in potentially Brawl Ball 2. And, you know, no one can ban them as well. It's important to mention that.
Yeah, it's intriguing to see that we won't be able to ban them and how they're going to play out and when they'll be drafted, when they won't be drafted, and if some just aren't in general, still aren't good with that Hypercharge. But let's take a little bit of a closer look at our rosters. We actually do manage to have pictures for all as well. IKEOS, Pedro Gajara, and Oshi, Lukey, Sans, and OG on the side of STMN for this show match arc.
Love that from production. Fast fingers at work, quite clearly, to arrange that. And, you know, again, I think it's going to be really enjoyable to watch. A bit of fun, no doubt, to be had on the stage, but also, as we know, let's face it, SK Gaming, when it comes to show matches and then when it comes to Chaos Cups, they take these moments incredibly seriously regardless.
Is that a banana?
I think so, yeah.
There's a banana out of nowhere.
Oh, okay. We're doubling down, I think. The shark is on the stage. We're getting
Who is in the shark? That's
Yoshi.
the question.
Is that Yoshi in the shark?
It is Yoshi in the shark.
Oh my word. Well, we've got to recover from that moment of sheer madness and randomness as we bring on then STMN.
It's not Lukey at all, it's Lukey Bear.
Oh, it's Lukey Bear. Oh my word. Lukey Bear as well. Very accomplished player nonetheless. So certainly going to be adding a great deal of talent then to the STMN roster. Of course, OG Sans and Lukey Bear.
Dyna inbound.
Dyna inbound. I was going to say, he's just renowned for that brawler pick. And I worry a little bit for SK Gaming. I think they've got to make sure that they definitely consider that as a likely ban from their front.
I would agree as well, but for the sake of the show match, you've got to allow it, surely. Let him do some double jumps, let him do something else, let this man have his fun. Because, he hasn't been on the stage, he hasn't been on any of these teams, it's quite intriguing to say. I mean, look at Yoshi as well. Look at this man. I mean, it's got to...
Dun 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 dun. Is he gonna just come over to the other side and start to mess with STMN? I kind of wonder.
Yeah, I hope so, because this is quite the funny thing seeing Yoshi in this, and obviously we saw Chaos in it as well on the SK social media, which is I was like, who was this in a little shark costume? But it turned out Chaos was the one donning the costume at that point.
I wonder whose idea it was. When there's someone backstage who's like, hey, we've got a shark costume, and they jump to the opportunity. But it does scream very much that kind of mentality that SK have. Very fun to be around. But when it comes to that competitiveness, they really do turn that switch and get on with business. But again, just to reiterate, just looking forward so much to seeing Hypercharge play itself out. And of course, when it did introduce into the game, we saw it was just pure chaos. And I'm fully expecting the same.
Oh, I'm expecting it as well. I believe we're actually going to be seeing Siege.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been so long. I don't think I've ever casted a game of Siege, and I've been casting since like 2021, and I don't think I've genuinely ever casted a game of Siege. It was my favorite game mode when I was playing, and it was so sad that it came out of competitive, and I've been dying to get it back. So, even if it is in this Hypercharge show match, I'm pleased it's at least shown its face in esports this year.
Well, as you know, I've been watching back through the VODs, recently over the past couple of weeks from the World Finals, and it was such an enjoyable game mode to have.
So much skill involved as well with the timings of picking up the bolts, and there's so many like intricacies that I feel are just really entertaining, and especially for the pro players to kind of learn and pick up on. Obviously, they'll have learned and picked up on it at the time, but it's like timings with bolts, when to pick them up, when to leave them, when to let your opponents get the bot. It's like the thought process is it's so entertaining to like be able to explain.
You see, after all this, if that's the fourth set and it's a sweep, I mean, I'm gonna laugh at your sad face. Let's see where it is on.
It's the first.
It's the first one. Yes, let's go. Travis saved.
Oh, I was gonna cry if it was a bit later on down the line, but we also got Minecart Madness as well coming in, so we got a bit of a different gem grab map that we haven't seen in a while. Personally,
not a fan,
but I understand that people will be.
I really like it. I'm on that front and that side of things.
Wrong opinion.
It's not for everyone's tastes, is it, really? I mean, the minecart sometimes can get more, takedowns than the opposition themselves. So, the minecart can be your foe, it can be your friend, and definitely drafting around that obstacle is going to be very much high up in terms of that draft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see how it goes with that and as well, and how it's changed, because we've never seen draft Siege. Even if you think about it, it was all just Gene, Max, Pam, some Colt coming in to break the walls. We've never seen a draft Siege. I'm intrigued to see how that plays out and how the Hypercharge brawlers come into it, and how I mean, what's a massive spike super going to do against that bot? It's not going to ban
Bull as well. Bull was such a heavy hitter.
You can't ban Bull.
Oh, you can't ban it. You're not allowed to ban it. Exactly. So that first pick, I mean, that's got to be it for me. You're just invincible, Bull. In fact, you can just combine it for some really big cheesy comps and just ignore the bolts completely.
I mean, how much of a shred is a Colt super going to do to the bot as well? Like, that's going to absolutely melt through it. And the same with, Spike slowing it down. Massive radius on that on Spike Super now with the Hypercharge. So I'm just so excited to see how the different interactions work. Obviously, we won't be seeing it until a bit later of the competition on now. But at least for the sake of showing it, I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, I feel like, it's going to bring Siege into like a new dimension, so to speak. And will the bot even be able to get any damage on the save? That's the question for me.
Ultra defense.
I feel like when a ball goes in and you've got that support network behind it, it could be a very swift set.
Yeah, I mean, ball going onto the safe with 80% of the damage being negated is... it's not going to be fun for the person on the other end of that, is it really? So let's hope we see them defending it a bit better and not letting him get into that position where he can do that.
Of course, as well in later sets with Brawl and such, in those maps especially, where you've got those tight constructive, or rather the constrictive corners and like corridors, that Spike Super going to be really deadly. Pearl going to be able to break open so much of the map as well, and the more space that she has to work with as well, the better that she can really land that, that souped up shot, that amplified shot to have that burn down as well. And her gadget is just so destructive. I mean, you run into your opposition whilst in a bush, you tap your green button, you tap your red button, and it's GG on that lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit sad to see, but at the end of the day, you know, I'm quite scared of how good Pearl's going to be. That's my issue. It's like, in my eyes, it's like a Pam, right? Pam shot with like cult damage, and the shots just do so much. It's really weird to see, and then on top of that as well, the gadget, it just incinerates people.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things where, you know, you haven't, from what I understand, have got to pick a hypercharged brawler. You just simply can't ban them out. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether teams want to really double down or triple down on that hypercharged utility, or whether some want to combine it with others that are just very rife in terms of the meta at the moment. But, you know, Sans forever asleep. I mean, he played a fantastic Sandy earlier today. It's clearly rubbing off on him.
I mean, I'd like to say that we've kind of got a shark behind the podium here, so I'm a little bit scared that we're going to be seeing him playing through this costume.
How?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Has he got headphones underneath it as well, though? What's going on?
Take it to another level.
I think he's got little headphones on underneath. You can see his microphone.
But can he get any like grip on the screen itself? Like,
I mean, it looks like he's doing something.
How? I don't understand. How is this going to work?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a shark costume completely made out of thumb sleeves.
Nonetheless, SK Gaming always bring some great humor and some great banter to the stage when it comes to these moments in time. I mean, again, with regards to hypercharge, it's just such a strong mechanic, but it was very relieving when it was introduced. And, you know, because I'll be honest, I tweeted out and said, like, I don't like this. I don't like this. I'll be the first to say it, because it was just kind of so chaotic, and it's going to take some time over the course of its introduction, and obviously new brawlers obtaining it, to sort of even things out somewhat in regards to what those hypercharges actually look like. And it was very refreshing that as soon as it did get released, the entire pro scene were all united in saying that, don't worry, don't panic. It's not that overpowered. We're handling it fine. In fact, we're working around it, and it's not something that's just going to break the game. I think that was in the community's minds as being a bit of a concern, but it was alleviated incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I like that as well. You know, I was worried about it when it first came out. I thought it was going to be too kind of game-breaking, too good. You won't be able to compete against them unless you've got a hypercharged brawler yourself. And I think that's just not the case, because in a pro setting especially, through esports, you're not going to get any more than 2 in a game. Like, that's the tops you're going to be able to get in reality. 1 more than likely is what you will receive. And at that, you know, it's like 1 super. You get like 1 super off with that special ability, and it's not that groundbreaking. It's kind of the thing that I worry about the most would be kind of the base stats, you know, like when the base stats come through, higher speed and stuff like that. That was my worry.
Certainly. So, I mean, the 4th gadget for many seems to be more of a problematic thing than hypercharge itself at the moment. Let's be honest there. But, you know, I like what it brings to esports. I like the fact that, you know, you have this now other dimension to consider when it comes to, do you just all want to obtain it at the same time and just go on the biggest of charges as Yoshi comes over towards STMN? Is he looking for an embrace? No, he's looking for a banana. He's got the goods. He's going to take it back to his side, I'm sure. Maybe some words of encouragement along the way. It's hard to tell at this point.
Yeah, I'm really confused what's going on with the shark, like what relevance it has to SK, you know, like, because obviously I think it's SK shark suit. And I just don't really see the resemblance with SK, to be honest with you.
I think earlier this year they were certainly not the shark. They were certainly the surfer in the water, in infested waters, and they did do fantastically well. Though, you know, you've got to hand it to SK with just such a dominant performance. Just a clean sheet over the course of the last 2 days. They really did do justice on those moments of, you know, weakness and downfall at the early stages of the year. And they've just had their full, you know, revenge arc. They've just come into such a great, fantastic place, and now they can finally relax.
Yeah, we've got a little crow portrait here on Sans' podium. Clearly in love with that brawler at the moment. It's going home with him and going to be on his bed nightstand soon enough, I'm sure. But, I mean, the predictions were there. I think it was 57 to SK, 43 to STMN, and it makes sense. Here's Siege. If you've never seen Siege in competitive, you're in for a treat.
Is this the first ever Siege flyover? I think we may have had some back in the day. I think we had some back in the day, but it was like the bolts definitely being displayed is very new. I haven't seen that before. We've still got polls happening. It's SK that are taking a little bit of an edge here, 57% on their side of things. But again, it's very difficult to say. We've never really seen this kind of like drafting element, as you rightly put it, to Siege, and therefore it's just a bit of the Wild West.
Clearly no faith in Lukey from the community then. This is a perfect map to bring a Dynamite out, I would like to mention.
True.
But they actually haven't banned it, and we're seeing a Mortis ban. We can dream that they're going to pick Dynamite and we're going to have a bit of a show going on, but it is SK with the first pick, and it's going to be Spike.
Very good on the defensive.
Yeah,
Very good.
Hypercharge Brawler instantly.
So that's equally as strong. Let's be honest, Shelly is still for me. Yeah, and there it is. You knew it was going to be coming. The bans really did hint towards it. Colt, SK could be tripling down here actually on Hypercharge. Potentially maybe the Pearl to break open things more so for the Colt to get even more value. Let's see whether they want to really go all in on things here.
Oh, Spike, Pearl, and Colt defense.
I know.
Oh.
It would be my choice. It would be my choice. But Jackie wouldn't necessarily be the worst of things either. But it's still going to go in perfect harmony with the Colt.
Yeah, I feel that the same way. I mean, Colt can break down walls and Jackie can rebuild them if she really wants to. It's going to be the Pearl. There you go. And I mean, yeah, there's no other option.
Well, Lukey might have his work cut out for him here. Hank going to come in for SK. Just the one hypercharged brawler. It's what we were saying. Exactly what we were saying coming in. What is the strategy going to be? Tripling down on hypercharge or just bringing the one and combining it with some ideas that these aren't the meta ideas.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, do you take a meta brawler or do you take a hypercharge brawler? You know, like Colt alone without, I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, Colt's good on Siege, right? But on other maps, do you bring Colt in just because he's got hypercharge or do you take a brawler that's actually good on the map?
Ultimately, the Hank's got some great slowdown abilities as well, so combining that with Lukey on that Dynamite, which it will beat Lukey on that Dynamite pick, no doubt about it. He's going to be able to land many more shots as a result if they're able to work that in synergy. The right-hand side, the first bolt battle commences. Oshi taking damage, and OG seals it. Now able to then re-blow the bubble, finds his attention to Chaos, who keeps his distance. That is one bolt, a second. Surely going to be banked there by SK, and Sans is all over the third.
Yeah, we got a little burn down on the right side there, and we say goodbye to Lukey as the damage definitely is going strong with that Pearl gadget, to put it lightly. But Sans already got his super as well. Let's see how good this defense is. Chaos going to knock back as well, and that does a good amount of damage. But it's been shredded. But OG's going to bag a kill, and a super from Sans and a Clay Pigeon going to do a lot. They might actually be able to do this here. The damage coming in, and the Hank super on safe melts it.
The one push from STMN on just the 3 bolts, and the one hypercharged brawler was able to overthrow it. I'll be honest, I did not see a Hank coming. I mean, this is going to be the first time that we've seen Hank, you know, throughout the entirety of LCQ, from my understanding. Maybe some of the matches I didn't see.
Definitely not.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I would never have predicted it actually working out, but work out it did, and STMN will take that first game.
Yeah, Pedro did miss that first wall break, but eventually got it on the second one. OG sliding to the side, going to pop a shield, and Sans now going to go forward with the Clay Pigeon. Get some damage done, and I mean, they're pretty much already guaranteed themselves that first bot, and Chaos getting hit hard by OG, but that's a lot of damage coming in from that Pearl gadget.
Well, the bot now coming back in, smelling like a little bit of deja vu. Pedro's getting some early taps, though. And Lukey and OG are being kept back here by Chaos, so they can't really be there for the push. But now that Oshi falls, Lukey can come forward. He has got gadget, he has got super, and the damage now starting to show.
Yeah, I mean, Sans going completely in. Clay Pigeon was there as well, and now SK Gaming are the ones in control of the middle of this map. OG in a tough position now as Pearl uses the super on him. Nice move from iChaos, and even a Spike super did come down. Been a while since I've seen that, to be fair, a Spike super.
Lukey trying to contest the mid, will get a bolt there. 4-2. SK still have the lead. 10 seconds remain, and Oshi going to bank. Pedro going to bank here as well. So definitely some good time spent, and a big beam. Oh, Pedro falls. Super. Look at this from STMN. They're just going straight in. It's not going to be enough damage though. SK Gaming still have a push to make good on the deficit.
Get ready for what is about to come. Hypercharge available for Chaos. Hypercharge available for Sans too, but no super for the side of Sante. Chaos pops his, and now they're going to try and go in, but OG melts it with the Hank super there. Beautiful from him, and Pedro's going to go down on the top side as well from being in the Ike zone.
Chaos popped hypercharge, but realistically there, not the most amount of damage considering that the push and the bolts that were needed to obtain it were pretty strong. A nice super there from Beyond the Grave from Yoshi. It's going to lead to 4 bolts left on the map, now 5 and 6 spawning in left and right respectively. And that's a really good way to take back control from SK. I don't think the STMN have got time to really get a push here.
Yeah, hypercharge Pedro, hypercharge Oshi available as well for the Spike and Colt alike. OG, you can surely try and use a super here if you manage to put on this bot. I mean, it's a big boy coming in. 12 going to have a bit of extended speed as well. But Luki's got his super. He can deflate this push quite heavily. 3 hypercharges available from SK, but can they do the damage?
Chaos is slow, but now coming in as supers are landing. Yoshi in a good spot to get even more damage than Luki falls. Now the bot connects. Pedro is still there. 26%. They need a little bit more. 22. They just take the lead. And SK Gaming tie things up.
Oshi manages to get it in the closing seconds as everybody else went down. Managed to get the final connecting shot on to get the 2% lead to take the win. And now we're evened out. Shows the power of the 3 hypercharges at the end there. All came down at once in that final push and still was almost defended there by the side of STMN. Almost took it down. But now we're into this third game. Luki moving forwards, trying to get the same start as in the previous games.
Well, that right-hand side opened up very quickly by Pedro. Luki didn't quite connect with the gadget. As Chaos dancing with Sans for that bolt. It is his, but there's a trade on the left, so no one going to bank it. OG going to pick it up. In the meanwhile, Pedro tried for that one. He went down, and Luki's starting to really pop off on this dynamite pick.
He's warming up on his main now, and he's getting going. Bolts all going to the side of STMN, even the ones after the bot did spawn in. Now we are seeing a 3-bolt lead and a massive push coming in for the side of STMN. OG behind it, trying to work on that super so we can get it down. Dynamite super coming in as well, but they're looking like they might go for it on the second push. Luki committing to it though as he's burning down regardless, and they get 54% damage.
That is a healthy push as Pedro trying to connect these shots onto OG. He did manage to land a few, which will stop the healing. Sans though has hypercharge himself now on the right-hand side. Too low to realistically try to use it though. Chaos going super aggressively, letting out some steam there onto OG. The trade is there though, Luki picks up the scraps. It's looking like though STMN are going to get another big push though, which should be enough damage if they're present for it.
Yeah, it's a meaty bot. Luki did have that damage gear activated there as well. Super comes in, doesn't connect with Pedro. Gadget being used by OG now as well, trying to make some moves happen on that right-hand side. But Sans has this hypercharge, just waiting on his super. Chaos going to pop his to get this going. Oshi with the defense, but a hypercharge from Sans destroys both of them, deflates the defense, and STMN takes set 1.
Very convincing stuff, but you know, let's be honest. If there's any advocate for Siege, it's always been with STMN, hasn't it? They've always been very vocal about the mode, enjoying it, and they made it look pretty easy for the most part. Moments where SK definitely did have and did thrive off the back of, but STMN bringing it full circle in that third game to take the first set. But SK looking very good. I mean, Pedro is, I mean, for, you know, effectively a coach and an analyst, he's actually putting up a very decent fight.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that he did beat Tribe Gaming in that one monthly final. So, like, is he a coach or is he a player? You know who you are on that Tribe Gaming roster, who did manage to lose against Pedro in a monthly final. But at the end of the day, you know, he's a very, very skilled coach.
I was hoping you were going to add to it. I say Trav, name and shame as far as I'm concerned.
I don't think we'll do that. I don't think we'll do that. let's not name and shame him on stream.
Nonetheless, though, very entertaining stuff. Some very good choices, I think, all things considered as well. And ultimately, the team that thrived the most in that set was just the one hypercharged brawler combined with two of us very anti-meta ideas that just by keeping the cover there in the early game had that advantage realistically until Pedro could open things up more for himself. But look at that, Chaos on 14 kills, 443 damage, by far the best stat on the board. Regardless though, STMN just played the objective better.
Yeah, Chaos was definitely cooking there. Moving on to Minecart Madness now. We're just making sure we're getting the unusual maps and modes coming out first, making sure we get to see the Minecart Madness. A very, very entertaining map, I will say as well. I'm not the biggest fan of the minecart that goes around and kills people. This kind of takes, in my opinion, a bit of the skill out of the game, but also in some people's opinions, I guess it adds a bit more.
See here, do you bring in a Jackie instead of the Pearl? Because Pearl's going to be quite slow and sluggish against that minecart, and it is going to be taking a little bit away from that positioning and that maneuverability, you know, unless you could buy it with a max, which wouldn't be the worst of ideas.
Or, hear me out, you could just not use a hypercharge brawl.
That's what I'm saying. You know, you could bring the max in as well and just add something to the equation. I think...
I'm not the biggest fan of Jackie's hypercharge as it is.
I agree. I don't think it's bad. It's on the weaker side of things.
I agree.
I would say in terms of the overall spectrum that we got to have. Let's see what the bans are going to be, though. Crow, Nita, and Tara. Crow, Meg, first pick of Shelly. Has to be. I think whoever's going to get that coin toss is going to absolutely spend no time at all in securing it. Pearl is going to come in for STMN. They're banning out Meg and the Squeak as well. combining it with the Colt now. This is interesting from STMN.
Yeah, I mean, they're now wanting to try this Colt, wanting to try some hypercharge brawls themselves by the looks of things. The show is over for the Dynamite, I guess, but maybe we'll still see another hypercharge brawler and have a 3v3 hypercharge as we've got the Spike coming in on the other side for Roshi.
Jackie, Bull, are SK going to be daring enough to go for it? They've got the Spike on their side. They're going to go with Byron, keep those hills coming in. Keeping us guessing is always a great thing. I was hoping to see a full hypercharge matchup. Doug, not sold on it. I'm personally still not sold on it, but nonetheless, that ability to stay within the mix, stay in position, revitalize yourself there and then, it is quite a strong mechanic.
I mean, the respawn is very strong, and I think that's why the rest of Doug kind of just isn't, you know? Like,
yeah, has to be.
I think it evens it out. Chaos moving over to the STMN side here, having a little lean on OG and seeing what's going on over that side.
No doubt, I'm sure going to be interfering on some level. Couple of slip-ups there on the screen, and OG's match could be in jeopardy. In we go to Minecart Madness. SK just keeping those hills very early on as the clay pigeons are popped. And meanwhile, Lukey as well will be first to show his gadget on the side of STMN. And Pedro will fall. That's going to give a lot of positioning power to STMN and Oshi to follow. SK are now going to be a very tough spot to get out of their spawn. And Sansa's going to open up this entire right-hand side.
So bear in mind it is Shark Yoshi on iChaos's device here, so he will be playing under the name iChaos, and Pedro getting some good connections here, but Doug instantly healing that up, and that's the power of it. If you stay there, and if you've got some good position, if you can just stay next to a player like Lukey who's playing the Pearl, such a strong brawler, it's going to be all right.
4 gems to 2, 3 with Lukey, 1 with OG, and that's a good splash there from Pedro's low HP himself. OG has to come back a little bit. Sans now really giving a lot to the squad and keeping STMN in the mix. OG just evading the minecart. Now clustered on this right-hand side. And Luke with that maneuverability as well. It's such a great thing to have when you pop your hypercharge with the Pearl specifically. Oshi, yeah, going to absolutely fall with a great pitch from STMN. The spins are out, the pins are out. 1 more gem for countdown, and this is looking good for STMN.
Is it just me who loves the hypercharge noise? Like, it sounds so good when they pop it. I want to hear more of that, but now on the backside, Lukey going to try and push forward. Actually breaks the wall, and Chaos gets a shot through. Clay Pigeon says no to, says hello to the minecart though, rather than anything else, and Sans popping another hypercharge. Oshi on the defense can't really make it in time, throws down the super, and STMN take another game.
Yeah, no slow there for Chaos. Otherwise, there may have been something to be said. Clearly running the Band-Aid star power on that shade to keep those heals coming in. STMN are looking very, very strong. Very composed, enjoying themselves, of course, as it's fair to say SKR, as Yoshi will come over and have a little poke around at Lukey Bear.
Tapping on Lukey Bear's screen by the looks of things. We'll see if he does anything questionable, and if he does, it might just be him being awful, or it might be Yoshi tapping his iPad. Oh, the knockback straight into the minecart. Lukey goes down.
Nice there from Chaos, and that puts STMN on the back foot early on. 0 gems to their name. Gadget pop there from OG, but again, these early moments are quite key for SK. They want to give themselves the best possible chance of getting ahead in this set. As the R1 set down, Sans now trying to connect with iChaos, who's popped his hypercharge, but not really able to find anything. These tricks are really working out well as he pops there the clay pigeons and still staying alive on low HP.
Yoshi moving around the back. Already got hypercharge as well. I like that. It's clearly hit a lot of shots and managed to charge that up nice and fast, but Super was wasted just down there a little bit, and now shoot a few walls. Luke is going to go down, but OG not able to give him that revive before he did fall. So, oh, nice little goal. Oh, Sans is cooking.
It's still going.
Still going. Super hits as well. But Pedro can surely retrieve them. But Pearl's there, splashing himself, and it's Oshi who has to grab them. Hypercharge activated as well, and 1 gem needed.
Yeah, Oshi being cautious there for that final gem, but iChaos picks it up. Now the heals from Pedro come in, but all of STMN are in a good position for a push. Those heals there from the Doug, so crucial to be able to make this count. And now the taps coming in from Lukey. Sans on the left, OG from the mid. Is it going to be the reset? There is going to be somewhat of a reset. Oshi falls, but STMN not being greedy, just coming out with a little bit to reset the game. Oh, OG just evades the minecart there.
So close. Lukey now using that hypercharge as well. Going to have some speed moving. Oshi really can't survive that one. Shots coming from Lukey are so powerful. Chaos has his hypercharge, but no super. Kind of pointless to use it at that point. I mean, shots coming through from OG to heal up his team, but this 1 gem, Pedro looking like he wants to go for it now, but Oshi's falling on the back again. Splash forwards instead of on himself. And Chaos using the extended speed from this hypercharge to grab that gem.
Well, let's see, men have reset things once. Can they do it again in the same set? Don't think there's going to be enough time from the mid. They've got to go on the push right now, and Sans is looking to get into a good spot. Pedro goes down. Still, countdown is there. But can they do it? Oh, the reset. But there's now Gems in the spawn. OG still there to try to contest it, but SK reset. Bringing things back, though. The Gems are going to be much harder to gain this time round.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening again unless Sans can get a super and pop this hype charge as well. You've got to use the hype charge to try and get his super to start with. Pearl can't really move anything against his super. He gets the shot! 160 and it's not enough. Oshi survives, holding the Gems. And
right down to the wire in the final second. My word, what a close affair. It could be a set for SCMN here with one more game, or SK could even out the odds.
yeah, I mean, still OG just trying to stay close to Luki here with this dog. Otherwise, it can't really do much in his own. Got to pick up a gem, but I mean, Sans is honestly cooking on this Colt.
He's ridiculously good at it, isn't he? I mean, I think that it's a really exciting prospect for Cole to have. Maybe a look in competitive. It's definitely been more viable, but not really kind of entering the meta much at the moment. But Hypercharge could well change that. That wider spread is definitely going to make those moments really count. As Chaos going in there on OG, heals to himself, and that is going to be a tough thing to shake. Pedro's still finding value on that Byron pick, which I do really like for SK. It's always a good thing to have heals and Byron in a much better place. As Chaos pops his hypercharge, goes in, finds Luki. Now OG in the middle is really compromised here. He's juking though wondrously well. Now the final splash from Pedro will seal it, and SK 2 gems away from countdown.
Yeah, the hypercharge kept him in there, but she placed a nice life plant, gives him a bit of a heal. Chaos grabs one gem and one more needed, but we've seen so many resets coming in from SCMN that I don't doubt that they'll be able to do another one here. Still 15 seconds on the clock. OG in a good spot, but he's not the man to get the reset.
Yeah, thinking better of things, but can't really do much now. Sans breaks things open. The push comes in. It's a huge push, and everyone goes down for SK. It's an entire team wipe. There's surely going to be 2 gems in the mid. If not, one is spawning now, and that might have just been the hugest of steals.
And I think the splash was missed as well. OG giving it a little spin. Oh, she's still got this hypercharge, but can't really do it. Sans almost gets 2. 59 HP, but what can she do from this position? Hypercharge going to be used to try and get the mobility, but I just don't think it's going to be enough at this point. And that should be an STMN set to make it 2-0.
Almost 2 for Sans, but almost 2 from beyond the grave. I mean, that bullet could have continued flying out. Unreal stuff as STMN secure yet another set with some really great mechanics. But when you look at the other side, honestly, with a coach on your team, Petro's really bringing the heat. Oshi as well. Everyone is actually doing some great work on the side of SK as a squad against STMN, who Luki plays competitive on a regular basis. Of course, prioritizing his studies for this year for the majority of it. But he's no Boy Scout. He's been around the block, and I think that in all things considered, SK are doing really, really well under the heat.
I think so too. I mean, Luki, he's played a lot of competitive, but it's very, very close. I mean, the Siege seemed a bit one-sided, but this was definitely very, very back and forward. Resets coming out of STMN, left, right, and center, but it was the last one that eventually happened. It's so close. Oh. And Pedro was even spinning as well.
And again, so many resets from STMN here. I mean, on a Colt in Minecraft Madness, this is the kind of prospect that I really look forward to seeing, is like how it's going to shake things up. Will players be then exploring many different brawlers simply because of Hypercharge? The stats on that side there for STMN, 16, 15 takedowns. Huge stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice. And Yoshi still giving us some humor value, and the banana still remaining on Chaos's podium. SK, they're going to need to make something happen here on Layer Cake, and I do really like this map. I actually do.
What were you thinking in terms of draft with Hypercharge in play?
Pearl, funnily enough. What a surprise. Out of nowhere, Pearl. But honestly, I think we might be seeing the return of Dynamite again, possibly.
Yeah, it's actually a really good map for it. Look out for that Mortis ban or other various counters, because it's not a one-trick wonder by any means. Luki is very accomplished in other brawlers, but it's a very rare thing to see a player really take the mantle with that particular brawler. It's very hard to make it really count. Many brawlers can counteract it. Could be potentially an Edgar would be a very solid pick from SK to be able to counteract it. But those that are as good as Lukey Bear is on that Dynamite pick know how to handle those situations. But Pearl, yeah, I mean, I feel like when Pearl is playable, she's going to be very high up on those play rates. Bans are in. Sanity, Jean, and Crow
banned
for STMN. Banned out, yeah, by SK as well as Cordelius and the Grey. SK are learning.
Nightmare. And they've even taken the tick as well, just to rub it in, bring another thrower into the mix. Piper going to be on the other side from STMN, and I think that's a solid pick. Against the tick, not really. But I mean, I feel like I'm being taken. I was going to say I'm being taken back to like 2021, but at this point, Shelly wasn't really played on Layer Cake. But I mean, Piper and Tick were.
Surprised to see Shelly not being first picked, I'll be honest. I mean, in the hotel last night, you know, every player just constantly saying about Shelly being so strong. Toast in particular did have a big discussion with Adrian for about 2 hours, specifically around Shelly.
And that man's got patience.
Adrian really came in clutch for Supercell there. He had his ears very much open to it as well. Nani coming in for SK. Certainly going to give Piper a tough matchup there, as particularly a hard counter to it. The return descendant as well, devastating, and you know, even if Piper jumps away, she cannot evade that damage if it's going to connect off the back of that return descendant gadget. A change that I'm not actually very fond of. I really like that evasive maneuver that Piper had as a counter. Nonetheless, though, it is going to be a very tough comp that SK running, combining the roughs with the Nanny. It's going to be a really, really nice combo. Macy coming in, we've said it pretty much for the entire LCQ. We're not necessarily sold on it, but it can't be denied that some players do take to it and like to experiment with it.
Yeah, and I think definitely in a show match, it's nice to see as well, to be honest with you, because I don't think it's awful. It's definitely not the bottom barrel of the brawls, you know. Like, it's in my opinion, it's mid to high, just not at the top level that's required for esports at the moment, at least. Some players have proved a point with it this weekend. Some players really have proved the opposite.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those brawlers where with the gadget combo and super, you can get some great value for it, but ultimately the shots have got to land to obtain it in the first place, and that's the struggle for some. Blue Star for S. Oh my word, what a return descendant from Chaos. But Blue Star is still with him as OG tries to be able to secure that final takedown. Homemade Recipe not going to find Chaos there from Lukey. And then meanwhile, Pedro does take down Sans, and there, another pickup from Chaos. 8 stars to 3.
Yeah, a bit of a trade there with the return sender. Now he's going in. Pedro's cleaning up Sans time and time again. I mean, obviously has that matchup. Dash out the way from OG. Nice stuff from him. Should be a nice super coming in from Sans. He's not even seeing him. I mean, they're even talking on stage. Pedro slid in there, but wasn't able to make it out alive.
I like the idea, though. Just really trying to keep STMN guessing and hopefully escape unscathed. But now the reset is there, and STMN have taken a good affirmative role in the mid. Sans lurking on that right-hand side with the speed gear in motion. He'll close the gap very quickly if left untouched, and now pushes forwards. Clay Pigeon gadget in play, but Pedro does take care of business and spins on that the place where he lies.
I mean, he was getting dominated, to be fair. I think Pedro's maybe like a 4-on-1 against him in this game, to be honest. Lukey's even going to go down 1 star between SK and the game. Now, 35 seconds on the clock. I'm pretty sure there's no comeback for STMN here.
Stands low as well, and Pedro is looking very good on that right-hand side. Like Chaos will pick up the final kill, and that's going to be SK Gaming looking good in this set. I mean, that's the most convincing set that we've realistically seen. Not so much of a back and forth affair as we've seen with STMN previously. It's that was just very dominant stuff from SK.
Well, we'll see if STMN are managing to take this to a match point, or if we'll see a set number 4 between STMN and SK Gaming. Chaos playing through this mid beautifully, bear in mind, but Sans now swapping lanes and going towards Oshi. Gets her down before she can pop that last hurrah, which is difficult, but Pedro was really dealing with him quite well last game, so he's going to rotate back over.
Sans there now breaking things open. Couldn't really find the synergy to land the shot where it mattered. Oshi there, we've never lost hurrah, but it's Pedro again who keeps picking up Sans. It's going to be very frustrating for Sans to be in that position, and a lovely angle from Chaos. It's 9 stars to 4 and the blue, and SK are off to a flying start.
Yeah, SK going to need something. Jump forwards from Lukey trying to get Oshi, and he might actually do it. Beautiful from him, but Sans going to have that supply drop landing on him once again. Chaos getting hit almost round that corner by Lukey there. Beautiful shot from him, and they're only 3 stars behind.
Lukey trying to find Chaos here. It'll be a lovely bounty for STMN to pick up, and it'll turn the tides very quickly as Sans goes in on Yoshi. Last hurrah to be kept in the mix. But now SK are clustered. Sans has got hypercharge. He'd like to combine that with a super as well, and he might not be far away from it now. There it is, the combo, the smash. He gets his revenge on Pedro. 1, 2, 3, and SK are all down. 15 stars now for STMN. What an amazing turnaround.
I mean, Sans has stayed in there as well. He's not backing up. Complete confidence, this man. Pedro's going to go down against 17 to 13. OG looking for some shots there, but Chaos going to get this super off, just survive it for OG. But a head coming down now from Oshi.
It's only 4 stars in it. Lukey is playing a dangerous game. If he goes down, and he does, the lead will go straight over to SK. A big smash from Sans, but he can't really find the ability to seal it. SK bring back a set, and now we've got a match on our hands.
Yeah, I would like to say Sans feeding for his absolute life across that set, let's be honest here. Pedro's absolutely dominating that lad, and that's coach v player, bear in mind as well. But a nice little W key from Sans to get things going. But it is 2-1 now. SK back in the game.
Great stuff. Can't wait to see the stats for Pedro off the back of that game. Very good stuff. He's looking at me, he's pointing, he can hear. He knows what's up. We see you, Pedro. We see you, buddy. Yeah, tough one for Sans. I'm sure he would have made up for some of the lost time, but that 1v1 interaction every time went the way of Pedro. Yeah, just spinning there on Sans' dead body just to rub in the salt.
I mean, it's got to be done, hasn't it? It really has.
This, though.
I mean, that's beautiful from Sans, really. Hypercharged, the pretty much only hypercharged brawler in this game, was definitely showed its worth, but it took him a long time to get it. What was it, 2 games?
Yeah, it took a while. Definitely took a while. I feel like there as well, if Luki had just jumped back a bit further, it didn't really have the distance to land there, really did it. But yeah, just the 4 kills from Pedro, but the pressure that he exerted throughout the entirety of things really did show its worth.
Yeah, Maisie, 34 DPS, bear in mind.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why we say things on the casting desk.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 2021 Mommy Jordan level of DPS right there. It's all right. I don't think he watches Brawl Stars anymore. No. I'm allowed to say these things.
I'm going to make myself look very small and moving into Brawl. Stepping Stones will be the map. Certainly one that I'm less familiar with when it comes to the scene, but nonetheless, when it comes to the draft, hypercharged brawlers have been showing a great deal of promise so far, and I think you can't really ever go wrong with a solid Spike and Shelly pick in Brawl as a mode, regardless of what terrain might be there, what bushes might remain, and I think certainly a very safe pair of hands for that coin flip. Whoever gets first, it's gotta be Shelly.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I think that's probably the right answer, but Pearl surely should be on the menu as well. I think it's just a very solid brawler all round at this point, but tanks available as well. So Bull, Jackie can be good in Brawl. I think they should probably something that people might reach towards.
Wow, that open space center is certainly going to accommodate to Pearl. Banzer, Squeak, Crow, and Buster. Crow, Otis, and Squeak for STMN, who have the coin toss here as well. Considering their options, not rushing into things, but yeah, I mean, that's no surprises there.
Well, my favorite coming in next. Tara is up for Pedro, and obviously it doesn't have a hypercharge, but we still have faith in it because it's Draft's favorite. B coming up next for the SK Gaming roster, and we're back over to STMN for their next couple of picks. Will they go hypercharge, or will they go something not normal, because hypercharge is normal now, but a bit more regular?
Tara's a very good pick here for SK. I feel like Pearl would be a solid third pick if STMN do not snap it up, which they've got to be highly considering doing so. Will Lukey maybe bring in the Dynamite as well? It's a good map for it. Ooh. The Mortis. Oh, this just got spicy. They've got the Shelly on their side as well for safety, and the Hank as well, as we saw previously in Siege, working out very well. How are SK going to respond to this?
Well, they're going to go with the Gale, and I can't blame him against the Mortis, really. It's probably the smart thing to do, but if he stays away from it, and obviously he's got a bit more mobility than Gale to be able to stay away, and I think he can still do something against the B and the Tara, but it's going to be a big ask for Sans here.
If there's any team that know how to place a twister in the corner and the ball beneath, it's certainly SK, isn't it? It's really going back in your time machine a little bit here to previous years. Let's see how each side fare, and I think what seems to be a relatively even draft so far, but the Mortis pick I mean, we know how enjoyable it is when that particular brawler makes a run for things and finds the value that it needs to go on the next run. So I kind of hope, in a biased way, that STMN can make that work.
Yeah, well, Mortis dashing up straight onto the right-hand side, trying to open up a bit of room for Hank and the others, but he's actually going to get the kill onto Pedro there, who is playing the game. Oh! Clean up from Sans. Beautiful little trick shot pass as well. Even going to try and trick shot Pedro. It's not happening, but he gets the ball back as Pedro walks into the goal twice. Oh dear. Disaster for SK Gaming. That should have been a defense, let's be honest. Lukey popping there. The Clay Pigeons putting some pressure onto things as OG there keeps Chaos low, but that is a very good pull from him in retaliation. A tap from Yoshi and a finish off there from iChaos. And the connection super from Sans will not land. OG just going to keep the pressure on, but iChaos won't fall now. He sucks an OG. He might come out on top, and he does with the help of the Black Shade now going on the offense. It puts SK Gaming back into the center field. Yeah, well, Clay Pigeon used again. Pedro trying to be cleaned up by it. As Sans wants to go on a bit of a tear here. Going to go to the left-hand side. Chaos gets his super. The super's available from Sans. He gets that as well. Pedro pushing forward, has the knockback, but gets hit by that shot from Hank. And now OG just trying to play this defense.
Ball push forwards from Pedro, who after that connect. Oh, what a spicy one from OG. Finds the angle perfectly on that super, and Sans knows it's the time to strike, but iChaos is still there. A double suck yet again, surviving on 120 HP. That man is unstoppable until OG finally lands it, but it's pulled valuable time for SK to respawn.
Yeah, I mean, Lukey's got his hypercharge as well, so that's something to be scared of. The only one on the map who does. Mortis just having a little spin. I don't know what Sans is really doing here, just waiting for his opportunity to go towards Oshi and get the kill, and he does just that. Chaos has a super, though, and that's dangerous, especially with only a Hank on defense, but he manages to get it anyway. Pedro got the knockback. Can he get the super shot in? He actually doesn't. Maybe there was an opening in there, but he doesn't manage to take it.
Yeah, I thought there was an opening. Then look at the spins on STMN. I mean, that is some serious thumb work there to get that kind of speed. A good knockback from Pedro. Sans, though, still aggressing the situation and almost comes out on top there. There could have been a shot on goal, but it was very hard to even find a possible angle. OG now low, trying to keep that damage gear in motion. I think healing up now, probably the approach to consider here. 5 seconds on the clock. The walls are going down as STMN, who should be taking this game. No chance for SK to get that ball. And that's going to be them moving on to match point.
Question is, will they be able to take advantage of this match point, or will we be seeing a set number 5 between SK and STMN in this show match? Yoshi once again moving over to the STMN side, taunting them a little bit, getting them ready to play this game.
Wasn't me there, was Lukey looking pretty much towards Yoshi there in a very adorable manner. I'm sure there could be a screenshot taken out of context there to be had. I want that man to look at me in that same way. Let's see if SK can keep fighting for their lives here, or whether STMN will seal it here right now. That is the team wipe right there. Oshi there with a honeypot trying to slow the advance, but it is a very tough push. Now with Oshi falling, Chaos trying to get the ball clear. It's into the hands of Sans. The twist though from Pedro, able to defend.
Yeah, nice stuff, but there's another follow-up bubble from OG. Good knockback from Pedro, but he doesn't really get much of a chain off there. He only connects a few shots. Sans is looking at this, and he is ready to dash in, but he actually dashes out away from the super. Nice move from him, but I couldn't have helped feel like that should have been a goal.
Sans, very aggressive though, punished. SK haven't been able to find a goal just yet. They've got to break through this line of defense before they can even think about it. And that is definitely a big ask in the grand scheme of things, as Lukey goes again with the Clay Pigeons. They've got to get Chaos forward. They've got to get that wall break to be able to open things up, but it's been kept consistently on the defense by STMN, who just keep clearing house.
Yeah, Sans going in again, actually eats the knockback that Pedro was cooking up there, and now we do have this hypercharge available for Lukey as well, but doesn't have super to be able to make the most use of it. Can't be far off though. Get some shots in. Chaos going to get his super. Hank very low there, and OG has to back up. But look how low all of SK are.
They've got to spread out. If Lukey gets super, combined with hypercharge. Oh. But there's a miss pull there from Chaos. SK is still not out of the woods. The honeypot taken care of by Sans' ability to connect with that super. Defense stance.
Yeah, OG gets the kill there though, and Chaos now pushing forward. Has this pull, might be using to break the wall or try push this ball forwards. But Lukey just trying to go towards it. Now gets the shot off, gets the super in his face as well, and uses that without his hypercharge though. So now he's going to have to start from square one to get that hypercharge super again. Oh.
Nice there from OG, and that's going to mean that Pedro's going to have to come back now It's a very comfortable and confident defense there from STMN. Luki now with another gadget, getting value from it. Surely not far away from Super himself. And looking to combine it with the hypercharge. OG just trying to find Pedro and Oshi there. Sans stays alive. Now Pedro finds a very good shot, because if he'd been left alive, it would have been disastrous. But STMN in a great spot. The pass here from OG should be enough to seal it if Luki can find an angle. The walls are going down in 1 second.
Yeah, he might be able to get a super hit. Super's there. Hypercharge was as well, but he's just neglecting the hypercharge. Doesn't want to use it. The pull just missed because of the gadget from Pedro. He bounced over it, I think. And now OG just getting absolutely beaten down by a shade. Chaos going to get the kill. And STMN starting from the back again.
Well, SK have got beaten over time. I mean, that is always going to be good to have, but this is where the additional speed of Luki can help to juke around things. But I think Oshi, she goes towards OG here. Could get some value, trying to stay alive, but there is a good amount of pressure from Sans and Luki. OG sucked in, almost Pedro found a moment. It's Sans as the last man standing, pushing down the field. He's got Super, will he find the shot? He's waiting his time down. It's Oshi off the line.
I mean, I'm not sure what that shot was from Sans, to be honest with you, but he tried it nonetheless. Possibly could have just dashed forwards and gone for a little trick shot, a little dash or something like that, but now he's going for Chaos, picks him up. Oshi's looking for the shot through, doesn't get it off in time. Sans cleans that up. Still match point, but it's a draw.
Better though from SK, it's got to be said. They were kept on the ropes, but able to keep up with the heat that STMN continue to throw their way. Sans though, he's just so dangerous with this Mortis pick, and if he gets a couple more dashes onto Pedro, it exacerbates those twisters at an earlier point in the match. I think that once that defense mechanism is gone, STMN can really start to go to town.
Well, OG just building up this bubble, trying to get some shots onto Oshi. There does get the hit as well. Bit of movement speed. Super from Luki gets the shots onto Pedro, gets him down. But it was a super and a shot, broke some walls in there as well, and OG getting beaten down. And Sans now going in towards Chaos, might be able to get the kill, but the shade actually cleans him up.
Chaos, if he can now just get things opened up, or didn't really even connect there with Luki, so not the greatest of things, and a big shot in return from him. The trade on the right is there, but Sans going for Chaos with that extended dash will surely get a kill here. The ball being pushed forwards, it creates an opportunity for STMN to score. Twister, surely on defense here for Pedro. Yeah, there it is.
I mean, the value OG's getting in this position, though. Sans just dashing forward. Super gets there as well. Shots coming through now. The break from Luki and Sans surely gets this one in. I mean, you got to question it considering what he's been doing so far, but I'm pretty sure he'll get this ball in. Or maybe he won't, actually. He's going for something special.
STMN are farming kills at this point. Pedro's having none of it. Comes in with the blowback there, and the Twister goes down. Great defense, let's be honest, considering things. And SK stand a fighting chance of being able to bring back this game.
Yeah, well, Chaos gets the kill, but actually gets found through his support from beyond now, and Super and Hypercharge available from Luki.
Going in again, he's got Super, Luki with support from the left. I just feel like Sans is going to put the ball around somewhere that's not into the goal. He's going to be going in for more and more kills. Great cycling there from him. Low HP, oh, it's a complete and utter team wipe. Will they score it? Are they going to score it? He actually will go for it this time around. 30 seconds on the clock does not leave much time for any response.
Chaos got a pull, but Hypercharge there from Luki. No Super available though, and Sans going to get pulled in, get taken out. OG cooking up a little bit of the thing, but Pedro might find the angle here, needs to try and get his knockback, gets it. The knockback's there, and the goal is as well from SK. Beautiful from Pedro. Anybody to think he's a player?
28 HP was all he had to his name there. And what a quick way to return the favor. A 10-second goal, effectively. Now, an SK with some big taps. Luki being low. One moment of weakness here from STMN is starting to show, and this could be it. SK bring back the game against all odds.
Well, now only one game away from the set number 5, or STMN will be able to finish it off in the 4th. SK looking better and better as time goes by, but I can't help think that Sans maybe could have finished this game about 15 times.
Do you think?
Can't help but think it, Ark.
That man wants to just make a record on the stats, it feels like to me. He wants that MVP as well. That's what it's all about. Better start though for SK, going on the aggressive very early on for the first time realistically here, but Sans is still behind. The action here does find the pickups, and that's a very comfortable defense for STMN.
Yeah, we'll start to push this ball forward now. Suns has this super as well, so that's dangerous in this goalmouth area. And just to make his way around that, the super's not going to be used just yet, and he does go down because he could not get it off that knockback from Pedro. Chaos just trying to farm his, and he does manage to get it.
Well, OG now in a very, very good spot, continuing to aggress, but Chaos now has got pull. Just got to time it wisely to use, and a bit late on it, let's be honest, because if that had gone just a bit sooner, he may have been able to get OG taken care of. Sans still such a demon going in yet again. The ball in his hands, and Chaos will be there for the defense. Will he find the angle there? Gets a, oh, what a dash, what a heal as well, staying on the left-hand side. Lukey from the right, OG from the mid, and that's going to be surely yet another goal for STMN.
Well, it's still match point, they're 1-0 up, but Super's available from SK, got this Tara pull, and, you know, that's a big thing, especially against the opponents they are against. San's going to go for it, Super goes backwards as well, OG doesn't actually get the ball here, and Chaos is having to come back, gets the Super up and kills him as well. Pedro's not healthy enough to make this move. A minute on the clock, and SK needs something.
Definitely going to be a tough one now for SK. If STMN want, they can just keep the ball in their possession and just go completely on the offense, and Oshi placing down the honey pot, very quickly taken care of by Lukey. Chaos though has pull. Sans though utilizing that heal and staying firm. Now going for Chaos, gets taken care of. Lukey making a run for it. Oshi has the amplified shot here, and that is definitely going to help out considerably with Lukey on the left-hand side. Pedro as well has super. This should be a defense now.
Yeah, nice super there as well from Oshi to slow Lukey down, but Pedro's just going to push him straight back, and Sans comes in, gets one. No, I think he missed his super there a little bit. One of them should just tank this shot, one of them should go and score, but they're choosing to actually not score the goal yet again.
Well, Lukey now going to make a championship moment here. He buys it. He threads the needle, and STMN take home a well-deserved victory.
Well, Hypercharge showed its face sometimes, but a lot of all the brawlers showed their worth still, even without them.
Very, very good stuff there from STMN. Very dominant. SK though put up a very good fight and brought a great deal of humor along with it. Yoshi, the first to shake hands with Lukey there as well. Great sportsmanship all around, and a fantastic show match to finalize the LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant to see a glimpse into what the future could look like, hopefully with the Siege included as well as the Hypercharge. But I'll leave that decision up to someone else, because this Hypercharge, I mean, still quite a lot of the time they just weren't being played, you know? Like, it obviously hasn't made that much of a drastic impact, but the Shelly, when it had it, definitely made some big plays, and obviously the Colt as well we saw from Sans was a bit nasty.
Yeah, it really was. I want to see, you know, more of those moments in competitive where the players don't want to score and just actually want to feed the stats. I think that would be really fun. But yeah, it was very convincing, wasn't it, from STMN? I like the picks as well along the way. Bringing in the Mortis, always going to be a spectacle. You know, the Colt as well. Sans, he's just a beast. He's such a demon when it comes to competitive, and I'm sure going to have many, many years in the scene just tearing it up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful goal from Lukey at the end there to finish it off, and Sans gives him a nice big hug to say thank you for making up for all my mistakes by not scoring. So, I mean, let's have a look at the stats, and yeah, I mean, I think he was farming a little bit, wasn't he? Really, 28 from Sans, 23 from OG, 15 on Lukey, 15, 19, and 11 on the side of SK. So not that big of a difference, except from obviously the 28.
Yeah, that's very dominant a scoreline to look back and finalize things. But you know, STMN had their moments, you know, and it was a great amount of fun had along the way. Like I said, Siege, right? You know, you'd be able to tick that off your bucket list now,
please. Just give me Siege and competitive. I just need it. I need it.
It was great to see it play out. I think that, you know, if it were to make a comeback, they might do some changes along the way. I think that what Frank was saying in the podcast, that's still true, that, you know, it might need someone to come in and just kind of rework it a little bit. I think some of the brawlers have definitely shown a lot of changes along the way that have changed the objective and how it plays out in Siege. But, you know, certainly when it comes to those defenses, those brawlers shredded through the bot.
Yeah, I mean, they really did. I mean, there was like, it was even the Hank Super just did so much, just melts through it. And it's the same with like spike shots and stuff like that just do so much to the bot, so much to the Ike as well. And obviously the Colt Super that we saw just shred through everything as well with that Hypercharge was, it was quite nasty.
Yeah, the future does hold some very exciting prospects when it comes to Hypercharge. We already know that in terms of sneak peeks that Rosa is going to be the next brawler to be obtaining one. coming relatively soon. So, I mean, Rose is already very good in terms of the meta.
A little bit worried.
Little bit worried. But, you know, what other brawls would you like to see it come to? And how much could that potentially shape what happens moving forwards?
Who do I want as Tara? No, we need a
There we go, quick answer.
We need a Tara one. We need a Tara. Piper as well for you, I imagine.
Yeah, we were saying when we were in the hotel last night that, you know, if Dynamite gets a hypercharge, it should be like a nuke. You know, kind of like countdown and just everything dismantled and like evaporated.
To be fair, I wouldn't mind that if it killed your team as well, right?
I mean, what happens then in terms of action? Then
everybody respawns. So if there's a goal scoring opportunity, everybody goes and everybody respawns.
Just turning back the clock. The way your mind works is it's a wonder. It's a wonder.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know them. But, it has been such a wonderful few days here. I mean, the atmosphere, first and foremost, you know, not just on the stage here in the studio, but also in the hotel, all the players really getting so much together more. And, you know, we were saying, you know, on day one, you know, it's such a great thing to be able to speak face to face with those that we haven't really seen at many Brawl Stars lands and just give them that experience, give them that warm Brawl Esports welcome in. And, you know, you can see it in people's faces when they come here for the first time. They're just beaming from ear to ear, and I will never forget this event. I think it's been one of my favorite changes in the history of Brawl esports formats.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. I think it gives a chance to the teams who we haven't really seen at the top, you know, we haven't seen them at the World Finals. It's that kind of tier below. And obviously there are some World Finals caliber teams here. The ones who go, some are the ones who haven't qualified as well. Still extremely good. World champions haven't qualified to the World Finals this year. So it's a little bit thing, but then we have the kind of the tiers who wouldn't usually make it to these kind of events and still get a chance to play out for the World Finals. I think it's a really good thing.
Yeah, and to bring that experience back into next year, those that just fell a little bit short, but giving themselves a much better chance. It's going to help pick up regions along the way. And as you rightly say, you know, world champions didn't make it. The Brawl esports climate is changing, and you can really feel that. It's very, very exciting. I thoroughly hope that we bring this back again next year, because I think that everyone will agree it's been a hugely successful event.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I'd love to see it back next year, maybe along with an MSI as well, or something like that, to be honest.
I wouldn't say no to that.
I wouldn't say no to an MSI as well, because I did enjoy that last year. But the LCQs, I think, it's a major thing. As I said, it gives chances to those who wouldn't usually get them and still see them playing on the biggest stages.
And I think, you know, when you look at today specifically, the best teams won on the day. I mean, you know, nothing more than a 3-1 scoreline. You know, gotta give once again a huge congratulations to SK Gaming, to Revenant Esports, to Navi, and, you know, of course to STMN, all of which I've got to say just absolutely excelled and gave us so much enjoyment to look back upon today.
But also at the same time, I think we've got to give a bit of a commiserations as well to Humble, Reject, Raconic, and VN Esporting, who all put on a great show. And although a couple of those top scorelines might not reflect how close those games were, because I think in the Humble one and the STMN one, every single one was 2-1 in each of the sets, and it could have gone either way. It could have quite easily been a 3-0 in the other direction, but today, as you say, I think the best teams won.
I think as well in the Revenant match and the Navi match as well, they could have gone to 5th and final sets. It was very, very close. Just those teams that were able to gain that golden ticket just showed that little bit more of an edge and just kept the heat on. Fantastic stuff. I think that we have got a seriously stacked World Finals coming up for us.
Yeah, I think so too, and I'm really looking forward to it as well. 12 of the best teams in the world, or 12 best teams in the world, I should say, at this point, because we are moving on to that World Final stage, battling out DreamHack Winter. It really is going to be very, very entertaining, I feel.
Well, we've got to say, of course, a couple of thank yous before we sign off for the day. First and foremost, a massive thank you to ESL for helping us with this amazing production. The studio is so fantastic. We've got a beautiful player area as well. Errol's been chilling out. Player rooms all down there. And Trav's got his own dressing room because he's a massive diva. So we appreciate that one as well. Of course, to Supercell, of course, because, you know, this is why we are all here and why we are so passionate for Brawl esports. To every player that has entered this competition, thank you for all your incredible hard work, and for those that you didn't quite make it through, wishing you all the best of luck next year round. But again, to STMN, to Navi, to Revenant Esports, and of course to SK Gaming as well, looking forward to seeing them on the world stage. To all the coaches, the analysts, and the viewers at home, we thank you so much for your support. It would not be the same without you. And with that said, from myself, from Trav, and from Teddy in the Wings, it's goodbye to now. Goodbye for now. See you at the World Finals.
assured in your pocket.
Yeah, this one's
And Shane, Tyrant, and Nick respond. Will they be able to bring us to a game 3 on Clash Royale, or will we go right to Brawl Stars with them down with their backs against the wall?
My guess here is that Team Juicy J, if they don't win this here, they will win the best of 3. I would be kind of surprised with the decision-making that they're having right now. I think that they're going to get some nice decksmanship out of my co-caster for Clash Royale League and Juicy and what they pick. Brawls, it's going to come down to Brawl. Brawl is going to be the one where either I think that Team Juicy J needs to win this in 2 sets. If this goes to that 3rd set, the Clash of Clans skills of Team Inshane is very frightening.
And there's Tyrant for Brawl, which is crazy, you know.
And right back to the well, going back to that minor poison control one more time for Juicy and Steel.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, huh? That's kind of the mindset they have.
Yeah, and it's versatile. It gives them a lot of great defensive options. They can just hold, and as long as they don't make mistakes, they can get good wins. They'll have a second bomb tower here. They might not even need it, and they decide, yeah, I don't think they even needed the bomb tower there. They could have just used the Ice Spirit. This is nice and covers lots of bases.
Wow, this seems so strong. No matter what they've thrown at them, they've just been melting it. Okay, so they got that. That was a smart tornado, or what's that ability where it sucks them in because they activated the King Towers?
Yeah, that was a good tornado, and it's a little easier to activate again the King Tower here in 2v2. It is not quite the distance you would have in 1v1. You can't really make that pull in solos, and that's an early King Tower activation that they don't love.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that thing? Is it a lumberjack? He's got a big axe.
Oh, that was the miner.
Oh, miner.
Yep.
This little shovel one more time. Late bomb tower to hold here. It should do double duty against some of these recruits as well.
Nice. That's actually really good use right there. Big drop down on the backside.
Keep an eye on this bowler play because they have the 2 buildings, but the bowler will also be useful for knocking back these Ram Riders.
Right.
They also could get a tornado bowler lineup potentially if they are playing NATO in this deck as well, which I assume they are.
Double
the bomb tower seems so good, Rich. The bomb tower in this setup just seems it shuts down everything.
It's about to get nerfed.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, it's been the dominant building in the game for a while. It's so important for that control. The big 6 spawners that have the little shields on them.
Yep.
30 seconds left, and
More pressure on this right Princess Tower. Another 150 damage going on in. Bowler spawns. There's the Royal Recruits. Will get dropped on in, and now this is where all the spam comes into play.
Yeah, this is bad. This is the double drop of Bomb Tower. They're not in a ton of trouble, but the double drop of Bomb Tower, when they already had the Barbarians defending on the right-hand side against the Ram Rider.
See just 4 elixir right now from the side of Juicy J. A lot being dropped by Steel, trying to do what he can to hold this off. It's a bowler on each side at the moment.
And Juicy is once again playing the slightly faster cycle deck, although Steel's deck gets around fairly quickly. But notice that Juicy J has the 1 elixir Ice Spirit in that deck. Newer players, it's a tiny little guy who runs and jumps and just for a moment stuns you with a little bit of icy love.
A little bit of icy love.
Oh, but look at this.
Poison seems so good.
It does.
Yeah, it's probably the best of the, when I say big spells, I'm meaning spells that cost 4 elixir or more. You have a couple that are 3 elixir that are kind of, depending on how you think about it, big or small, but Poison, Fireball, the 4 elixir spells, Lightning for 6, Rocket for 6. Small spells are like the Log, things like that.
This is close. We're in overtime.
This is one of our longest games. Now we're wait, 3 times elixir right now? Is that what we just hit?
Never.
Now at this point, you just gotta click whatever's there, huh?
Throw it down.
Triple's interesting because now it gives Shane and Tyrant a lot more opportunity to stack troops behind.
Yeah.
That Fireball probably needed to go to clear the bomb tower, but they go second Ram Rider behind. Can they stun? The bowler in, and man, this control deck is just too good, at stopping everything.
1,300, 1,100, 1,000 now on the right Princess Tower.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Wow. That's nice. Call it here, folks.
No, wait, it's not over yet.
It is about as, It's about as over as my youth, according to Courage here.
Wow. So you're telling me that's been over for a long time as...
I look great for 85, dude.
You do. You do look fantastic.
Wait,
Matt is going...
Poison? Wait.
They just have...
Wait.
Kind of crazy that he still keeps that super. It is going to be a little bit scary using...
I mean...
They just had a mass spam.
So what happens here?
It was a tiebreaker based off how much health is on the base, right?
Yep. When we reach 0, when you reach 0, all the towers begin counting down their health, and the lowest single tower is the one that's going to explode, and you get the win that way.
So Team Juicy J just won that.
Oh, yes, they did.
Juicy J now 1 game away from being our grand finals champions, our Galaxy Battle Superverse champions. Doge, they won Clash Royale, but all eyes have been on the performance of Brawl Stars from the top side of Team Shane.
Leslie and I are just dancing around because Juicy J's team's taking care of business, right? They did what they exactly what they needed to do. They played near flawlessly. And Rich, I think you had some great comms on that Minor Poison deck that worked both times, right? With the control. Like, Minor Poison just does so much chip damage that if you allow the game to get into overtime, like you just saw right there, where even though you're not taking down a tower, you're able to chip away so much damage throughout the course of time. If they defend well, they use the control deck effectively to defend, you're always going to come out on top because you can just get so much chip damage from distance. Bomb tower, they really weren't able to push through these defenses with any sort of efficiency, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is, even if you do the double drop on the bomb tower plus the barbs, you have the bowler in there as well, which has the knockback. And, Minor Poison control is about not making mistakes and keeping it close enough that when you get the triple elixir, you can cycle minors, cycle poisons, and just make up any ground. And as long as you don't fall too behind too early, Minor Poison control can be absolutely devastating. It's a classic archetype that was used here to perfection.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And as we were taking a look back in the qualifiers as well, here's our match scoreboard. So 2-0, of course, in Clash Royale. Brawl Stars is up next. Tyrant hasn't lost Brawl Stars yet. He's going to have to go against his teammate yet again with Steel. So we'll see what they're able to do. But yeah, Rich, it's a great shot because back in the qualifiers, too, we actually saw quite a bit of Minor Poison. That's because we were running the 1v1 duel style where you can only use, you can't repeat cards in each round. But here in friendlies, you can continue to repeat cards. So we saw, of course, that quad bait deck several times. Excited about Brawl Stars, though. It's time to move on. Backs against the wall. Skill on display, Jack. It's time for Tyrant to go big. I assume we know what you're about to say here, but what do you expect to see from Team Shane?
I mean, this is going to come down to who can pop off the most of their hard carries. Which of the two players between Steel and Tyrant can really just show up and pop off in the grand finals. All eyes are on him. They've got to be thinking, what are we going to ban out simply to stop Tyrant? Heck, their teammates, so they know what he's best at.
Right.
I feel like we're just going to see target bans here to kick this one off. And then at that point, this is probably the most valuable game of Brawl Stars they've ever played. If you're on the side of Team Juicy J, $16,000 match right here if they can clutch this one on up. Doesn't get much bigger than that.
Yeah, I mean, Rich, as we kind of take a look back at what Juicy J's team was able to do in Brawl Stars in particular, right? I mean, we think back at the match we just watched, right? You're going to probably see a Rosa. Was Team Shane paying attention, right? Are they going to ban out Rosa? Are they going to ban out some of the tanks that Juicy J's team loves to play?
Honestly, if I'm Team Shane, I'm not super concerned about what the opposing team is picking. If I'm Team Juicy J, I'm really worried about Team Shane. You see Team Shane banning Mr. P, which is an easy way for Team Juicy J to be annoying, banning Fang, and banning Nita, which is a really, really great counter on that side. So Crow out, and I know that Crow being out calls for something very, very important.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Yes.
This is all, and Team Juicy J is playing Crow. I'm doubly cheering. I was already rooting for Team Juicy J, but here we go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome.
Oh my goodness. We're back to another ball game as well. So Rosa brought back into play too. Seems like it is quite popular to have in this mode.
Fang ban.
But what are we thinking Tyrant's gonna run since Fang is banned?
I mean, he could run a carry brawler. He might be the one to run B here as well. Curious about to see what their last pick is. Primo is purely here for Team Juicy J to break open the walls in front of the goal. So Primo, that's his primary job. He has this big, long luchador slam where he can break the walls open and make opportunities. This is going to be really interesting here. Rosa and Primo, the two kind of tanky units, B long range. I really don't know what Inshane's going to pick here. He might go Stu, which would be interesting. That would be a good way to pop off and show his skills. Stu is really mobile. I'm really curious. Sandy, an interesting pick here for Team Juicy J. Again, Sandy is going to be an aggressive laner, has the gadget, so can shoot and stun. So this is the cool, look for this from Sandy, to shoot the ball and then use the gadget to stun to let the ball go on past into the goal. That's going to be an interesting strategy. I would not be surprised if on Team Juicy J, if Steel is the one playing Sandy here, although he could obviously go Crow.
Stars and what could be our final game of the day.
Come on, it'd be so sick. A 2-0 in Clash Royale, back-to-back 2-0 in Brawl Stars, but this is where Tyrant's end. His end is here. And it's time? Oh,
it's time.
It's happening.
Here we go, and Tyrant already out in the middle of the map, trying to control that pacing over mid, and Shane and Steel in a big fight on the right side. Nick and Ninja on the left. It's Juicy J and Tyrant battling back and forth, and all three.
It's too good.
And Shane is just up here healing up, and goes ahead and passes the Tyrant. Tyrant is waiting for that to get out, because get ready for that slow. Steel just broke his own walls. I am absolutely shocked that Steel's playing Primo in the first place, and that Steel just broke the walls in front of his own goal.
Tyrant knows to go for the reset. You see, kicks the ball away, will defend it while his two teammates.
Oh
Tyrant!
My God.
It's so insane!
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's for us. Bye-bye. Goal number one. Shane's going to go ahead and put that in.
Oh, who is this guy, man?
Who cried?
Tyrant might be my dad. I didn't know that. Because that's how good he is.
What? I don't understand. It feels unfair when he's playing. Oh, he went down. He went down.
Yes, but Nick's up there, and I believe that whole thing is clear. GG.
Yeah.
No way. No way.
Spawn. Oh, no. But Shane picked it.
Oh, hey, look at this. Look at this.
An opportunity for a counterattack.
Hey, they're going in. They're going in.
And the little pets, the little shadow pets there from Terra.